Chapter 241 Foot. What the hell is going on? The streets of Langerstein had turned into a war zone in the blink of an eye. Simon felt his body and mind freeze as he tried to process everything that just happened. Okay, what if I say that a terrorist attack could actually happen in the middle of Langerstein? However, the one who caused it wasn't fanatical priests. It was none other than Lorraine. The battle was fierce. Lorraine moved like a flash of red lightning, and pure white feathers were trailing behind her like guided arrows. But they fell one by one with every slash of her red dagger. While defending with her main hand, she flicked the wrist of her offhand, and the dagger held within it moved so fast it disappeared. The dagger reappeared right before Serene, blocked by the shield protecting her. Glass windows shattered and the floor shattered from the intense collision, but Serene looked perfectly calm. I won't stand idle and watch your shenanigans any longer, said Lorraine, her eyes beginning to glow. And what are you going to do about it? Replied Serene with a cheeky grin. A red beam of light fired from the void that opened up behind Lorraine, clashing immediately with a stream of feathers from Serene. Neither of them gave an inch. Simon, seeing that matters were only getting more and more complicated, shouted. Lorraine, wait. I think you're misunderstanding something. Lorraine's creepy red eyes flicked toward Simon, but quickly moved back to focus on the battle against Serene. Laura. Two skeleton hands suddenly launched forward against Simon's shoulders, sending him flying and pinning him to the wall of a nearby building. Lorraine's skeleton? No matter how much he tried to move, it wouldn't budge. Simon put his brain to work while being pinned. Lorraine doesn't want me to get involved in the fight, and at the same time, she doesn't want to listen to me. Why? It didn't seem like she was just blinded by rage, like she was telling Simon to stay out of this. After quickly racking his brain, Simon came up with an answer. She thinks that I'm being mind-controlled by Serene. The pieces of the puzzle finally came together. Simon lifted his left foot and put it against the wall of the building. Open! The Overlord's tentacles shot out of subspace, slicing right between the joints of the skeleton holding his shoulder, neutralizing it. Back on the floor, Simon blocked out the chaos around him and focused only on the clash between Lorraine and Serene. Then, the best I can do in this situation is. Pulling a short sword out of his subspace, Simon charged at Serene. Serene, who had been frantically fighting Lorraine, was surprised by the sudden attack from behind and tried to fight back. But Simon? He had wrapped his left hand around her shoulder and pulled her back, holding his short sword to her neck. Exclamation point. Seeing this, Lorraine stopped in surprise. The battle between two seemingly unstoppable giants had finally ended. Oh my, how bold of you. Serene was rather pleased and burrowed into Simon's arms. Please, at least pretend to be nervous. She really was beyond saving. Simon's head was pounding, but now that he had paused the fight, he had to take his chance. Simon looked at Lorraine and declared with the utmost seriousness. Believe me, Lorraine, I'm not brainwashed. She gritted her teeth. How can I believe that? What if this whole lame hostage situation is also staged by Serene? They were finally talking things through, but Lorraine still hadn't let her guard down. Then let me ask you the opposite. How can you be so sure that I am brainwashed? Well, it's odd that you two are suddenly pretending to be lovers after not having much of an interaction at school, and most importantly, Serene was making you sign a curse contract. Nothing could be clearer than that. A curse contract was a terrifying item that triggered a curse if the holder broke the contract. Only now did Simon realize what Lorraine had misunderstood. See with your own eyes. Simon took out a skeleton from his subspace and retrieved the documents that had been dropped long ago. Still wary, Lorraine examined the papers the skeleton handed her while periodically looking up to make sure Serene wasn't doing anything. It wasn't a contract, but a simple supply order with a name and address on it. All the passion drained from Lorraine's face. I thought it was a curse contract when she made Simon write his name. She wasn't able to see the details of the paper with the telescope, but her heavy suspicions toward Serene drove Lorraine to attack. It was like seeing a drug addict pouring a strange powder into their mouth, There's no guarantee what it is, but you can make a good guess. Her only concern was stopping Simon from signing papers that would force him into the ivory tower. Lorraine pulled out a communication crystal ball before telling her subordinates. The fight's over. Back off. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At Lorraine's command, her servants immediately retreated behind the thick cloud of explosions they entered with. Xianxia the novel, ire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Fortunately, neither Lorraine's servants nor the ivory tower people appeared to be injured. They had kept their strengths in check, knowing very well that any casualties would complicate things immensely. I've already reported to the city of Langerstein and the royal family. Focus on the cleanup. Estimate the damages and see if anyone was caught in the crossfire. I'll send in all the men on standby to clean up quickly. I will also contact the ivory tower myself for them to lend a hand. At her command, the servants scattered. Hey, no fun. Do we really need to stop a fight just because it was from a misunderstanding? Serene wore a satisfied smirk, beckoning for Lorraine to approach. We both don't like each other anyway, so let's just keep going. If you want to fight me that badly, do it in Kizan. Lorraine strode over and grabbed Simon's wrist. Let's go back, Simon. Go back where? Serene grabbed Simon's other arm. Suddenly, Simon was stuck with both arms being pulled in opposite directions, unable to move. Simon and I have a business to attend to, declared Serene, tugging on Simon's arm. Lorraine's permanent poker face remained unfazed. It is against school rules to come here without reporting to Kizan. But you're out here as well, aren't you? Does being Nephthys' daughter give you some special privileges? The most important thing to do now is confirm that Simon hasn't been brainwashed. Lorraine stared at Simon. What was all that before, like feeding her cotton candy, running ice cream errands, cuddling, and all that? Hearing Lorraine listing off everything that happened, Simon turned red. Did you see all of that? His voice shook with fear. Lorraine lightly nodded her head. That's a misunderstanding. What happened is... Hey now, why are you asking such an obvious question between a man and a woman? Slyly answered Serene while hugging Simon's arm. We have business to attend to. And it's related to an official mission. We'll return when we're done, so mind your business. How can I mind my business when you have a history? If it's related to a mission, then report it. As if she had been waiting for Lorraine to say that, Serene pulled the letter out of her pockets with a mischievous smile. Ta-da, Simon and I have been invited to a royal ball in the Dresden Kingdom. An appointed mission for the S.A.1 and 2. It's no wonder. The royal family wants the best pair of first years, right? Lorraine shut her mouth immediately, and Serene added triumphantly. Do you understand? We're going to go by close for the ball now. A lot of people will see Simon and the successor of the ivory tower walking together. It is only natural for them to see how good of a pairing we make. After the ball, people will discuss Simon and the ivory tower's relationship. Lorraine stopped listening around the middle of Serene's speech and pulled back out her communication crystal ball. As she heard it connect, she said, Yes, Mom. Serene's eyebrow twitched. But she quickly put her calm mask back up and flicked her ivory hair behind her ear. How lame, asking for your mom first when you're 17. Well, should I call my dad after not talking to him for so long? Though not her biological father, Serene's father was the current lord of the ivory tower. But Lorraine wasn't listening. Yeah, alright. She ended the call and looked at the two of them. That ball? I'll be attending, too. The royal family is going to appoint me later today. Simon feigned a smile. So this is what having influence is like. Lorraine crossed her arms and continued. You said you guys are shopping for suitable clothes, right? Now, the three of us can go together. Serene pouted in annoyance. Asterisk. In the end, the three of them did go clothes shopping together. They went to the biggest and most expensive store in all of Langerstein, Where am I? Who am I? But the whole way to the store, Simon felt the pressure building between the two girls on either side of him, and he was quickly getting tired. Serene was using Simon to get on Lorraine's nerves, and Simon constantly had to make sure Lorraine wasn't about to snap. Death would be kinder than this. I miss my group mates already. When he was with the 3 members of Group 7, he could relax and laugh. With Lorraine and Serene, on the other hand, he felt like he was serving 2 incredibly high and demanding bosses rather than friends of his own age. The energy was being sucked out of him in real time. Simon. What do you think? Serene came out wearing a gorgeous wine-red dress. Looks good on you. Is that all? Beautiful. Serene had chosen a bold outfit that showed off her femininity. She deliberately picked ones that showed her cleavage or thighs, and she was enjoying standing in front of Simon and watching his reaction. Simon urged her to dress more modestly, as they were going as students. Lorraine, on the other hand, was quietly picking out her outfit. Her outfits were also quite extreme in a sense. She kept on picking pastel pink dresses or frilly ones that would better match a fairy tale princess. To be honest, it didn't really fit her cold vibe. Why are you only picking those kinds of clothes? Unable to bear it, Simon had to ask. It's my taste. Simon couldn't say anything after that. What a waste your taste in clothes stopped growing when you were a child, huh? Saying that, Serene was dressed in a leopard print dress with a black fox fur trim. She picked up a fan, spread it, and obnoxiously laughed as she put a hand over her mouth. Simon said. And can you tone down that taste a little bit? Ah. That one looks cute. Serene ran off, not even pretending to hear. The dress that she found cute was another one that showed an excessive amount of skin. Simon sighed. Since I was a little girl. Lorraine, who had just pulled out a frilly outfit, quietly said. My mom dressed me in nothing but dull, formal clothes and took me to places. So I'm kind of tired of the dull stuff. Ah. Eventually, a professional clerk picked out an outfit for Lorraine. It was a vintage and tidy black dress. When she walked out of the fitting room, the clerk, Simon, and even a passersby felt their jaws drop. Wow, she's like a totally different person. She carried the air of a sophisticated adult, not a 17-year-old girl. And most importantly, it actually suited her. Maybe it wasn't that Nephthys wanted to only make her wear dull clothes, but that the style suited her so well that she had no other choice. Lorraine looked at the pink princess dress wistfully, but once Simon and the clerk flooded her with compliments on how good she looked, she managed to avert her longing eyes. Oh, you are buying clothes as well, right? The clerk turned to Simon next. Without much hesitation, she pulled out 2 tuxedos, compared them, and handed one to Simon. Would you like to try this one? Since it was his first time buying something like this, he complied and went to the fitting room. A few minutes later, Simon appeared, fully dressed in a tuxedo. He fiddled with the bow tie and then asked. How do I look? Serene, Lorraine, and the clerk were silent for a while. Then, Serene quietly pulled out the money to pay. Chapter 242. After purchasing clothes for the ball, Simon and Lorraine traveled back to Kizan together through a teleportation circle. Upon returning to Kizan, Jane, the vice president, immediately called for Simon and Lorraine. They still weren't officially appointed, not yet having received their mission letters. The two headed to the building where Jane's lab was at. So. Walking beside Simon, Lorraine stared at him. You're saying that the whole thing was to pay off your debt to Serene, and acting friendly with her in Langerstein was to show off your friendliness for the ivory tower. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Simon eagerly explained himself to clear up the misunderstanding. What a bad joke. Lorraine closed her eyes after listening to the whole thing. She may not have used her feathers, but she can't seem to get enough of people unless she's controlling them somehow. Haha. Just like that, while listening to Lorraine, they arrived at Jane's office. Lorraine stepped forward and knocked. Professor Jane. We're here in regards to the mission. The door opened right as Lorraine finished speaking, Jane could be seen sitting at her desk in the distance. She was buried in a mountain of documents despite it being the weekend. "Welcome." The two of them walked over and stood in front of Jane. "Sir, the novel, ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This is a designated mission for you too. The client is Princess Molly of the Dresden Kingdom." Jane briefed them shortly, but they already knew the story. They both agreed to accept the mission and took the letter. "You're going to a royal event on behalf of Kizan, so please be very careful with your appearance and words, and do not tarnish Kizan's honor. That is all." The two of them bowed. As they turned to leave, Lorraine looked at the stack of papers and murmured, "Must be tough working under my mom, Professor." "It can't be helped." Jane gave a small laugh. "It was destined to be this way ever since Nephthys picked me up." "And Simon Polantia?" Simon replied nervously. "Yes, Professor." "How are?" She paused writing for a moment and looked up. "Your injuries?" "Oh." Simon was a little surprised. To think that the cold-blooded Professor Jane was worried about him. Simon answered, feeling a little bit touched. "I'm fine, thank you, ma'am." "I'm glad to hear that. Please look forward to the briefing for the next beginner dark magic lesson." "What?" "Falling from 1st to 10th overall is too much of a deviation, even considering that the theme of the test was unfavorable to summoning aspirants." Jane began to smile in anticipation. "I'll analyze and criticize you thoroughly next week, so you'd better be prepared." They maybe been in a room where the temperature was closely monitored, but Simon felt a chill run down his spine. I won't let you down next time." "And you shouldn't. You are excused." Jane picked up her quill again, and Simon and Lorraine walked out of the office. After the students had left and the door was closed, Jane put down her quill. She tapped the mana projector on her desk, and the video she watched earlier continued to play. It showed Simon marching forward, slaying kobolds with his royal guards. A smile tugged at Jane's lips as she heard the crowd cheer. She couldn't tell how many times she'd watched it already. This is the first time. She was Kizan's vice president and the Witch of Death's advisor, but for the first time, she envied the subject professors who could have their direct disciples. ****. The next afternoon. Dressed in a fancy tuxedo with a matching bow tie and leather shoes, Simon made his way to the hill where the large teleportation circle was. However, as it was his first time wearing something like this in school, he had overlooked one fact. I am drawing so much attention. While everyone else was wearing their school uniform, he was the only one wearing something so much more extravagant, making him stand out far too much. From the moment he walked down the dorm hallway, he was the center of attention, and when he stepped out onto campus, he got countless stares from people. "Wow, look at that first year's tie. He's cute. Is he going to a party or something?" His face was burning red. If he'd known this would happen, he would have worn his school uniform and changed after the teleport. He was hurrying to get ready and didn't think it through. Now, all the voices around him seemed to be talking about his clothes. Steps quickening, Simon bolted out of the school campus and went up the hill. I'm screwed. He reached his destination. He thought everyone had left yesterday for their missions, but there were quite a few students who were going out today. Naturally, they were all focused on Simon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ooh. Are you going to your childhood friend's birthday party? Hey, hillbilly, don't you know you're supposed to wear your handkerchief on your head, not in your shirt pocket? Wahahaha. Somehow, the taunting voices sounded familiar, and he realized it was Hector's faction. Hector himself was nowhere to be seen. Tuxedos for a mission? What a life. Why do you think he's S.A.1, man? I'm sure some nobles needed a new butler but had to settle with him. Huh. How amazing. He's just on a different level than us. The taunts only escalated. Some of the glances at Simon also grew sharper. My goodness. They weren't that bad in class. Simon even considered that Hector might be keeping them calm. Just as Simon was finally about to open his mouth. It's good that you're aware that we're on a different level. A soft voice could be heard. All the students who turned to look instantly froze. The girl who had come to Simon's side and smoothly clung to his arm was wearing a beautiful ivory-white dress that matched the color of her hair. We're sorry that we're just mere servants to nobles. Serene let out an eerie laugh, and all of Hector's faction felt their hair stand on end. Damn it. He was going with Serene? No matter how strong being part of Hector's faction made them feel, Serene Eindark was just on a different level. It was like they made the worst person their enemy. You guys are early. This time, a girl with black hair was walking toward them. Everyone's jaws dropped as she appeared in a dress black as the night sky. Lorraine Archbold. She's Nephthys' daughter, right? So pretty. Lorraine came to stand next to Simon. Simon, what's with everyone? Ah. Serene was the one who replied, moving a lock of hair behind her ear. Sami people over there were jealous of Simon because he's got a special designated mission that they aren't important enough for, you know. Hearing that, Lorraine glared at Hector's faction. Her red eyes seemed even deadlier than usual. Kook. I can see my life at Kizan crumbling before my very eyes. The students looked like they were about to cry, having been marked by both of them too in such a short time. The students who were even remotely agreeing with them had already fled the scene. All right. We'll be departing now, shouted the teleportation supervisor just then. Students going to the Jaren estate, please enter first. All right. The teleportation magic circle saved them just in time. Seeing Hector's faction scurrying away, barely able to make eye contact, Serene burst into laughter. Don't mind them, Simon, said Lorraine. Yeah. Simon continued, looking at Lorraine's dress. By the way, you really do look great in that dress. Thank you. You look good in a suit, too. Me? I was ridiculed all the way here, though. I wonder. Serene, who was standing next to him, smiled. I wonder if they were really ridiculing you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The three rode the teleportation magic circle directly to the royal palace of the Dresden kingdom. On one side of them was stopped carriages, and lavishly dressed nobles stepped out of them while royal butlers politely ushered them in. Simon was about to take the two girls in dresses inside when a butler approached them. You must be from Kizan, right? The princess is waiting for you. The three were guided in through a different route than the regular guests. I guess since we're here as Princess Molly's bodyguards. Simon looked around. The palace was large and opulent, as expected of the place a royal family resided. A sumptuous red carpet covered the floor, and the walls were lined with golden decorations. It was the height of luxury, with not a millimeter wasted. After a while, the three were stopped in front of a room. The moment the butler opened the door, a girl in a white dress came running out, smiling broadly. Welcome, all three of you. It was Princess Molly, the client of this mission, also known as Dr. Necromancer because of how fond of them she was. The three greeted her politely, and the whole time she jumped in place, looking like a young fan meeting her favorite actors and actresses. After greeting Lorraine and Serene in turn, she approached Simon. I'm so sorry about my brother back in the first semester. At that, Simon waved his hands in bewilderment. And not at all, Princess. I heard you did a magnificent job on the recent BDMAT. I couldn't go and see you in person because my mother grounded me, but I keep hearing news about it. I'll be cheering you on from the palace. Seemingly excited, Princess Molly was incredibly talkative. But Simon didn't mind her interest and enthusiasm. With a smile on his face, he eagerly chimed in when he felt the need. As she got to fangirling about the second test, Princess Molly said, I was especially surprised to hear you used a blood golem to pass it. Isn't that a technique used by third years? Am I right? That's amazing. How great would it be to have someone as great as you, Simon, come to our kingdom? Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be talking about things like that here. Ahaha. Please pretend you didn't hear anything. The eyebrows of Serene and Lorraine, who were standing in the back while smiling faces, twitched. They were both very sensitive about recruitment. They hadn't expected the Dresden royal family to also show interest. Afterward, Princess Molly continued her rambling. Actually, I'm 16, and next year I'll be 17. I want to get into Kizun, so I begged my mother to awaken me a core. HM? Simon blinked at the incredible story. It occurred to him that a royal family member might become his junior as a first year. But mother is really against it. She says women have a hard time giving birth to a child when they awaken their cores. Huh. Spreading bullsh. Serene quickly came to her senses and corrected. It is a shame that such an absurd belief has spread around. Right, right? Princess Molly looked back at Simon. I've already figured out what subjects I'm going to take when I get to Kizun, and what I'm going to major in. I was originally going to major in poisonous alchemy, but after seeing your dual evaluation, Simon, I changed my mind. I want to major in summoning, too. Simon smirked. I think it's a worthy study. If you enroll in Kizun next year, I'll teach you well. Princess Molly clasped her hands together in awe. I'll be in your hands then, senior! Exclamation point. Simon's shoulders trembled slightly. He thought he'd be a first-year student for the rest of his life, but suddenly, hearing the word senior made his heart flutter. Of course, that was in the distant future. Right now, all he could think about was surviving his first year. Ahem. That was when Lorraine cleared her throat. Princess, don't you think you should be getting ready now? Ah. You're right. Come on now, let me show you around. This way, please. Chapter 243 Simon. On their way to the ballroom, Lorraine approached and whispered to him. Do you know about the traditions of the ball? Simon looked clueless. Princess Molly intervened, clapping her hands together. If you don't mind, let me explain it to you. The tradition originated when the old Talharan Empire conquered Dresden and held balls in their palace. The balls were said to be horribly indecent, as they were meant to comfort the soldiers who had suffered in the war. In particular, a large guillotine was set up in the center of the ballroom. The king of Dresden, dressed in rags, was dragged there during the ball. It was the highlight of the event. Emperor Talharan personally operated the guillotine, he declared. Make your last wish. Of course, the emperor had no intention of granting the wish. This was just a form of entertainment. Several royal prisoners had already met their end here, and the sight of all that noble blood shitting themselves and begging to be spared was a real hout. The emperor bellowed with laughter each time and carried out the execution, which was a good show to the guests. It was also the emperor's way of teaching the people of Dresden that the people they admired and respected were pathetic cowards who were destined to be conquered. But the king of Dresden was different. He walked up to the guillotine himself, placed his head in, and said, Please make sure my people do not starve. Then, he activated the guillotine himself. The emperor was truly impressed by his behavior and prohibited the thoughtless plundering and crime his soldiers would commit in the capital city Langerstein. He also stopped the conquered country's exploitation, instituted a relief policy, and granted partial autonomy to the kingdom. Also, the rest of the royal family, who were all fated to be decapitated that day, survived the ball, and their bloodline had still continued to this day. To honor the king for sacrificing himself for his people, the royal family held the ball every year on the day of Langerstein's fall. At this time, the direct blood of the king could make one wish for the guests at the ball. Of course, no wishes were excessive, such as related to money and property, nor were they impolite. Sir Ronan, I am concerned about your health, so please give up smoking as of this hour. It was at that level. The unspoken rule was that wishes should be fun for the one who makes the wish and the one who grants it. So there was such a tradition, huh? Now that he knew the story, Simon saw the ball in a new light. At first, he thought it was an extravagant social event for the royal family to show off their connections and wealth, but it was actually a monumental event filled with history. Above all, he thought it was great that they enjoyed this tradition, especially since their country had fallen to the empire and their king had died. I wonder what the princess will wish for, then. I'm getting curious. Soon, the three of them were at the ballroom door. Princess Molly said. I will go in last. You three go in before me. Yes, princess. As Simon stared nervously at the door, Serene sneakily stood beside him. Then she extended her slender hand toward him. Why is she asking me to hold her hand again? As Simon stood frozen, Serene smiled and gave him a gentle wave. My arm hurts, Simon. Serene had come to this troublesome ball in person because she wanted Simon and the Ivory Tower's names to be said together by so many people, and she had been aiming for an entrance with Simon from the beginning. Of course, Lorraine wouldn't let that happen. Stepping between them, she grabbed Serene and said. You enter first, Simon. Simon nodded gratefully, then quickly moved toward the door. Serene tried to go after him but was stopped by Lorraine's thorough defense. What are you doing? Get off me. Entering in pairs is only for married couples, so don't make a scene. Students are supposed to go in one by one. Like I care. At first, all Lorraine wanted was to stop Serene's schemes. But as she watched that wicked Serene struggling to scout Simon for the Ivory Tower, she had since changed her mind. I want Simon to help me and work at Kizan after he graduates. ******, Sir the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In the end, she would have to respect whatever decision Simon makes 2 years from now, but she realized that she didn't have to stand idle just because Kizan was the best of the best. Scout Simon to the Ivory Tower. Scout Simon to Kizan. As the two girls envisioned their different futures, Simon stepped ahead on his own and pushed open the ballroom doors. Wuxia. The entire place shone and sparkled. He had never seen a ballroom so big and impressive. The ballroom had 3 floors and was open in the center so you could look down from the top. Each floor had different themed food and a large area for dancing. That was when a butler holding a loudspeaker ball announced. Kizan's current special admission number 1 from the Baldwin Kingdom, Sir Simon, is entering. The sound of nobles applauding could be heard from all around. Hushed whispers undercoat the clapping, and the word Kizan came up a lot. The next moment, the doors swung open again. The official successor to the Ivory Tower and Kizan's special admission number 2, Miss Serene Eindark, is entering. Serene walked in after Simon, her brilliant ivory hair fluttering behind her and melding into her dress. Though she was annoyed that she couldn't be called along with Simon, she did not let that reach her smile, and she linked arms with Simon as she waved. Daughter to Witch of Death Nephthys. Miss Lorraine, is entering. This time, there was a gasp of surprise, even among the high nobles. Lorraine, rarely seen in public, had appeared in a black dress. Even the daughter of Nephthys has come. They stepped up their game. The royal family has really gone big this year. The appearance of the 3 Kizan students was shocking. The nobles on the 3rd floor began to come all the way down to greet them. Several people around them spoke to them or asked them for a dance, but the 3 only smiled and didn't actively respond. They were on a mission, and this was their assigned area. Princess Molly is entering. Finally, the royalty of this ball had arrived. All the nobles rose to their feet and applauded. Molly, dressed in a white dress, greeted them gracefully. Thank you to all of our esteemed guests for joining us. She bowed to the nobles, then walked slowly to the center of the room. Simon realized what was in the center of the ballroom. So that's the guillotine from history. At first, he didn't even realize it was a guillotine. It was missing its blade, and it was lavishly decorated with vines, ribbons, and lights. Molly, as the princess, stepped up to it and rang a large bell attached to the side. Its chime could be heard clearly from even the furthest point of the 3rd floor. My sincere thanks and best wishes to our 3 newest guests who have spent their precious time to visit me at my insistence. She cheerfully continued. The 3 of you are bound to the duty of being my bodyguards, but for tonight, as guests of the ball, I would like you to be free to roam about, enjoy this time and rest. My guests, could you please permit it? The nobles smiled pleasantly and raised their glasses. Princess Molly raised her glass, as did Simon, Serene, and Lorraine, playing along with others. For the prosperity of the kingdom. For the kingdom. Everyone emptied their glasses, and Princess Molly rang the bell once more. Applause erupted from all around. So she used the wish for us. With a wish like this, there was no reason not to take it. There was no reason that the bodyguards would be criticized for coming to the ball to loaf around, and Kizan wouldn't mind it as it was the client's order. While Simon was thinking such things, Molly looked over to Simon. Actually, I wanted to make a different wish. She wanted to ask Simon to come to the Dresden kingdom after he graduated, and if that didn't work, she wanted to open her core and become a necromancer. But these were only her personal wishes, and it wasn't suitable for the tradition of the ball. As the declaration was finished, the nobles went back to chatting amongst each other, and merriment filled the ballroom. Thanks to Molly's wish, the three were now free to roam around with the guests, taste the food, and enjoy the conversation. My name is Simon Polantia. I have seen your achievements. My son is a first-year student, as well, so I was at Roke Island. Being invited to a royal ball, it couldn't hurt to make a good impression, as every single person here seemed to have great influence. Simon chatted with several people, expanding his knowledge. Lorraine sneaked out, saying she really wasn't fit for this kind of party, and Serene only talked to a few people around her. They were shutting down other people trying to talk to them, and to his surprise, they only repeated the same few comments. Just when the mood of the party was nearing its peak. With a ring of deep thunder, the ballroom's lights went out. Startled yelps and whispers came from the crowd. The cheerful mood of the event quickly subsided, the sound of rain could be heard from outside. Rain? Simon looked out the window and saw thick, heavy drops of rain falling. The butlers have gone to check on the mana generator and the magic circle. Please be patient. The old castle had lost its light, and a somber mood settled over the palace. The guests stopped dancing and sat quietly nearby, talking. Simon sat down on a chair, his legs starting to hurt. And as if on cue, Serene grabbed his arm and clung to him. I'm scared. Feeling goosebumps forming on his arms, Simon calmly replied. I'm more scared of you. How mean? Lorraine, who had been out on the terrace, joined Simon at his side. She was looking around with her ruby eyes. In the darkness, her eyes glowed even redder. Is something the matter, Simon? Looks like it's just a little problem with the lighting. Lorraine nodded nonchalantly, then sat back down and sipped her wine. Just then, the sound of waterlogged military boots came from the entrance. The sound was unusually loud coming from the hallway with how quiet the ballroom had become. Lightning struck again, making the guests flinch. Before they knew it, all the guests on the first floor looked toward the entrance where the sound of wet military boots was coming from. The door burst open. A man appeared, soaked to the skin. He was dressed in rags, his cheeks were wasted away, his eyes were hollow, and his shoulders were hunched as he laughed like he was having a seizure. His breath reeked of alcohol, and the focus in one of his eyes was lost. Y'all look damn happy. Mphew. The drenched man clapped in fake cheer, then gave a cold glance to his surroundings. I'm not, though. A bolt of lightning struck, briefly illuminating the ballroom before returning it to pitch black. Those who saw the man's face gaped in horror. He was none other than the third prince who had been exiled from Kizan as a second year and the president of Noble. It was Prince Andrei. But look who's here, someone I never expected. He turned toward Simon and smirked. Simon Polantia. Chapter 244. There was dead silence in the ballroom. The nobles were speechless with shock. To think that this man with eyes bloodshot after overdosing of alcohol and drugs, his face looking like he hadn't washed in days, and his hair soaked in rainwater, was the third prince of the royal family, Andrei. Geez, fate is such a harsh thing, isn't it? A slurred mess stumbled out of Andrei's mouth. Someone here was kicked out of Kizan, and the succession to the throne is completely ruined. He lifted an empty glass stained red at the bottom from wine. Someone here. With the nice outfit. And a pretty girl on each arm. He's having a blast. Phew. Kiha. Wahahaha. Self-deprecating laughter echoed through the ballroom. Rainwater dripped down and soaked the red carpet with every sway of his body. How shameless of you. The bastard who ruined my life crawled all the way here. Brother. Princess Molly ran over, face ghostly pale. I clearly told you not to come in H. Shut up. Screamed Andre like a madman, causing Princess Molly to flinch and step back. Do you think I'm scared of you? I've got nothing to lose. What's there to fear when you'd already hit rock bottom? Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Not staying quiet for too long, the nobles began to whisper to each other about the serious situation. Andre was one of the stars of this ball, a royal. No one could defy him for tonight. And Andre's gaze landed straight on Simon. Meeting his gaze, Simon rose from his seat. Simon. Lorraine stood up after him, blocking his path. You don't have to deal with someone out of his mind. I appreciate your concern, but this is what I'm being paid for. This confrontation was perhaps inevitable when he got involved with Andre and Kizan. He swallowed back a sigh as he felt his polished shoes squelching against muddy water. He then bowed as deep as would normally be required. Greetings, Prince. Andre laughed, his shoulders heaving with every breath. His army boots crunched against the carpet every time he stepped on it. Shameless bastard. You shameless bastard. This is all because of you. If you'd just used common sense during your duel evaluation, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. By common sense, he meant that when Malcolm, whom he had cheered for, wore the Black Knight armor, Simon should have lost on purpose out of respect for the royal family. Simon raised his head. Just as I swore in the entrance ceremony, I put all my effort into everything. Without hesitation, Simon said what he had to say. You took advantage of a fellow Kizan student's weakness and treated them like a servant, intimidated students with your influence as royalty, and you centralized the club's budget and used it for your personal gain, Prince Andre. None of those actions were Simon's fault, and he was making that clear. Damn it. Andre snapped, thrusting his fingers to Simon's face, his cheeks flushed with alcohol. Do you know why customs are customs? They're customs because they've been done before and have become culture. Am I the only one at fault? People have used their power, they have used club's funds, it's what everyone does. The only ones who don't are the fools. His voice grew more and more strident. So I did, and then, unluckily, I got caught. None of this would have happened if you had given up on the duel evaluation the moment you saw the symbol of the royal family. You broke the custom, and that's why everything is fucked up. What kind of crazy bastard beats up someone wearing the Black Knight armor? Those kinds of customs. Simon closed his eyes. Are none of my business. Seeing Simon refuse to back down to a prince, the nobles watched on in surprise. And let me correct you. It is not a custom, but a vice. You son of a... As Andre tried to attack Simon out of fury, the Black Knights, the royal family's elite order, immediately grabbed him by the arms. Prince. Let go of me. Andre flailed wildly, shaking them off. Okay, fine. If you're so smug enough to ignore me. Andre stomped off in another direction, away from Simon. I will defeat you with another custom. The crowd around him parted like an ocean. Ah, things have taken a turn for the worst. Muttered Serene. Andre headed for the guillotine. Andre stepped up to the execution platform, which was decorated with all kinds of vines, and rang the bell. I am Andre Dresden, royal blood. Simon Polentia. He pointed directly at Simon. I challenge you to a duel. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The rain was only getting thicker. Many people were gathered in a large space in front of the banquet hall, the guests holding their umbrellas as two boys in the center stood facing each other in the rain. Simon, it's not too late. Lorraine was drying Simon. Her dark hair was soaked through, as well. Even drunk, he was a second-year Kizan student who's been through all kinds of things. This duel is too reckless. Serene nodded. Lorraine is right. A former second year as your opponent is too much. For the first time in a long while, they agreed on something. It was said that one Kizan second year was worth 10 first years, and the students who endured the hellish competition and stress to become second years were undoubtedly outstanding. It was practically a duel between an adult and a baby. The very fact that the duel was organized was absurd. Of course, there will be a handicap, said Andre with a smirk. Andre himself, the one who requested the duel, was well aware of the absurdity of it. This is a duel to restore my honor. Andre also wanted to win with dignity. He couldn't stand the idea of winning a duel and then being labeled a sore loser who bullied his former junior. Say whatever you want. Do you want me to fight with dark spells that only first years learn? Or that I cannot move? Maybe I cannot use my left arm and leg? He wanted to make the game seem a little more fair so that when he won, the resulting honor would be greater. But Simon shook his head. I don't need a handicap. Then. That's when Lorraine stepped forward. Students were Kizan's property, and Kizan had a duty to protect them from outside pressures. I'll personally help him with one thing. Andre frowned. As expected from Kizan bastards. I knew they were gonna do this. He didn't like the fact that they were just adding a condition when he was the one who was supposed to give the handicap to display the mercifulness of the royalty. Sure, that would be fine. But on one condition. Andre spread his arms. If Simon loses, even with your help, you will kneel in front of me and bow your head. Are you willing to do that? It was a useless taunt, spoken in the hope that it wouldn't be taken. But. Sure. Lorraine nodded meekly. Andre, Simon, and the nobles watching all recoiled in shock. Lorraine. There's no problem. You were already planning to win, weren't you? She said nonchalantly. Simon scratched the side of his head. Well, that's true, but. Then that's it. Andre gave a grim laugh. But would a single assistant be enough for you? The difference between second year and first year is. Then allow me to help. Serene popped out as if waiting for this opportunity, clinging to Simon's right arm. I'll help Simon once as well. And in return, if he loses, I'll grant you a chance to lie on the lap of the successor of Ivory Tower. Doesn't that sound good? Serene. Simon wondered what was wrong with these two. Andre licked his lips as he swept a perverted glance across Serene and Lorraine. When he won, it'd be big news. Those two monsters would have to live with that embarrassing history for the rest of their lives, and his name would be mentioned every time. He'd stand tall as an icon who embarrassed Kizan and the Ivory Tower. If so, he'd be recognized and empowered by all the anti-Kizan factions of the Dark Territory. They wouldn't allow him to be sacrificed to politics. Andre, who had paved the road to his revival, nodded. I accept. And so, the duel between first-year Simon and former second-year Andre was established. It was decided that Simon would be assisted once each by Lorraine and Serene, while Andre would go all out. Then, they had time to plan. This one's from me. Lorraine handed Simon one of her daggers. The entire blade was tinged with a crimson glow. This is a dagger that can take on any kind of impact for you. It's charged with my jet black. With each impact, the red of the blade will fade, and when the red is completely gone, it'll return to a normal dagger. Simon grabbed the dagger and swung it in the air. It felt light, and the grip felt nice. Thank you, Lorraine. Right after he said his thanks, Serene suddenly hugged Simon from behind. A pleasant floral scent wafted in from behind, and Simon instantly tensed up. What's going on? Lorraine's brow furrowed, thinking that Serene was pulling off some tricks again. What do you mean I'm giving my gift, too? Serene made a triumphant smile, then stuck her head out and spoke in a hushed voice in Simon's ear. cthnelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Remember when we had a joint class in the first semester and I taught you how to do jet black eruption? Huh? Yeah. I'll give you the same effect. A moment later, she stepped back. Then, he felt the same huge mental boost as when the feathers were attached to his body. It was a sort of a simplified Campello effect. With these? Simon tightened his grip on Lorraine's dagger with excitement. I can't even think of losing, can I? It was impossible to tell since he didn't know just how big the gap in skill would be yet, but he felt a surge of confidence. While he checked out his new powers, preparations for the duel went quickly. The referee would be a chief royal butler who had previously attended Kizun. The rules were the same as the duel evaluation in Kizun. Disqualification for using forbidden dark magic or stepping outside the lines of the arena. Victory was obtained by forcing the opponent to surrender or making them unable to fight. After a few moments, Simon and Andre stepped forward. Andre grinned. Right. Shouldn't we make a bet between us? Please, go ahead. If I win, how about you quit Kizun? You've ruined my life, so it should be possible for me to do the same. Perhaps because he had nothing to lose, Andre was getting increasingly ridiculous. Lorraine's eyes fired up at the mention of expulsion. Serene, on the other hand, crossed her arms, struggling to hide her grin as she watched on. And what if I win? Say whatever you want. Simon flicked Pierre's clone, hanging silently on his chest. Pierre spoke into in his head, and Simon agreed. Of the dungeons that currently exist in the territory of the Dresden Kingdom. Quietly, so as not to be overheard, Simon stated his condition. I want you to give me exclusive access to one location of my choice. Andre looked dazed. That would mean handing over any dungeon, and the value of a dungeon was astronomical. Do you even realize what you're asking for? If you don't want that, you can quit. Andre snapped. If Simon was feeling confident, Andre felt like this duel was impossible to lose. On top of that, the last chance to regain his dignity was on the line. Drawing an R over his chest, Andre declared. In the name of the royal family of Dresden, I accept Simon Polentia's terms. Andre bowed this in front of the many guests at the ball. The two then turned and walked away in silence. The fight was about to begin. Kehaha. I thought I wouldn't be able to go to that dungeon for a while, but this worked out well. Said Pierre in Simon's head. The dungeon they would request was a likely hiding place for the new ancient undead. There was no way to get there, as it was heavily guarded by the kingdom that controlled it, but they hadn't expected to get there by such a legitimate route. Of course, that only matters if I win. The two boys stood the standard distance away and faced each other. There's no turning back, boy. I'm sure he'll be coming out in full force. Yeah. He had to fight Magnus at some point, and a second year was a mountain he had to overcome sometime soon. Simon took a fighting stance. I will make sure to win. The chief butler declared. Then, let the duel between third Prince Andre and student Simon Polentia begin. Chapter 245. Then, let the duel between third Prince Andre and student Simon Polentia begin. After glancing at both of them, the butler lowered his arm. As the duel began, the two boys took different actions. Andre conjured a magic circle first, focusing on preparing his higher-level dark magic. However, Simon started by running in as he drew a single magic circle on his back. Good decision. Lorraine crossed her arms as she watched Simon go in. A second year's dark magic is on a different level. It's best to get in fast and go for combat dark magic early on. Simon, aiming for a hand-to-hand battle, stomped on jet black and flew up. What's with this bastard? From Andre's point of view, a distant black line seemed to appear in front of his eyes in a flash of light. Defending Simon's kick by crossing his arms and bringing them in the way, Andre frowned. What strength, CTH novel, ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He was pushed back, his feet leaving long marks in the dirt. Simon kept pushing on, and Andrei struggled to move his arms in time to block the kicks, which rained down on him like spear strikes. Just then, Simon's left foot, aimed at the head, flicked to the side and drove deep into Andrei's ribs. He quickly followed it up with such a fast punch even empty space didn't have time to move out the way as his fist crashed toward Andrei's jaw. But the blow sliced through only air, Andrei ducking just in time and taking the opportunity to counter. TSK, a mere first year. He also stepped toward Simon and threw a punch. Andrei thought Simon had let his guard down as he punched forward, but before he realized it, Simon's arms were back in place, holding onto Andrei's arm. Exclamation point. Andrei's vision shot up into the air the moment his arm was grabbed. He was being flipped over. Kook. Just before he slammed into the ground, Andrei got his two legs charged with jet black beneath him. Simon was about to deliver a follow-up blow, but he stepped back when he saw Andrei's magic circle spread in the air. A jet black blade slightly grazed against his robe. Damn it. I'm not letting my guard down anymore. Andrei scrambled to his feet, wiped his mouth, and raised his jet black. 3 magic circles spread out around him. This time, it was a jet black arrow. Simon thought something was strange. A second year is using jet black arrow? Another magic circle overlapped the first magic circle, spinning at a tremendous speed like the wheel of a wagon barreling down a hill. Arrows rained down in straight lines like a machine gun. Simon threw himself out of the way in fright. Everywhere he ran, arrows blocked his path. The space between you and him is widening again, boy. You have to close the distance somehow. Got it. At least he confirmed that he had the upper hand in combat dark magic. Simon ran in a zigzag pattern, repeatedly closing the distance between him and Andrei. Question mark. It was then. A chill ran down his spine. He didn't see it, but he could feel that something black was rushing toward his side. With animalistic instinct, he lifted Lorraine's dagger and put it in the way. Simon doubled over from the impact, sliding against the ground from the force. Out of nowhere, a greatsword had slammed into his side. He barely parried it with the tip of the dagger Lorraine had given him. When he looked at Lorraine's dagger, it had already lost about 10% of its red energy. It was like being hit by a moving carriage. I didn't expect you could react to this. Andrei chuckled. The mysterious thing that had struck Simon had already disappeared. What was that? Simon broke out in a cold sweat and raised his dagger. He couldn't rush into fight with combat dark magic unless he could figure out what that skill was. Meanwhile, Andrei's spell was racing toward completion. Open your eyes and watch closely. He raised his arms high. And realize what it means to have survived another year in Kizan. Black smoke billowed out of the magic circle and enveloped Andrei. Soon, a blurry giant emerged from the smoke. Its body was covered in black armor, and fearsome eyes glowed through its helmet. And in its right hand was the same greatsword that had struck Simon earlier. Descend magic in cipher. The huge creature with a greatsword on its shoulder looked down at Simon. Simon, his body going numb. So he was a necromancy aspirant. It was a form of dark magic using spirits to give physical power to special ghosts, allowing them to fully manifest themselves. Descend was known as the life of necromancy. This duel is over from the moment I completed this guy. Andrei stretched out his arm. Die. The greatsword slashed through the air as Simon bent back out of the way. It left a black line behind where it cut through space itself. His hair stood on end as he realized that he would have been sliced in two if he'd reacted any slower. The greatsword isn't that long. Let's make some distance. Simon turned around and ran. The creature was huge, but it was centered on Andrei and swinging its sword. He thought it wouldn't be able to get far from him. However, the descending greatsword grew in length and size. Seeing the greatsword falling on his head, Simon quickly raised his dagger. The dagger and the greatsword clashed, the noise almost deafening nearby spectators. Kook. It was as if a human and an ant were having a sword fight. There wasn't much of an impact thanks to Lorraine's dagger, but a lot of the dagger's jet black had been consumed. You thought creating distance would solve this, didn't you? Andre smirked. Encipher's attack range was over a few dozen meters. Its sword could reach anywhere in the open area now used for the arena. Run like the disgraceful dog you are. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon gasped and raised his dagger. With the dagger and greatsword clashed again, and more jet black was consumed. Strength, speed, distance. I can't beat any of them. What kind of spell is this? He couldn't think of a way to counter that monster right now. The only plan he still had was directly attacking the caster, Andre. Thankfully, Andre had remained in one place since he summoned that encipher. Perhaps the coordinates of the magic circle were fixed and he can't move. Alright. Reaching that conclusion, Simon pulled out 6 skeletons from the subspace and made them dash in. But they didn't get very far before the bones flew into the air as a sword crashed through them. Ha 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 ha. Don't you think the gap between the summons is too huge? Simon's head throbbed as some of the mental connections were broken. But he still kept some links, and he used the connection to make the scattering bones stop in midair, their sharp tips pointed at Andre. Bone nail. As the bones flew towards him, Andre leisurely conjured a jet-black shield to block them. Exclamation point. As he blocked the bone nails, zombies fell toward him as if thrown. Spacing out the attacks so they couldn't all be blocked at once, Simon had grabbed zombies with the Overlord and flung them like a catapult. But before Simon could explode them, Encipher swung its greatsword and slashed the zombies in half. This is difficult. He couldn't see any openings in his opponent's defense. At this rate, he needed to complete his dark spell as well. Realizing that, Simon focused on dodging and evading the attacks. Of course, Encipher's greatsword flew in faster than he could run, so he was practically absorbing the blows with Lorraine's dagger. Soon, even this was beginning to show its limits. The nobles were already watching to see how Lorraine and Serene were reacting as the battle became more and more one-sided. At this rate, Simon might lose. I believe you two were too reckless, ladies. Do you think they'd actually kneel before the prince? I don't know. Either way, it'll be big news. On the other hand, Lorraine, with her arms crossed, and Serene, who observed the duel with her hands on her hips, both looked nonchalant. What made you bet on Simon winning? Asked Serene. You tell me first. Because you did. Out of impulse, I guess? That's crazy. Serene smiled and shrugged. Well, you haven't answered my question yet. That's simple. Lorraine sighed and continued. Simon can use something more powerful than the Encipher, the spell which every second-year necromancy aspirant learns. The dagger Lorraine had lent him was ultimately shattered by Encipher's greatsword. Simon gasped and stepped back. Your attacks are useless, and your only hope for protection is also gone. Taunted Andre as he seized the chance to win. What are you going to do now? When will you get that thing the Ivory Tower girl gave you? I'm already using it, said Simon, pulling the golem's core out of his subspace. Thanks to that, it's just about finished. With his other hand, Simon activated the magic circle he had been creating behind his back. The magic circle flew off his back and into the air, and he immediately attached it to the golem's core. You arrogant. As Andre stretched out his arm, Encipher's greatsword came down. Simon was standing in place. Now, he couldn't even use Lorraine's dagger. The spectators let out a scream as a cloud of dust blanketed the arena. The chief butler, the referee, spoke up in horror. Why, young master? If a Kizan student gets hurt, it's fine. Andre chided. This was a legitimate duel established upon mutual consent. So no matter what the Witch of Death says, HM? From the dust, Encipher's greatsword was rattling. Andre's eyes widened. He survived? How? The dust settled, revealing Simon on one knee on the ground. In front of him, an emerald arm protruded from the golem's core, clutching the greatsword. "Here I go." Simon raised his arms. The golem's arms were quickly covered in turquoise clouds. It was already squeezing and refining the cloud with the magic circle on its back so it could cover itself much faster than usual. "It took me half an hour in the BDMAT, but now I did it in 10 minutes. Again, the difference in focus with and without Serene's feathers was huge. Lorraine gave Simon the strength to hold on, while Serene gave him the strength to reduce the time needed. And the result was a torso formed from the golem's core, and another arm sprouted to grab the greatsword. Then, its legs began to wriggle out as it pulled itself up. "Don't tell me." Andre's face turned pale as he realized what that dark spell was. Why would a first year know how to use a skill for third years? Well, just because you're a junior doesn't mean you can't learn a senior's skills. The golem, which had grown to 3 meters in height, slowly stood up. "Is that another one of those customs you care so much about? That first years should only learn the skills of first years? You bastard." Encipher's greatsword was instantly smashed straight down, getting stuck in the ground from the force. The blood golem's strength was stronger. Now. Simon linked the magic circle on his chest to the golem, activating the blood link. "I'll fight back properly." Chapter 246. The blood golem kicked up a cloud of dust as it charged like a mobile fortress. In response, Encipher, summoned by Prince Andre, slammed its greatsword down toward the golem. The turquoise mass didn't even flinch. However, it did move, deflecting the sword to the side with the flick of a wrist. Encipher is losing in a battle of strength. Andre nervously bit his nails. How could a first year use skills for a third year? Of course, Simon's blood golem wasn't perfect, it dripped everywhere, and it was smaller than a typical blood golem, and Andre quickly noticed that. "Okay, it's just a poor imitation. There's no need to be nervous." Determined, Andre flung his arm downward. Encipher's greatsword slammed down harder than ever, cutting deep into the shoulder of the charging blood golem. Blood spurted out from Simon's shoulder as well. "It has the lifelink even though it's an imitation? If that's so." Andre immediately created a magic circle and laid it on the ground. He activated it the moment the blood golem reached his feet. Solutio. The lower half of the blood golem's body melted like ice cream after stepping on the magic circle. Solutio was a curse that dissolved objects. This should do the trick for your flimsy fake blood golem. As the blood golem's feet melted and it became stuck in place, Encipher swung its greatsword over and over to complete the trap. Every blow landed, cutting deeper and deeper into the immobilized golem. And at the same time, slashes appeared on Simon's body, and blood began to gush out. Andre clenched his fists in victory. The blood golem is a double-edged sword. You'd better dissipate it. The blood golem, which was being attacked one-sidedly, suddenly put its hand on the ground. Then, using only the strength of its arms, it pulled itself across the ground and tackled Andre. Andre flew several meters back and skidded across the ground from the sudden impact. A noblewoman nearby let out a startled yelp as she backed away. Kook. That was dangerous. When Andre picked himself up, Encipher was gone, too. So it really was a stationary magic circle after all, said Simon, gasping for breath. He was saying that the spell Andre was using required him to stay still, collapsing if the caster took a single step. I see what you're after, but... Andre revealed a hidden magic circle on the ground. Smoke billowed around him as another Encipher formed. Of course I prepared for this. How many times do you think I practiced coordinate recalculation? The nobles who were on the side of the royal family cheered enthusiastically. Simon, on the other hand, was unperturbed by the fact that his counterattack was nullified. In fact, a faint grin remained on his mouth. Huh. Can you still manage to smile in this situation? Looks like the blood golem has finished its part. Simon raised his arm above his head and conjured a magic circle. Come back. The dissolving blood golem turned to smoke as it was sucked into the magic circle. For Simon, the blood golem was just the first phase. With an arm behind his back, he grabbed the air. Humph. And he yanked it open. A huge portal, over 20 meters wide, opened behind Simon like a giant door being pulled open. Emerging from it was a skeleton army, 23 skeletons in number, with some of them being archers. Huh, I was wondering what you'd bring out, but just skeletons? Andre scoffed, but those who knew were in awe. Princess Molly in particular was jumping in place, her eyes shining. A smile finally appeared on Lorraine's and Serene's faces, too. Meanwhile, the faces of the nobles vying for Andre's victory turned pale. Prince! You must stop him quickly. I'm sure it's that thing from the Kizan test. It was already too late. Simon lowered the arm he had raised above his head. Here I go. A cloud of smoke descended from the magic circle and settled on the 23 skeletons. The white bones turned emerald, and the swords in their hands glowed as if they were holding beams of light. Behind their backs, the cloud that connects to the bones unfurled into a cloak. The 23 skeletons, now completely unrecognizable from their pre-transformed selves, readjusted their weapons to better fit their new strengths, cloaks fluttering in the wind. Their hollow eye sockets were filled with turquoise glare. Simon original royal bodyguards. Kook. What the hell is that now? Andre's face turned pale. A total of 23 undead were moving freely as if a living army. It was a skill he had never heard of in his life. Don't tell me, an original? Andre was surprised, but quick to react. He opened his subspace and pulled out his summons to challenge the head count. One by one, the limp corpses that appeared from the subspace began to move under Andre's dark magic. Zombies made from the corpses of the canine monsters. A total of 8 zombie dogs. Using them would reduce his ability to control and cipher, but the zombies were enough to even the playing field despite still being outnumbered almost 3:1. The money we can afford to spend is too different, shouted Andre. The amount I spent compared to those lowly basic skeletons of yours will. As he was monologuing about how rich he is, a royal guard bent knee shot out like a bullet. It moved 10 meters in a flash, and when it swung its turquoise swords at its destination, a zombie dog was sliced in two with a swish of a sword. A single strike? The skeletons may as well have been wielding lightsabers, not swords, with every swing illuminating the darkness of the stormy night. The zombie dog was literally being cut to ribbons. Kook. In a panic, Andre continued to send zombie dogs out of his subspace. But Simon's control was something else. The swordsman stepped back, and the spearmen charged from the front, thrusting their pole arms into the pack of hounds. As the charging wolves were forced to stop, the swordsman moved to the flank, smashing into and breaking the opponent's formation. SarTheOvifyer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A turquoise arrow shot toward Andre, the caster, forcing him to pause his control to prepare his jet-black shield. The archers were on alert for an opportunity to slip past Andre's concentration as the rest dealt with the zombie dogs. Damn it. At this point, Andre had taken out nearly 20 zombie dogs, but he hadn't been able to take out even one of the royal guards. And above all, smoke rose on Simon's wounds from the lifelink with the blood golem, and they healed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Andre was shocked. How come the blood golem's healing effect is on skeletons? Simon, who had spent a lot of stamina to summon the blood golem, looked as good as new. He'd be surprised if this was the first time he saw it. The royal guards weren't just a matter of putting clouds on a skeleton. The blood golem had to be completed first, and then the clouds that made up the golem had to be applied to each skeleton's body. Even right now, Simon was maintaining his summon blood golem spell. In other words, the royal guards weren't skeletons dressed in clouds, but skeletons dressed in blood golem. The royal guards arrived at Andre, having broken through the wall of zombie dogs. Panicked, Andre floundered to give orders to Encipher. A royal guard that was directly hit by Encipher's greatsword scattered into countless bones. Even if it was a royal guard, it was helpless with the fragile defense of a skeleton. Kook. You could see Simon staggering due to the effect of the lifelink. Andre's eyes shone. Lifelink is still a double-edged sword. The fact that he used it means he's risking his life. If I stay calm, I can win. Cypher continued to swing his menacing greatsword, reducing the number of royal guards and damaging Simon. But in the meantime, the royal guards slashed at the remaining zombie dogs, restoring Simon's health. There would be no end to this. Andre had no choice but to call the zombie dogs back into his subspace. But that didn't work either. As the supply of zombie dogs was cut off, Simon was able to stabilize with his advantage in numbers. Andre was quickly being encircled by two royal guards who slipped past Cypher. Ugh! Andre hastily ducked down as a turquoise blade swept just above his lowered head, slicing off a few hairs. Andre's hands got busier as attacks came at him from all sides. It got to the point where he had to parry attacks with combat dark magic while keeping royal guards in check within Cypher. Sword wounds made by the royal guards covered his body. Outnumbered, he was forced to face the brunt of every royal guard that Cypher couldn't keep busy. Kwawaweg. Andre flung out his arms wildly, and a jet-black shockwave stretched out, scattering the bones of two royal guards. As he gasped, a satisfied grin forming on his face. He realized that the flying bones from the royal guards had now stopped in midair. Simon, commanding from afar, spread his palms wide. Bone nail. Emerald bone nails rushed toward Andre from all directions, their sharp, bony tips lodging into him like spears. Kwawaweg. The pain snapped his focus, and with it went Cypher. He could no longer maintain the spell, and his last defender was gone. Royal guards used that opening, all gathering around him and swinging blade after blade at the cornered prince. Having nowhere to run, Andre used the signature move of the necromancy aspirant, etherealization, to escape the field of death. A royal guard's sword uselessly passed through him as he sprinted out. That's it, boy. You made him use etherealization. Except for special cases like Cindy Vivace, it takes a while between each use of etherealization. So much so that a common piece of advice when going against necromancy aspirants is to make them use etherealization first. In other words, this was a chance to attack. Andre couldn't keep the etherealization going for long, and reappeared in the material world. This is the last step. Simon made a decisive move. Activating the magic circle overhead once more, the clouds that had formed the royal guards drained from them and entered the magic circle. The skeleton stopped moving, like a switched-off machine. Then, Simon tweaked the magic circle formula to twist the cloud's proportions and drew a bow and arrow from the circle. It's all over, Prince. Please surrender. Simon warned, loading a dark blue arrow into the bow. Andre's lips twitched. Render? If rumors spread out that he'd been defeated by a first year, he'd never recover. He'd even put the exclusive right to a dungeon at stake and took a royal oath without his father's, without the king's, permission. If he loses, he wouldn't just lose every last drop of his status, but he would be locked underground. I have. His arms faced forward. Nowhere to run anymore. Layers and layers of magic circles unfolded before him, interlocking the high-level defensive skill Jet Black Gate. It was the best defense Andre could use. I guess I can't help it. The emerald color of the arrow was completely gone, replaced by the color of jet black. Simon released the top bowstring. Simon remake Blood Arrow. With a roar, the arrow shot out toward the 5 layers of jet black gate. Instantly, 2 layers shattered, and in the blink of an eye the next 2 were also gone. There was only a single layer of jet black gate standing between the fallen prince and certain death. Andre's clothes were torn from the cutting winds, large swaths of ruined cloth sent flying behind him. But he stood defiant. The prince, throwing everything left in his life at this fleeting chance to gain even a scrap of dignity, roared with everything he had, the sound quickly transforming into a violent scream. The arrow exploded in a dark blue blast, spreading out around him. The ground cracked open, sending rocks flying in all directions. Oh! Just as a large fragment was about to fall on the spectating nobles, Lorraine, daggers in her hands, flashed past. The rubble was soon diced into a fine powder. "He's giving us a hard time." Similarly, levitating, Serene leisurely crossed her legs as she controlled countless feathers. Seeing a single feather lift a rock close to the size of a boulder was amazing. Simon let out a long breath and stared straight ahead. "Huh. Ha. A low laugh came from the center of the destruction. "Pfft. Wahahaha." Through the explosion, Andre could be seen dressed in rags and dripping with blood. His legs trembled as they threatened to fall out from under him, but he was holding on out of spite. I endured it. What are you going to do now, Simon Polentia?" Pier's clone clicked his tongue at the sight. "Did you go easy at the end? How nice of you. I mean, of course. You aren't supposed to kill a royal." Instead, Simon slowly lowered his finger. Andre's gaze was also focused on this finger. Exclamation point. His shadow was red. And that red shadow merged with Simon's. "You bastard. When did you put this curse?" "Indolence. It's another name for the curse of analgesia." "There is such a curse?" It wasn't odd that Andre didn't know. Because indolence was one of the 4 curses Bahil had created for Simon. "It's a curse that keeps my body from feeling anything, including pain, for a certain period. Now that it's about to wear off." Simon smiled. "Why don't we share the pain?" The pain Simon had been feeling washed over him like a tidal wave. Andre's rationality simply evaporated. Cool. Indolence would let all the pain build, and then the caster could share it with another target as the duration ended. It feels like my shoulders are going to fall off." As a child of the royal family, this kind of pain was foreign to him. While he was left paralyzed for a split second as the pain overcame him. Simon, who had suffered through all sorts of hardship, charged forward with only a slight grimace. In a life-and-death duel, even a momentary pause by the opponent was enough to take their life. Simon's jet-black infused fist punched upward into Andre's chin. He flew up a meter before collapsing to the ground like a sack of bricks. The chief butler rushed over and checked on Andre, who was out cold. He pulled open Andre's eyelids, and there was no movement in the eyes. The match is over. Simon Polentia wins." Simon lightly dusted himself off. "Thank you for the dungeon." Chapter 247 TW, D** Mestic ab *se from a parent, mother, bolded text will appear before and after. Simon Polentia wins. There was no applause, no cheering, just dead silence among the nobles. Today was the Dresden Kingdom's royal ball, and they were at the palace, so the nobles couldn't applaud a prince's defeat. They could only glance at Simon in amazement. "Prince? Are you all right?" The royal family and nobles who still wished to support him rushed to check on the fallen prince. However, Lorraine and Serene casually strode toward the rightful victor. "You okay, Simon?" checked Lorraine as she brushed dirt off Simon's disheveled clothes. "Yeah, I'm fine." "Good job, Simon." Serene slowly approached him with a soft smile. "Looks like you're on track now, even without using that power." "That power?" At Lorraine's question, Serene shrugged. "You don't need to know. It's a little secret between only Simon and me." Simon gave a wry smile. Why did she always word things in the worst way possible? "Her Majesty the Queen is entering!" Exclamation point. Suddenly, the crowd parted to make way for the newest entrance. A woman appeared, dressed in a gorgeous dress that would fit no one but the queen of one of the largest kingdoms in the continent. She was a middle-aged woman with a rather plump figure and a cold demeanor. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Everyone bowed to the queen. She stepped forward and looked down on the fallen Andre. He had just regained consciousness, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the queen. The little blood that had returned to his face instantly drained once more. Pathetic. Her words were cold and devoid of any affection. "He is an eyesore. Dispose of him." Members of the Black Knights approached, seizing Andrei by the arms before they dragged him away. All throughout, Lorraine silently observed the queen. This must have all been your plan. Unlike the king, who cooperated with Kizan, the queen was the representative of an anti-Kizan faction. She wanted the kingdom to be free of Kizan's influence once and for all. The sudden interruption of the party, Andrei's intrusion, all of it must have been her design. Of course, everything bit the dust when Simon defeated Andrei. The queen glared at Simon, furious that her plans had been ruined. Seeing this, Lorraine stepped forward to draw the queen's attention while Serene looked directly at the queen as she distracted Simon from talking to her. Eventually, the queen acknowledged that she wouldn't be able to say anything and turned away. TW, D** mestic ab *se from a parent, mother, if you feel safe to, skip until the mid-credits where there will be more bolded text. After the duel, the ball resumed as normal, although Simon went to get medical treatment. The doctors of the royal family examined him, and thankfully, other than a little fatigue and blood loss, he was fine. And while he was being treated, in the queen's private chambers, there was a naked scene of violence. What a disgrace! The queen was mercilessly beating Andrei with her heels. Even though she was a normal person and Andrei was a necromancer, he couldn't even dare to look her in the eye. In fact, Andrei's cruel personality came from her. When she flipped, matters like blood relation were irrelevant. Excluding Princess Molly, who the king loved dearly, she had no children who she hadn't beaten. Do you think I gave you this chance for you to do something like this? Early in the ball, the queen discovered that Princess Molly had invited Simon and his party and decided to take advantage of it. She told Andrei, who had a grudge against Simon, to go to them and ask for a duel, promising that she would take care of the aftermath. It was a great opportunity to wound Kizan's pride, but ridiculously, Andrei faced humiliating defeat at the hands of a first year. The royal family was greatly embarrassed, and Kizan's honor was only enhanced. In a rare pause to her stomping, she gasped and snorted in anger. Her heels were now covered in blood, matching Andrei's stained red face. The promise. Concern wormed its way up into her voice as she demanded an answer. What did you promise to grant him in your defeat? The queen had already heard of the promise from the Black Knights and knew the situation. Andrei had made an R sign on his chest and agreed in the royal family's name to accept Simon's terms. Andrei, who'd been calmly accepting the regular bout of violence, felt his lip begin to tremble. What little skin could be seen under the mask of crimson blood turned white as a ghost. Speak without falsehood, she declared, glaring into Andrei's quivering eyes. Andrei, seeing death waiting for him in his mother's fierce gaze, murmured. The exclusive right to raid one of the kingdom's dungeons. The anger in her face quickly grew into something indescribably more bloodthirsty. At the same time, her foot slowly returned to the floor, away from the prince's face. Andrei knew what the violence stopping meant, so he cried out in desperation. Mother, your highness. I will. You're no longer my son. Andrei's heart sank. The queen left the room, leaving Andrei with his eyes and mouth wide open. Stupid thing. The potential value of a dungeon was enormous. No one knows what resources or treasures might be in one, and now they would have to hand one of them over to a 17-year-old kid who wouldn't know silver from platinum? Who knows, maybe the fate of the kingdom will hang on which dungeon he chose. She was tempted to try and intimidate him into changing his reward to something more modest, but he had Lorraine and Serene on his side. It was impossible to threaten them. Still, he's a clueless teenager. I'll have to come up with a different reward tomorrow morning. Trigger warning over. Summary of plot relevant details without triggers will be in the Discord server. I refuse, said Simon, relaxing in bed. The treasurer, who had come with a new proposal from the queen, was baffled by his firm decline. Contrary to what the queen had told him, Simon didn't even finish listening to the offer. Dear student. The treasurer clasped his hands together with a business smile. We are offering a whopping 4,000 gold, twice the mission price. That would be enough money to buy several houses. Please reconsider. Well, the adults are taking advantage of children, intervened Serene. She had been staying in Simon's room since yesterday and was filing her nails as she sat on a chair. Selling dungeon raiding rights can fetch tens of thousands of gold, not just 4,000. You're being too reckless just because we're kids who don't know much. Please stop interrupting. The treasurer internally convulsed with anger but struggled to keep a smile on his face. Haha. Her Majesty the Queen said she can triple this offer. And not only that, but she will personally award you merit in. Treasurer. This time, the voice came from the other side. A girl with black hair wearing pink pajamas was lying on the couch, kicking her legs behind her. She looked up briefly from the book she was reading and said, Simon was nominated for an unfavorable duel but fought for his life and won. He is simply asking for the reward he was promised. Was the weight of the Dresden family's name this light? I'm gonna go insane. Before Simon could say anything, those two girls were backseating him like attorneys. The bribing strategy wouldn't work. At this point, he needed to change the game plan a bit. I'm embarrassed to tell you this, as you are from another country, but... His eyes shone with tears. The truth is, the kingdom's financial situation is quite tough. Recently, there has been a terrible drought in the grain fields, and even Her Majesty the Queen has skipped meals to share the pain with the PEO. Ah, that's your business. Interrupting the treasurer, Serene sat down her hand mirror and crossed her legs seductively. What is the meaning of this? If the prince made a promise in the royal family's name, he needs to keep it. Did he think he could get away by making up shabby excuses? I am talking to Mr. Simon here. The treasurer looked at Simon, sweating profusely. Simon smiled gently. Serene said exactly what I wanted to say. Kook. They messed up with the wrong kids. The treasurer realized that this was going to be a tough negotiation. At this point, treasonous resentment of Prince Andrei filled the treasurer's mind for how he blurted out such a declaration in front of so many people. These little... I can't even boss them around with my authority as an adult. His gaze moved briefly to Lorraine in her pink pajamas. The whole kingdom could be blown away if that girl whispered in the ear of the Witch of Death. Rumor has it that the witch even ravaged Ethnal's Sky Island. Langerstein wouldn't even be an appetizer. Don't worry too much. SEA the Nellfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Said Simon. I'll choose a dungeon that won't burden the kingdom too much. Mr. Simon, please reconsider. Wait, how about this? Serene stretched out one leg and placed it on the chair. Then, she began to strip off her stocking. While the treasurer was dumbfounded by her sudden action, she pulled off the stocking, rolled it up, and walked in front of him. Give me your hand. The treasurer held out his hand as if he were charmed, and she placed the stocking in it. I'll give you this on the condition that you people hand over the dungeon as promised. How about that? The treasurer's eyes trembled as if he had just been given the world. Suddenly, he felt a cool sensation as if his tight chest opened up as if a tangled thread inside was unraveling all at once. This must be how ancient scholars felt when they unraveled the secrets of runes after 100 years. I see. Stocking. A stocking, huh? I never thought of such a trick. Then please go ahead and report to Her Majesty the Queen. Ah. Yes. Understood. What is he saying all of a sudden? Wait a minute. Before Simon could stop him, the treasurer ran out of the room at full speed. Lorraine blurted out in pity as she watched the treasurer run. You have such a bad personality. Ho ho ho. The treasurer ran back to the main section of the palace at full speed, panting for breath. All he could think about was to deliver this good news to the Queen. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The treasurer entered the Queen's room. She was in the middle of an emergency meeting with the officials, and when she saw the treasurer's beaming face, she jumped to her feet. You look to be in good spirits. Did you come to an agreement with those kids? Yes, I did. The treasurer held up the stocking. The stocking, now full of holes and unusable, slipped down from his hand. The stocking. It's the stocking. I have added a condition for us to receive this stocking in the contract. A heavy silence fell over the room. Isn't this great? I definitely thought that the dungeon wasn't a waste for this. The officials stared at the treasurer as if looking at a crazy person. Even the queen and the maids cleaning up the room were sending him disdainful glances. I want you to drag him out of here and beat him with a club until he comes to his senses. What? The officials grabbed the treasurer by the arms and dragged him from the room. Why, Your Majesty? You are doing me an injustice. Please take a look at this. It is a stocking. The treasurer had been talking about stockings until the moment he was dragged away. A bright white feather was stuck to his neck. Chapter 248. There was some dispute, but in the end, Simon was granted the exclusive right to a dungeon. The queen and the treasurer were somewhat surprised by his choice. They had been expecting him to ask for one of the kingdom's largest dungeons, potentially even one currently being prepared for raids, but his choice was far from that. The White Tomb Dungeon. The dungeon was named so because its gate was found in an underground tomb made of white stone. There had been several raiding parties, but none were even able to enter. Perhaps some kind of special secret was hidden within. No one had been able to get through the gate, so raids had been withdrawn, and archaeologists were investigating it to unlock the mystery of the dungeon entrance. That search had been ongoing for the last 10 years. And Simon said he'd take that dungeon, which was now a pain in the ass. The treasurer was reluctant because of the dungeon's potential value, but it was an acceptable trade-off. However, the kingdom insisted that if he took the rights, all archaeologists would be removed and they wouldn't provide any of the information they had gained. Simon alone would have to uncover the dungeon's secrets. The queen and the officials firmly believed that Simon would never be able to solve this mystery, which had eluded everyone for 10 years. They hoped that he would eventually decide to rely on the kingdom after making some concessions. Kuhahaha. I know how to get in and out, so it doesn't matter. Simon had peer. In fact, he knew the secrets of the dungeon. After being promised exclusive access to the dungeon and signing the papers, Simon decided to return to Kizan. There was no time to rush into the dungeon immediately, and the threat of Magnus still lingered. He safely received his 2,000 gold payment as well. It was a short but fruitful venture. Simon congratulated himself. Not just for the quick bit of wealth, but also surviving being caught in the middle of Serene and Lorraine's conflict for the entire day. That afternoon, he returned to Kizan using a teleportation circle. Parting ways with the two, he arrived at his dormitory to find no one in room 409. Looks like they both haven't finished their missions yet. Today was the third day, so he assumed he'd be able to see their faces tomorrow. Simon noticed a note taped to his desk as he leisurely unpacked his things. The crooked handwriting was unmistakably Rick's. Beneath the message was an address in Rochest. It was getting dark, and street lights utilizing mana bulbs lit up the city. There are a lot of people even at night. Even the night continued to be full of youths as the curfews and other restrictions were removed during the mission evaluation period. Also, since they would be busy preparing for the third BDMAT exam once they returned to classes the day after tomorrow, they decided to make the most of their holiday. So this is the place. Simon arrived at the address on Rick's note. It was an ordinary 2-story house. The address indicated the second floor, so he entered and walked up a set of external stairs. He could hear people bustling about inside already. Excuse me. Simon knocked on the wooden door leading to the second floor, but there was no response. The knock seemed to have been lost in the noise coming from inside. The door was unlocked, so he cautiously pushed it open and stepped inside. Ah. It was a cozy wooden treehouse. He was shivering a little from the piercing nighttime winds outside, so it was nice to be warm inside. Little white and black kittens scampered over to Simon. Huh? What are they doing here? They were kittens that Camabaras had fostered in the girls' dorm. As the kittens clung to his feet and rubbed against him, he felt all of his fatigue melt away. He squatted down and scratched the cats under their chins. "Hey, what are you doing? You're late, come on in." That was a now very familiar sound, Malin's furious shouting. "Simon." Camabaras poked her head out to see into the doorway and grinned. "Hello." "Hi, Cammy. So you were all here?" "Yes. Malin and I arrived this morning." Simon changed into his indoor slippers and walked into the room. The cats meowed and followed him. "You're here?" Rick, who was sitting at his desk, smiled and waved. Logs were crackling in a fireplace beside him, and the dining room table was set with light snacks and wine. There was also a couch overstuffed with various magical drawing tools and books piled up high. "What's all this?" asked Simon, bewildered. Rick gestured around the place as he boasted. "I borrowed it for the night for the countermeasure meeting, and we're all going to sleep here tonight." "Countermeasures for what?" "I guess you don't know yet." Malin looked back at Simon. "The theme for the third BDMAT exam has been revealed." Simon's eyes widened. That's already been revealed?" "Mwahaha. Who do you think I am?" "I, Rick the Great, gathered the information faster than anyone else." "Don't be so cocky, everyone knows who you are now," scolded Malin, and Rick lowered his head with his lips pouting. Hoo, this isn't the fierce information warfare I hoped for." "But are you sure about this information?" "Yes, I'm certain." Seeing the conversation going nowhere, Camabaras punched her fists together as she announced. "The theme of this test is sea." According to her, a large magic circle and an underwater testing ground were being built in the ocean not too far from Roke Island. The sea. Simon's head was spinning. He couldn't imagine a test in the ocean. "I've been digging into the details of Kizen's logistics and human resources, and I'm pretty sure about it." Rick placed his hands confidently behind his head as he continued. "But Kizen headquarters is keeping a pretty tight seal on the test site, so we don't know what kind of test is taking place at sea. But we do know that the theme is the sea." "That's right." Simon thought about it for a moment, and his head went blank. "How the hell am I supposed to fight in the ocean?" He could see why they had an emergency meeting. Simon had no idea how to fight at sea. At least Simon had one experience fighting at sea. He had fought the traitorous Pinch on the island of Blue Harbor during his second mission. But of course, he was wearing pier, and it was more of a naval battle on ships than an ocean battle underwater. "The sea is a necromancer's nightmare," explained Malin. "Once underwater, jet-black magic circles have a hard time staying together and are easily scattered. The dark spells you can use are limited, and ranged projectiles like jet-black arrows are slower underwater. Most of a summoner's undead are also vulnerable to the saltiness of the sea, and it's safe to say you can hardly use skeletons, as bones are lighter than water and will float away." Hearing her explanation, Simon turned serious. "Besides that, how do you breathe underwater?" "Yeah. Breathing is the biggest problem." Camabaras, who was curled up with the cats in her arms, said. "Wouldn't we be fine if the test was battling on a ship?" "It's definitely not a battle on a ship." Rick laughed grimly. "It's no secret that Kizen HQ is evil. I bet they wouldn't mind teleporting us to the middle of the ocean before handcuffing us to the bottom." Handcuffs." Camabaras' face paled. Malin interrupted, flicking Rick in the forehead. "Enough of that nonsense. We must be prepared for a battle inside the ocean at all costs. Even if we will be on boats as Cammy suggested, we must be prepared in case we fall." "Yeah, that makes sense." Simon nodded in agreement, followed by Camabaras. Malin clapped her hands together, drawing everyone's attention. "Then I'll command you guys as the group leader." She pulled out one of the stacks of books on the couch and opened it. It was titled, Necromancer, Survive the Sea. "Now that you're here, I'll start at the beginning. There's not a whole lot of dark magic for water, but it all utilizes advanced formulas that you only learn in the upper years." Simon took the book and inspected the drawings for himself. It was a magic circle for making simple gills, but it was filled with formulas he'd never seen before. A quick scan revealed that to make it, he would need to learn the runic language of limping, and there were other runes he would have to go through before he could learn that. Most other books are like this. That seems a bit unkind. Haha, what do you expect? It's what necromancers do. Rick added. Necromancers are basically only interested in efficiency, so they develop the best magic circle they can. It's safe to say that you'll be hard-pressed to find a dark magic book outside of our textbooks that'll be considerate of beginners. That's even more true for specialized books like underwater dark magic. So we have to make our own dark spells for the test? That's right. You're quick on the uptake. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Now. Maylin looked around at the group, pausing to draw more interest before continuing. The first thing we must create is a dark spell to help us breathe underwater. In addition, we need to create a dark spell to attack underwater so we can intercept enemies at sea, as well as a dark spell that will help us move quickly underwater. Let's hurry, because we might have to take the test this week or next week. Maylin assigned the three of them their roles and divvied the work up. Then let's get started. Simon and Maylin decided to take charge of the most important spell, the one for breathing. They opened the books they had borrowed from the library and wrote down the most important formulas. Once they'd created a possible magic circle, they'd test them briefly before taking them to professors and assistant teachers to check the reliability. Other than that, I'm surprised you managed to find so many books with everyone else also fighting for them. Maylin smiled proudly at Simon's comment. I ran to the library as soon as I heard the information from that commoner. The three of them swept through the dark magic books related to the sea. There were even some students who came earlier than them. Now, the laggards must be in panic when they get to the library. Good work. Simon looked first at Maylin's drawings of the circle. This is the air reservoir method of storing air in a magic circle. Yes. But if you want the circle to last longer underwater, shouldn't you add a formula to strengthen the bonds? She shrugged. There's no room for that. Look at the circle. It's packed as it is. Well, let's start with removing the unnecessary structures to free up as much space as possible. Like we can replace the complicated jet black circuits with straight lines. You idiot. What kind of offensive spell is this? Turning the circuits into straight lines is just an airgun fire spell. We can disperse the circuits at the end. Wait a minute. Simon flipped through the book for the relevant article. Cammy, can you find an example of how to disperse a circuit? Yes, Simon. Camabaras was in charge of research and offensive magic. She sat in a circle of books, flipping through them eagerly. What do you think of this one? Oh, you found it so quickly. Thank you. Simon took the book, opened it, and corrected their blueprint with a quill pen. I'll try making it right away. Maylin created a magic circle in the air according to the blueprint, and when she let the jet black flow, she found a leak in the middle. Failure, the jet black is leaking. There's resistance on this side of the line, so the damage keeps piling up. Wait. The four frantically worked on the underwater magic circles. While Maylin reviewed the runes, Simon took a break and picked up an unopened bottle of wine from the table. Can I drink this? Feel free. Rick nodded. Simon poured himself a little wine, just little enough to keep him from getting drunk, and picked up some appetizers. He hadn't had dinner, and he was hungry. Hey, Simon, check this out. Sure. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed, and night had fallen. The development of the magic circle continued as they talked freely. Pooh-ha-ha. Look at them. Rick pointed. Both the kittens had crawled into a single pot, snuggled together as they slept soundly. Both Maylin and Camabaras clasped their hands together as they squealed with delight. So cute. It's gonna give me a heart attack. Why don't we take a break? At Simon's suggestion, the two girls hurried over to the cats. Rick sprawled out on the couch and closed his eyes, but Mei Lin woke him up a moment later with a slap on the back. "Simon, I want you to look at the attack spell I made." "Okay." Camabarez had created a modified version of the jet black arrow, and he had already named it the jet black torpedo. Rick walked up to the design, then let out an exclamation of admiration. "Oh, it's got a lot going for it. Let's try it out." Where?" Rick ran to the bathroom and filled the tub with water. "Hey!" Mei Lin shouted when she saw him. "Don't do that. You're gonna cause trouble. D'want to fay it." Rick's mocking was quickly met with a pepper shaker thrown by Mei Lin. Rick quickly ducked and said, "Hey now, it's not dangerous. It's just a dark spell about the strength of a jet black arrow. It's okay, I'll take responsibility." Camabarez got into the bathtub a moment later and performed the spell under the water's surface. At first, she was unsuccessful because the jet black kept scattering in the water, but as she got used to the skill, the cohesion strengthened, and she could create a magic circle underwater. "Alright. Shoot it over here." On the other side, Rick was waiting with a defensive magic circle spread out. Simon had been watching, and Mei Lin, ignoring them, had finally gotten curious and was tiptoeing behind Simon. "Jet black torpedo." Camabarez's projectile splashed through the water in the tub. Everyone cheered. Suddenly, the torpedo headed straight for them and hit Rick's defensive magic circle. But instead of slowing from the impact, it bounced off the thick shield and was sent flying upward. Both Simon and Mei Lin saw where it was headed to but was too unprepared to do anything about it. /novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It hit the mana bulb above the toilet. "Huhuia. Kaya." Rick and Camabarez stumbled out of the tub, frightened. The mana bulb shattered and fell to the floor, and Rick tripped over the bathtub. "Gosh. I told you not to do it, you troublemakers." Mei Lin was angry, but her mouth was grinning in amusement. It was the same for Simon. Camabarez bowed her head deeply. I am sorry." Mei Lin lightly stroked Camabarez on the head, then glanced at Rick. "It's all Rick's fault for making the shield too thick when it's for testing purposes. Wow, look at you discriminating against commoners. You make me sick to my stomach." As Rick said this, he climbed into the tub and looked at the light bulb. "Oh, thank goodness. No hole in the ceiling, just a broken bulb." Rick cleared away the shards and got a new bulb from his subspace. He activated the magic circle in the ceiling, and the light came back. "I replaced it with a better one, not a store-bought one. I don't think the owner will have any complaints, will she?" Simon said with a smile. "Make sure to tell the owner, though." Of course, since I changed the light bulb, I'll beg her to reduce the room's price even more." Everyone burst into laughter. The emergency meeting continued deep into the night. Chapter 249. The four stayed up all night to prepare for an underwater battle. "Phew, now I know the pain of invention," said Rick, wiping the sweat of his brow as he looked at the drawings. "But what if the professors will teach us a magic circle later on after we went through all this trouble to develop a new one? Don't you think we're all working for nothing?" Mei Lin glanced at Rick pathetically. "Of course not, you dumbass." They had learned a few things about how the tests would be run from the second BDMAT test. The key to the second BDMAT test was how fast you could get through the 3 stages of infinite weapon drops. In other words, it was all about defense and stamina. But while their professors taught them some dark spells for navigating traps, no one taught them how to survive an infinite supply of weapons. /novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ultimately, the most important key to passing the test was left to the student to figure out on their own. In fact, all students who thought the professors would take care of them paid for it dearly. It's always better to be overprepared than to be unprepared. That was Mei Lin's usual philosophy for studying. "Hey, and be honest." She glared at Rick and growled. "You really just want to play, don't you?" "Oops, you got me there. You little." I'm going to pick your eyes out if I see you fooling around. Rick flicked his wrist dismissively as he yawned from exhaustion. I'm tired. The leader is such a perfectionist, right, Cammy? Camabarez, who had the kittens on her lap and was petting them, smiled. I'm always rooting for Rick with all my heart. I'd rather hear you say mean things about me. A smile tugged at the corners of Simon's mouth as he watched the bickering group. Mei Lin, who had been scribbling away at her drawings, looked up, and her shoulders twitched as her eyes met Simon's. Hey. Huh? Why are you smiling while looking at me? It's creeping me out. No, just. It was because it's fun. Pulling an all-nighter with a group of friends with a single goal in mind. Spending quality time with good people. It was just fun. Being in the middle of a power struggle between Serene and Lorraine yesterday seemed to emphasize that. It was a completely different atmosphere today for Simon. I'm running out of sugar, said Simon, turning away and stretching. Can we have something sweet? Sounds good. Camabarez agreed, and Rick added as if he'd been waiting. This meeting is gonna last all night, so let's get some midnight snacks while we're at it. You know Mrs. Kinney's general store? It's open until dawn during mission evaluations. Hold on. Midnight snacks? Know your priorities. Mei Lin immediately objected, but Simon smirked. You're the one who eats the most whenever someone brings anything. Mei Lin was speechless at that, and a raucous laugh erupted across the room. Rick high-fived Simon for the perfect comeback. Then let's just pick one person to go as a punishment. Rick impromptu grabbed chopsticks and drew a black mark on one of them. He then held them so the mark would be hidden and motioned for the rest to draw randomly. Simon and Mei Lin drew first, and Camabarez took the third chopstick when Cammy drew it. The surviving members of the group cheered as she stood up hesitantly. I'll be off then. I'll come with you. As Simon said that and looked for his coat, Rick interrupted. Hey now, that's no fun. Going alone is part of the punishment. I know, but it's not fair to send a girl out alone at this late hour. Camabarez looked touched at having a guy actually consider that side of things, but Rick gave a wry laugh to himself. Wow, I can't believe he said something so cheesy with a straight face. Mei Lin nodded, worried about sending Camabarez alone. Well, be a good escort, then. And don't dawdle. We've got a lot of work to do. Okay. We'll be right back. Throwing on their coats, they opened the door and stepped outside, where it was chilly in contrast to the warmth inside. Thanks for coming with me. Camabarez whispered, both cheeks slightly red. Simon smiled back. She was always good company at times like these. Listening to her talk with a bright smile made the time go by faster. I think when the four of us have fun together like this, it makes me even more determined. Simon scratched his head. Determined for what? I hate to think about it, but I think it would be really a big inconvenience if one of us failed the test and left the other three. Simon only then realized she was saying that about herself. The happier I feel every day, the more I worry that this life I have gotten used to will fall apart one day. And the more I think that, the more I realize I need to work harder, and, oh, was I rambling? Sorry. Simon smiled and shook his head. I feel the same way. Let's survive this together. Yeah. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The four ended up pulling an all-nighter. They had prepared an air storage magic circle for breathing, a jet-black torpedo, and Rick's mana-powered flippers. Right after they completed all these, the four collapsed into their beds and practically went unconscious. When Simon woke up, the sun was high in the sky. It was the fourth and final day of the mission evaluation. Tomorrow, it was back to school. Simon opened his eyes to two kittens on top of him. The white one kneaded his face with its front paws while the black one played with his hair. Okay. With the two cats urging him to get up, Simon rubbed his eyes and pushed himself to his feet. Next to him, Rick was snoring in an odd position, his arms and legs stretched out like a crane. Sorry, were you hungry? Simon stood up from the bed and walked over, the cats trotting after him. As he poured the cat food into the bowl Camabaras had brought, they began to gobble their kibble down. Setting a bucket of water next to it, Simon yawned and cleaned up the cat poop from this morning. Are the girls up already? Today was the day they were supposed to go to the sea and test the dark spells. He knocked gently on the door of the girls' room. There was no response. He couldn't even hear them snoring. Covering his eyes slightly with the palm of his hand in case of an embarrassing situation, he opened the door. They weren't there. The beds were neatly cleaned as well. Where did they go this early morning? Simon was coming out of the room with a puzzled look when he heard footsteps coming up the stairs outside. The door opened to reveal Camabaras and Maylin. Simon, good morning. What, you're up? Simon greeted them both, then asked. Where have you been? Just doing a little shopping. Since we're going to the sea today. You need to buy things for the sea? It was an innocent question. Growing up in the mountainside town of Les Hill, the idea of going to the sea was unfamiliar to him. Well, yeah, you know. Maylin winked lightly and strode toward the room, only to realize one person was missing. Oh, come on, get up. You did practically nothing yesterday. A sound came from the men's bedroom that was clearly Maylin hitting Rick with a pillow. Simon laughed it off and headed to the kitchen to make lunch. We're going to the ocean, huh? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The waters near Roke Island had strong currents. The currents were intentionally manipulated by the Kizan headquarters, making it impossible for unauthorized ships to enter the area. Anyone who tried to come close to the island would be wrecked and sink to the bottom of the sea. Only special undead, such as the nether whale or ancient undead like Talaza, could pass through the currents. On the east coast of Roke Island, however, there was a calm beachfront where people could swim to their heart's content. The waves and temperature were just right for swimming, and the sandy beach was packed with students and locals on weekends. And today was the last mission evaluation day, the only vacation for students. Simon's eyes widened as he looked at the beach. There were so many people. Students were swimming, surfing, chatting in the shade of parasols, and playing various games with nets and balls. But what is this? Simon's eyes widened. Everyone, boys and girls alike, were running around and playing in skimpy clothes that showed an excessive level of skin. It was quite the culture shock for Simon, having spent most of his life in the mountains. He blushed with embarrassment. Simon, this is paradise. Rick? Rick had the most serious look Simon had ever seen on him. His gaze drifted toward the girls with swimsuits. Let's come back even after the mission evaluation. We can come back next weekend, and the weekend after that, and the weekend after that, and the weekend after that, and the... Get a grip. That was what Simon said, but he was equally bewildered. Is this the kind of culture and attire that's expected for the beach? He looked around at the other students, all smiling and laughing without a trace of embarrassment. I want to ask you something, Rick. What? Answered Rick, his eyes stuck on a pack of people straight ahead and only his mouth moving. You see. Simon gulped and paused momentarily before asking, unable to contain his curiosity. They're probably wearing underwear beneath that, right? Like hell they would. He was suddenly hit on the back of the head. Simon turned around, rubbing the spot where he was hit, to see a blushing Maylin holding up a shade pole. Simon's blush intensified. He hadn't expected even Maylin to wear such a swimsuit. At least she had put a thin, cardigan-looking cloth over her top. Hey, don't stare. It's embarrassing. Maylin swung the shade pole around like a weapon, and Simon quickly dodged it with his combat experience. Ahaha, hello. Camabaras, awkwardly hiding behind Maylin, poked her head out and waved. She was wearing a very frilly red and white bikini, and it suited her very well. In one of her hands, she also held a basket of kittens. I was wondering where they went this morning. So they went to buy swimsuits, huh? Wow. said Rick, his eyes scanning Malin's outfit up and down. "You're quite. One more word out of your mouth, and I'm going to call the campus gender equality committee and have you thrown out." Rick, intimidated by her energy, hunched over with a sullen expression. "You're so mean. I was just gonna complime." I said shut up. Rick yelped as Malin swung the shade pole into his side, likely bruising his arm. "I'll take this." Simon quickly snatched Malin's weapon from her before she could turn Rick into a pile of ground meat. She coughed lightly in embarrassment as she recovered from her anger and looked at the group. "Anyway, we're here to practice dark magic in the actual field today, not to play." "Not convincing when you've been shopping for bikinis since morning." Without warning, Malin fired a blast of ice, freezing Rick's lower half. Rick rolled around the sand, shivering. "Don't mind him and look at that." She brushed her hair back and pointed toward the ocean. A few students had come to play, but mostly, like Simon's group, they were practicing their dark spells underwater. Given the ocean theme, it was clear that everyone was here to prepare for the BDMAT. Some of us have gotten ahead of ourselves. Remember, we don't know if the BDMAT is this week or the next. Maybe today is the last time we get to try our dark spells at sea. The three of them nodded. Then let's start testing new magic right away. Chapter 250. Diving headfirst into the sea, Simon straightened out like a fish and tore through the waves. "Oh." Rick, who was swimming alongside him, looked at him in surprise. "This hillbilly can swim pretty well, huh? Don't look down on me. Mountains have rivers, too." "Ha ha ha, right, right." Simon glared at Rick before taking a deep breath and diving down into the water. As he went under, the world around him changed. There was no sound except for the crashing waves. He felt relaxed, like he was in his mom's arms. But there was no time to dwell on that comforting feeling. "Now that I'm in the water, let's start with offensive magic." Simon squeezed the jet black into his palm and drew a magic circle. However, it wasn't easy to draw a magic circle underwater. The magic circle collapsed at the edges before it could be finished. The jet black turned to ink and scattered, dispersing all throughout the water. "It's collapsing from the base, so I don't even have time to add the bonding formula." Creating a magic circle underwater was a whole different problem than creating one in air. It felt at least 10 times harder. For now, he just kept trying and trying again, collecting data about what worked and what didn't. "I need to streamline making the magic circle much more. Even if I have to sacrifice power or injection speed. That stuff doesn't matter if I can't finish the spell." After failing time and time again, he barely succeeded once. He realized that he couldn't use what he created in the real world. However, he decided to fire it while he was at it. He aimed his magic circle at an octopus swimming by, hoping it would be their lunch for the day. Jet black torpedo. Bubbling out of the magic circle, a jet black projectile sliced through the water. Simon cheered inwardly as it flew faster than he expected. However, it didn't hit the octopus, instead impaling a nearby rock. Startled, the octopus scrambled to hide behind a different set of rocks. Simon, now out of breath, swam quickly to the surface. Phew! As he surfaced, it was as if time had suddenly resumed after being frozen under the waves. He could see the cloudless sky and hear students laughing and chatting on the sandy beach before him. "One more time." Simon raised his hand above his head. And a magic circle began to form with a speed incomparable to making one underwater. "Humph, why is this easy formula so difficult underwater?" When he finally finished, he slammed his palm down. Jet black torpedo. With the activation of the magic circle, a torpedo launched out of the water and into the sea. The bubbling projectile was quite fast. He felt confident enough that even Kizan students would be hit with it. "I wish I could make it underwater while bringing out this much power." Next up was the breathing circle he had been working on all day with Maylin. It would take 5 minutes to cast. After meticulously perfecting the circle, Simon activated the runes, and with the air around him was sucked in. "It works." just as he was focused on testing it out. Simon! Simon! Look at me. Next to him, Rick was carelessly flopping around wearing a pair of flippers he invented. I know I made these, but they're the bomb. Mana continued to shoot out of Rick's legs as they stretched out in front of him. This is great. I'll be hella rich if I sell these to others right before the exa, whoa. SEA the novel, ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A hole probably formed in the flippers, as the mana exploded like a booster, sending Rick flying through the air. He flew in a graceful arc through the air, over the ocean, above the sand, and then he landed headfirst into a sandcastle some little kids were building. The children's smiles fell as they watched their sandcastle completely collapse. After wobbling his legs for a moment as he pulled with all his might, Rick's head popped out, and he stood up, spread his arms, and laughed. Voila! I am the princess who lives in the sand castle. The children burst into tears. Good grief. Wiping away a tear of laughter, Simon turned his head and looked at the magic circle in his right hand. As determined in the formula, there was an hour hand in his hand that moved from left to right. That meant it was fully charged. Simon immediately covered his mouth with the magic circle and jumped into the sea. It works. The air leaking out of his hands allowed him to breathe safely. Ugh, but the air and water came in together since he didn't make a proper seal between his mouth and nose. Simon didn't last long before surfacing again. I was so focused on perfecting the formula that I didn't realize I made this kind of mistake. Still, he thought it shouldn't be too hard to fix. He swam back to the surface. Meanwhile, Malin and Camabarez were setting up some shade. The space was large enough for 4 people, and they also set up a table and chairs under it. On top of the table, Malin had laid out a series of magic circle blueprints. She had even set up a security circle by hand. She was very particular about security. Can I help you with anything? When Simon, who had just gotten out of the ocean, approached, Malin didn't even turn around before nagging at him. Hey! Why were you just playing around? You're late. Sorry, I got a little too motivated. First of all, that shade pole over there keeps swaying. Please take a look. Turning her head to face Simon, Malin's words began to trail off. Malin's face turned red, and Camabarez covered her mouth with her hands as her eyes darted around. What's wrong? Simon blinked. He hadn't realized it, but his thin shirt was soaked through and clinging to his muscles. If anything, it was making his chest and abs look even more pronounced. What are you spacing out for? I told you to go check the shade pole. Okay, fine. Malin and Camabarez exchanged a covert glance while Simon hurried over to the pole. Camabarez said in a barely audible whisper. It doesn't really show when he's wearing the uniform, huh? Why yeah. They took a moment to admire Simon's back muscles. He grunted and lifted the pole, and his well-proportioned back muscles rippled and pulled. There. I fixed it. One of the poles was reversed. Simon let go of the pole and turned around, and the 2 girls snapped their heads in opposite directions. Thank you, Simon, said Camabarez, smiling sheepishly. Shall I get you something to drink? Yes, please. As she scurried off to get some juice, Simon approached the table. Whoa! Malin exclaimed, blushing as Simon suddenly approached her. Hey! Stop. Huh? You just went to the water. You're going to get all the blueprints wet. Sit down over there. Simon was a rather obedient person. He sat down on a chair, conjured the magic circle he had made earlier, and examined it with a serious face. It's so hot. Malin fanned herself with her hands to cool down. Asterisk. The 3 of them listened to Simon's suggestions for improvement and made changes to the blueprints. Each of them actively contributed their opinions and improved them into a form that a first year could use while still being efficient. how about this? Malin conjured the jet-black torpedo magic circle, now with the placement of the internals shifted so the cohesion runes would be drawn first, and fired it. The jet-black torpedo was spat out of the magic circle and fell to the ground in a gentle arc. Simon shook his head. With that, you can cast it underwater, but you've sacrificed too many parts. It's better to not use it if the speed and the strength drop this much. Malin pondered on the issue, having come to the same conclusion. Why don't we hold off on the jet-black torpedo for a while? That was when Kamaburas cautiously suggested. On the offensive side, I think it's better to just tweak our main specialties to be able to use them underwater rather than create a new, common spell. Simon agreed. There was no problem with developing a breathing magic circle together, but generic offensive spells required too much sacrifice to be used underwater. It was best to create the magic circles on the surface and then use them once they were in the water. Still, the work was not for nothing. Since we got to study the formula for sea spells while making the torpedo, so if we apply it to our specialty, we should be able to. I'm back. Rick ran into the shade like a dancer. Malin stopped talking and glanced at him. What took you so long, you sandcastle princess? The little ones were crying, so I built them a new sandcastle. Casually returned Rick before standing beside Simon. So, what was the conclusion of the meeting? Simon explained it to Rick. He said they'd decided to stick to their respective strengths on the offensive side and focus on breathing and swimming, which they could use in the ocean. Rick readily agreed. I'll be off this time then, said Malin, stepping out of the shade. One of us has to stay here to keep an eye on our things. Who's up? Me. I'll keep watch. I got so tired from playing with little kids, said Rick, dropping into a chair. Same here. I'm a bad swimmer, so I think it's best for you two to go. With that, Simon and Malin headed out to the beach. Until they reached the water, they didn't say a word to each other. I don't know where to put my eyes. Simon was blinded by her outfit. That kind of swimsuit was way too exhilarating for him. When will his clothes dry? Malin was just as self-conscious of her partner. When they finally reached the water, she spoke up. You go first, Simon. Malin brushed her light blue hair back and prepared a magic circle. Simon nodded and dove into the water first. As he swam swiftly through the water, he saw Malin drawing circles around her feet and leaping into the air. Ice rode. Ice poured out from beneath her feet, letting her shoot out across the waves. Simon's jaw dropped open. She was running across the ocean using ice. That's amazing. Her sense for ice elemental magic was so high that Simon wondered why she hadn't trained it before. If she hadn't been so self-conscious about Serene's proficiency with fire, she would have been able to reach a much higher level far sooner. Achoo. Of course, there was the problem of her feeling cold, though. She cleared her throat, then stopped her ice road and dove into the water. Underwater, she activated a magic she had prepared in advance. As Simon watched the ice shoot out into the ocean, he internally marveled. She was so upset that she dropped in the rankings on the last BDMAT. Looks like she's using all her rage to prepare for this one. He couldn't lose. Simon pulled out a skeleton from the subspace. Exclamation point. He tried to use bone armor, but the skeleton came out and floated up, unable to do anything. He couldn't use overload either. Underwater, he couldn't use his left foot to stomp on the ground, which was the trigger for the subspace in the first place. Still under the waves, breathing from his hand, Simon pondered as he watched Malin practicing pouring more and more ice inside the water. What's the best way for me to fight underwater? *****. Yea 1. A man was lying on a sunbed under a parasol. He had dark skin, and he wore a white cap on his head. He rubbed his eyes and grunted. Why did we have to come all the way to the ocean to train? His friend on the opposite sunbed answered the man's question, smiling. Cut us some slack. It's our loss if groupmates get expelled from Kizan. that damned group work. And what more practice do we need when we're fighting in the ocean anyway? His friend smirked and shrugged. You wouldn't understand since you're an SA and a water combat specialist, but we all flipped out when we realized the theme of the third exam was the sea. The man quickly adjusted his white cap. Is it really such a big deal? Sea or land, the fight is just more of the S, huh? The man looked out over the ocean to see a clear line of ice in the middle of the sea. Sitting up, he grabbed the brim of his cap and pulled it up. A girl with light blue hair in a swimsuit was speeding across the ice. She's gorgeous. Do you know who she is? His friend laughed out loud. You really don't know anyone except a few kids in our class, huh? I haven't even memorized my group members' names yet. He had a seriously selective memory, forgetting people he'd seen 10 minutes earlier if they weren't of interest to him. Ha ha ha. She's kind of famous. Malin Villeneuve from the Ivory Tower. The man lying on the opposite sunbed suddenly flew sideways. His friend, who had been grabbed by the man in a split second, coughed and shouted. El Lahim? What's the meaning of? Say it again. Say it again clearly. His eyes flashed. Who in the Ivory Tower? What's her name? The friend looked puzzled. They'd been hanging out all semester, but this was the first time he'd ever reacted to a person's name. Malin Villeneuve. Wasn't the new girl from the Ivory Tower this year Serene Eindark? I don't know. They said she's also from Ivory Tower. With that, the man released his friend. The friend landed on his butt in the sand, coughing. Lahiam's expression turned serious. I didn't expect to hear that name here. Chapter 251 Pant. Pant. Uaawea. The white-haired kid cried. Around him, 3 neighborhood kids stuck out their tongues as they taunted him. You're the only one with dark skin, Lahiam. Dark skin. I'm dark because my mom is dark. It's weird. Lahiam is weird. The child called Lahiam shouted, tears dripping down his face. No. I'm not weird. Lahiam's skin is dark. But his hair is white. It's the opposite. It's so weird. The bullies paused as they heard someone running quickly to the scene. You guys making fun of him for that? That is even weirder, you dumb, stupid poopies. It was a small girl about their age who appeared out of nowhere and kicked them in the skins. A girl had beautiful light blue hair, her skin white as the snow falling around her. She hit Roa. Who are you? The 3 kids charged at her, but there was nothing they could do about the vicious girl. She flailed her arms wildly and kicked them again. The kids ran away in a panic. Don't mess with me, you bastards. She cursed at the backs of their heads as they fled, then turned back to the victim. She saw Lahiam, still slumped in his seat and dazed. Stop crying. Stop it. Now. Lahiam stopped crying, not because he was more comfortable, but because she scared him too much for him to think about crying. She was pleased with how obedient he was to her commands. You're the son of the Lord of Snowfield Castle, Lahiam, right? She held out her hand. Lahiam stared at it in horror. My name is Malin Villeneuve. I am the official heir to the Ivory Tower, and when I grow up, I will be Lord of the Ivory Tower. Lahiam remembered that the people of the Ivory Tower would be visiting the Snowfield Castle today. He had been told by his father to hide in a quiet place until then. He timidly replied. Why yeah. However, I'm not the real son, but... If your dad's the Lord, then you're the Lord's son. I could never be the Lord. So what if you can't? Just play it bravely. I have dark skin. Ah, you're pissing me off. She kicked Lahiam's shin as well. Lahiam squealed, grabbing his leg as he jumped around on one foot like a chicken. Don't be weak, just come with me. Your parents and mine are waiting. Malin grabbed Lahiam's hand and dragged him along. Lahiam panicked. I am not supposed to go. Why not? You're the Lord's son. Lahiam hung his head low. Because I'm the son my father wants to hide. Because I'm not the one who'll become the lord. It's my older brother. Maylin let go of Lahiam's hand and spun around to face him. Even after putting her hands in her lap and leaning in, Maylin was taller. Lahiam fidgeted with his hands, eyes darting all over the place. My dad told me to never let my guard down. What? I'm the official heir, but I only took the position because the current lord of the Ivory Tower had no children. Anyone is my competition, and anyone can take my place, so I must be vigilant and be better than anyone else. She clenched her cute little hands. I will be the next lord of Ivory Tower, and I'm not going to let my guard down. Lahiam blinked repeatedly. And neither should you. It doesn't matter if your father hates you, or if you're dark-skinned, or whatever. You can be lord of Snowfield Castle, too. Maylin. So let's go. Maylin grinned and took Lahiam's hand, pulling him to his feet. Keep challenging the future. I'll keep on protecting you. And when we grow up, you will become the castle lord, and I will become the tower lord. She lifted the hand that was holding his. You promise? If he went into the palace now, he would be rebelling against his father for the first time. He calls me a disgrace. He's been hard on my mom, too. I want to protect my mom. I wonder what I can do to protect her. When I become the castle lord, I would be the highest person in the castle. No one will be able to hurt my mom. Sure. Lahiam lifted his head and locked his pinky with Maylin's. It was a snowy afternoon. Waking from a flashback, Lahiam, lying on a sunbed in the middle of the beach, held up an ornate golden medallion. It was the symbol of the top. Lahiam was no longer a child of a concubine nor a legitimate successor. He was now the lord of Snowfield Castle. I have earned the title by constantly challenging the future. He lowered his medallion and closed his eyes. For now, his mother ruled as was tradition for a child, but when he graduated from Kizan, he would rule Snowfield Castle. But you couldn't protect your title. He had heard before that the official successor to the Ivory Tower was Serene Eindark. And every year, the Ivory Tower was required to enroll one child to Kizan who was at or nearing the age of 17. This year, Serene Eindark, the successor, enrolled as in special admission. From that point, Lahiam shut out all thoughts of the Ivory Tower, letting the school days go by and concentrating on his work. But Maylin was admitted this year. Did she take the exams and get in privately, not through the special enrollment program from the Ivory Tower? Why? If she had been admitted next year, she would have gotten great benefits and would have taken the student oath as the best female student of first years. He questioned why she enrolled this year. No, such things don't really matter. He would get to meet her. He would get to spend 3 years with her. The reason he hadn't gone to see her until now was so he could be honorable the next time they met. Now that he was a lord and achieved his goal, he had nothing to be ashamed of. Stop. Ack. You're really hitting me. Stop right there, you damned commoner. You're dead meat. Lahiam's head snapped toward the commotion. Maylin. A female student with light blue hair and wearing a similarly colored swimsuit was chasing after a male student with flippers in both hands. All the blueprints we made by pulling an all-nighter got wet because of you. Whoa. Get over here. Right now. He was sure it was her. That light blue hair, those blue eyes, and that unruly personality. It was the exact same as that fateful day. That was when Rick went sneaking through the side of Lahiam's sunbed, and Maylin running after him, bumped into Lahiam's shoulder, making him trip. Ouch. Honestly. Maylin rubbed her bump while squinting one eye. Then, she glared at Rick, who had escaped. She gritted her teeth, stood up, and held out her hand apologetically to Lahiam. **********. Hey, I'm really sorry. Are you okay? A smile tugged at Lahiam's lips as Maylin bent down to offer a hand. It had been a while since he was in this position. And he figured she'd just bumped into him on purpose. I'm fine. Lahiam took her hand and pulled himself to his feet. He'd been so much smaller when they were kids, but now that he was a man, he was a head taller than her. Blood rushed to his face. Though her looks from the past remained, Mei Lin had grown to be dazzlingly beautiful as a woman. He stretched out his hand to shake hers formally again, giving her a dashing smile. Reminds me of the old days. How have you been, Mei? But making his outstretched hand awkward, Mei Lin walked past him. Lahiam looked back. Mei Lin was chasing after the boy, who was going far away again. This time, I'm not going to let you get away with it. I'm going to catch you. I'm going to smash your head into. Lahiam, with his back turned, pressed down on the jet black beneath his feet and shot off in a flash, catching up to Mei Lin. I didn't expect to meet you here. Whoa. You startled me. Don't you have something to say to me? She stopped walking after Rick. Lahiam followed and stopped walking as well. What do you want? I apologized earlier. Now that he had her full attention, Lahiam felt better. He asked. Why didn't you come to talk to me? About what? That you got into Kizan. Even if I didn't know, you would have because I'm a special admission student. She blinked a few times, then snorted and sneered. Oh, yeah, it must be nice to be an SA. She turned around, flicked her hair back. But Lahiam appeared in front of her again, interrupting her. Don't you remember what happened between us 10 years ago? Ugh, damn it. This bastard. She'd bought a swimsuit as a treat to herself, and now she was starting to regret it. This was the 4th time she had been asked out today. She didn't realize it, but Mei Lin had become the most beautiful flower on the beach. Every passerby would give her a glance. But Mei Lin was getting increasingly annoyed at being interrupted every time she tried to do something. Hey. Mei Lin blurted out. Your pickup lines are so fucking old. Do you realize how lame that sounded? Pickup line? Get the fuck away from me. Letting go of Rick, Mei Lin strode off toward the shade where Camaveras was waiting. Lahiam stroked his jaw. Is she purposely pretending to not remember? I mean, I guess it can be quite embarrassing. Since I've become a lord while she couldn't defend her position as the successor. He chuckled. There's a cute side to you, too, huh? I'm starting to like you even more. Lahiam. Just then, his friend and group member came running and panting. What are you doing here? I thought you were supposed to train the members this afternoon. Something came up. Tell them to do it on their own. Said Lahiam, annoyed, as he waved his hand dismissively. Oh, by the way? Tell Beldina I'm breaking up with her. The groupmate's jaw dropped. What? So suddenly? Yeah, I don't need her. In the end, she probably only went after me because I'm the Lord of Snowfield Castle. Removing his white cap, Lahiam ruffled his hair before placing the cap back on his head at an angle. Now I'm going to go find my true love. Lahiam. Watching Lahiam run away, his groupmate withdrew his outstretched hand in despair and scratched his head. That human trash. Handsome bastards all behave the way they look, after all. He was sure Beldina would be crying for the rest of the day after he told her the news. Figuring that their training today would be done for, the groupmate turned away. Asterisk. Lahiam followed Mei Lin persistently. What are you doing this evening? Do you really not remember, or are you pretending not to? What class are you in? I'll pick you up tomorrow. Mei Lin's head throbbed. She'd said no, but this Lahiam guy was persistent. Especially when he condescendingly winked at her. She was tempted to gouge out his eyes, show him what he looked like, and put them back. In her experience, the best thing to do was completely ignore these kinds of men. Paying them any attention, whether in annoyance or anger, would only make them more annoying. Are you doing this because you couldn't become the successor? But. Oh, don't worry. I'll try to tell the Ivory Tower and speak positively about you. There was a line that no one should cross. Xianxia, the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Spikes of ice jerked out around Maylin. Lahiem immediately flung himself out of the way. Didn't I? Fury flared in her eyes. Tell you to shut the fuck up? Lahiem brought a finger to his cheek. Blood trickled down it. He caught a droplet on his fingertip, licked it off, and smirked. Yeah, now this is getting interesting. This time, jet black began to ooze from Lahiem's body. Just a reminder, you attacked me first, alright? His body disappeared in a flash of light. Maylin immediately stretched out her arms to create ice in front of her, but Lahiem lazily appeared behind her. Haha, I got why. Something came out of nowhere between them, startling Lahiem. He put his hand in front of his chin to block. The sole of a shoe rising up was narrowly blocked, and the sand around them was pushed back like a fountain. Lahiem's hand trembled slightly as he caught the kick. Who are you? A boy with a basket on his head, a shade pole in one arm, and tongs and a frying pan in the other stood in front of Lahiem with his foot raised to kick. Simon. Maylin's face lit up. Using the encouragement, Simon brought his leg back down, tossing up everything in his hands before spinning once and kicking directly into Lahiem's guard with his other foot. Lahiem was pushed backward, and Simon relaxed his stance, spreading his arms wide. The things that he threw upward settled back down into his arms and around his head. Are you okay, Maylin? Chapter 252 Are you okay, Maylin? Yes. Replied Maylin with a quick nod. Looking at her flushed cheeks, Lahiem's flirtatious mood went down. Who are you? Simon lowered his stance. A member of Maylin's group. I've been watching you since earlier. Didn't you notice that she doesn't like you? Doesn't like me? Maylin? Lahiem laughed out loud, tugging at the brim of his white cap. His tan, toned body jiggled along with his laugh. If you're her groupmate, doesn't that mean you've only spent the first semester together? Maylin and I have known each other for 10 years. I don't like you. Maylin screamed, hiding behind Simon. I don't want to see you flirting with me with that smugness of yours, so stop following me around. Lahiem shut his mouth, apparently in shock this time. Did you hear that? Simon opened the subspace and stuffed everything in his hands into it. He was about to move the shade when all of this happened. I'd like you to leave now. I'm sorry, but... The corner of Lahiem's mouth went up. Now I want her even more. Lahiem felt that some switch had been flipped in his mind from when he'd met Maylin as a child. He became obsessed and greedy. He wanted everything he could get his hands on and was relentless in his pursuit. There had never been an exception. Not even his brother's coveted position as his successor. Or even my father's lordship. Simon sighed as he watched the jet black within him pulsate with violent intensity. He's quite the twisted man. Simon wondered if it was an occupational disease. Kihahaha. I know necromancers constantly suffer from occupational diseases, but his one is just human ugliness. Simon heard Pierre's voice. No, not all humans are like that. Simon's eyes became serious as he sensed the change in Lahiem's jet black. 8 magic circles unfolded from around him, and strange projectiles, accompanied with white bubbles, began to fly out of them. Maylin. This was no joke. Simon turned around right away, grabbed Maylin, and ran with her at his waist. Hey! Screamed a red-faced Maylin at the top of her lungs, telling Simon to put her down, but Simon was too distracted with dodging. 2 shots from above. 2 shots from right behind. Simon's eyes flicked in every direction as he watched how every projectile was moving in the sky before launching himself to a safe zone. White snow exploded as the projectiles hit the sand and exploded. What a strange spell. Simon dodged all the attacks by hopping from safe zone to safe zone. And on top of that, he even kicked away one of the projectiles. As Lahiem tilted his head to the side in concentration, his missile flew backward, hitting a parasol behind him and erupting into an explosion. Oh, wow. You're not so bad, huh? He lowered his stance again and activated his magic circles in quick succession. Simon's jaw dropped as he watched the formulas come together at breakneck speed. A caster that specializes in multicasting. Every nerve in his body gathered as much information as possible as his mind and body optimized for battle. Then, he felt a sudden slap on his back. Put me down, you crazy bastard. I'll fight on my feet. Mei Lin, whose face was so red it was surprising a blood vessel hadn't burst, was cursing as she kicked her feet. I'm sorry, please hang in there a little bit mo. He couldn't finish his words and launched himself out of the way. A projectile landed hard where they were, creating a blast of white snow. What is he doing? This is so embarrassing. Simon was too strong for her to break free. Mei Lin had a moment of déjà vu as she dangled on Simon's side. Wait a minute, I feel like I've been dangled like this before. Somewhere. Her brain whirled, trying to recall. When was that? Exclamation point. Just as her memory was about to take her to Deathland, Lahiem suddenly appeared from behind her. Simon! Dodge! But the lunging Lahiem stumbled backward in surprise. Before he knew it, an overlord blade protruded and stretched out from Simon's foot. Nearly had you there. Lahiem's expression stiffened at the sight of Simon's grim smile. This asshole. There's a fight. Who? Who's fighting? The students on the beach gathered like a swarm of ants to watch the most exciting thing in the world, necromancers fighting. Shit. Suddenly there were too many people. Simon, who had given up on fighting back and realized that he should just run away, wrapped his arms around Malin's waist. Exclamation point. Malin's heart was pounding like crazy as she was suddenly carried like a princess. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't do anything. Gawa. Honestly. What are you doing in front of so many PEO? We'll retreat. Just when Simon was about to raise Jet Black on his foot and run away. The sudden sound of a whistle made the three of them freeze. What are you doing on Rock Island? Stop what you're doing. It was a keeper. Normally, they were the ones who managed the forests and mountains around Kizan, but when students congregate in specific areas like this, they also acted as safety officers. Getting caught by them was at least a demerit, and if the situation was serious enough, it would be reported to the advisor professors. Lahiem straightened up, knowing it wasn't the time for a fight. I quite enjoyed that. Was your name Simon? Lahiem slammed his fists together. I'll be coming for you on the next BDMAT exam. Let's settle the score then. Simon gave him a dumbfounded look. What score? That's obvious. Whoever wins gets Mei Lin. Mei Lin, who was in Simon's arms, squealed. Hey, you crazy bastards. Who the hell are you guys to compete and win me? See you soon, Mei Lin. Lahiem waved his hand, activating the magic circle beneath his feet, and his body shot up like a rocket, soaring into the air and disappearing. What in the world is that dark spell? Hey, let me off. Mei Lin yelled, slapping Simon on the shoulder. Realizing that she was clinging to him in a swimsuit, Simon let her down with a bewildered look on his face. There they are. Capture them. Meanwhile, keepers could be seen preparing spells to entrap them. Simon shouted as he prepared a defense spell. I'll stop them. In the meantime, CTH Novelfire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hey, Simon. Said Mei Lin, grabbing the back of Simon's shirt with no warning. This is revenge for earlier. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. With that, she leaped up into the air, jumping off Jet Black as she sprinted. Whoa. Simon felt a chill run down his spine as his vision suddenly soared up into the air. Her feet touched the ice she had instinctually prepared. Ice road. The ice stretched out in a straight line, pushing the two of them along. They passed the sandy beach and entered the sea's surface in the blink of an eye. The keepers, who had been running frantically, stopped in front of the sea in a daze. Let's call it even with this. Malin smirked and let go of Simon's collar. Simon, who had somehow lost the strength in his legs, let out a wry laugh and flopped down on the ice. And as the two of them were moving quickly across the ocean. Over here. This way. Simon's eyes widened. Before they knew it, Rick appeared in a boat in the middle of the water, waving happily, with Kamabura sitting beside him. I'll stop over there. Malin spread her arms like wings, then swung an arm in an arc, making the ice bend like a curve. Soon, the ice came to a stop in front of the boat, and the two hopped in. Welcome. Rick raised an open hand, and Simon grinned and high-fived him. You're well prepared. This is just the basics. Rick tried to high-five Malin as she followed, only to be slapped in the back of the head. Did you think I'd forget about the wet blueprints? Ack. I said I'm sorry. It's not like I did it on purpo, ack. Ack. Simon and Kamaburas burst out laughing. Rick, who could feel every muscle in his face writhe in agony, turned to look at the shore. Boy, they're pissed. He saw the keepers firing jet-black woven net rounds toward the boat. As the sky filled with a net, Kamaburas moved her arms in panic. We're gonna get caught. Leave it to me. Rick deftly maneuvered the boat's mana engine, and with a flick of a few levers, the boat began to rock with a roar. Hold on tight. Hearing that, Malin shouted. Where are we supposed to hold on? Anywhere. Just as the three not at the wheel grabbed the sides of the boat, a roar erupted from the mana engine, and the front of the boat lifted up as the whole thing surged forward. Whoa! Kaiawaiia! The three screamed in horror. The nets thrown by the keepers fell over nothing, and the boat crossed cleanly across the water's surface. Let's go! The keepers looked forlorn as their efforts were wasted, and Rick shouted as he put his leg over the mana engine. Goodbye. Suckers. Malin, eyes glued to the front, cried. Hey! You're going too fast. I am going to get blown away. Malin screamed for him to slow down while Kamaburas flailed dangerously. Seeing this, Simon quickly changed his stance. He reached forward and wrapped his arms around their shoulders, holding them onto the boat for support. Phew. You're always taking the cool roles in the end. Rick laughed cheerfully and turned the boat around. Simon looked up. By the way, where are we going? Somewhere a little quieter. Asterisk. The place they arrived at with the boat was a small, deserted island. The island was small, but the water was calm and quiet, just right for the four of them. They had a great time here. Simon gave Kamaburas lessons on how to swim, and she quickly picked it up. Malin worked on improving the breathing magic circle, and Rick modified his strange flippers so they could be used reliably. They set up a campfire in the evening and enjoyed a simple barbecue. Hiya, this is great. Rick, his face flushed with alcohol, slumped into his seat. Simon was working hard grilling the meat while Malin and Kamaburas chatted energetically. By the way, who was that guy picking a fight over Malin? Oh, that pervert. I don't even know. Setting the grilled meat on a plate, Simon looked at Malin. But he seemed to know you, didn't he? He was just making that pickup line. Like, haven't we seen each other before, or something like that. Honestly. That's so creepy. Rick looked at Malin. Do you not know him? It's that guy. What are you talking about, you crazy bastard? Stand up straight and say it. No, that. What was his name again? Ah. Right. Lahiam Northfold, the S.A.8 and Lord of Snowfield Castle. Kamaburas looked stunned. He's a big shot. Snowfield Castle? Malin crossed her arms. Well, they're on the side of us, the Ivory Tower, since that area has a large reserve of mana stones. I went there a few times when I was younger. Maybe you met him when you were a kid? Maylin frowned her face at Simon's question. No, I went with my mom when I was a little kid, so I don't even remember much. And I got into so much trouble when I was the successor in particular, so. You must have been a tomboy when you were young, Maylin. My youth contained many things that I now regret. Maylin sighed. It's even weirder if he's doing this just because we met briefly when we were young. I mean, he pissed me off by mentioning me not being the successor or whatever, and what? Talk to the ivory tower to speak good about me? How could I not get mad, you know? The three listening to the story all smiled bitterly. Maylin was extremely sensitive about Serene and the title of successor. To say something like that in front of her was equivalent to saying, please kill me. Oh, I'm so pissed. When I see him next time, I'll punch his chin into next week. After Maylin said that, she fell silent, then turned to look at Simon. ? Simon smiled as if asking her what the matter was. Maylin sighed. I guess I'll have to see him. Camabaras gasped in surprise. Why? He's a strange person. It's dangerous to go see him. I don't like him either, but I heard him say he'll be after Simon on the test. I can't let Simon suffer from my problems, so I'll try talking to H. I'm fine, replied Simon nonchalantly. I don't care if there are rules against students fighting each other anyway. Rick said he's S.A.8, right? It'd be my pleasure to go against him. Rick whistled, and Camabaras let out a muffled scream. And you're saying this as the S.A.1, huh? Hee hee. If you're an elite, you're supposed to have this much confidence. The confidence of a strong man. No, it's nothing like that. While the two of them were eager to tease Simon, only Maylin looked at him with a subtle blush. When she made eye contact with Simon, she turned away quickly and cleared her throat. Why, you're the one who said it's fine, all right? Yeah. You don't have to ask him a favor because of me. Rick raised his glass in an appreciative gesture. Sometimes, Simon seemed cool even as a fellow guy. We got a good vibe here. Let's see each other again after surviving the next BDMAT. The four of them vigorously clinked their glasses together in a toast. Chapter 253. The next morning. A new routine had begun. Simon's first class was Jane's beginner dark magic, and as he had been warned, her BDMAT feedback was brutal. She went student by student, telling them what they needed to work on. The thing that Simon was criticized for was his 30-minute summoning time for the blood golem. However, Jane didn't just point out the issue Simon was already keenly aware of. She taught Simon how to simplify the formulas and how to practice his new hemomancy skills. Every single piece of advice was really helpful. With that, the feedback part of the lesson was over, and Jane moved on. Class A had moved to a nearby indoor training center. Hands-on practice? What do you think she's going to teach us? I don't know. The mood in the class was as good as ever, as most of the students who were on edge from hearing the theme of the next exam figured that this lesson would help them work through it. Now, Jane stepped forward and announced. Today, we will be learning how to strengthen the cohesion of a magic circle. ! The four members of Group 7 exchanged meaningful glances. The students stood set distances apart under the instruction of the assistant teachers and then formed the circle for their most basic spell, Jet Black Arrow. Then, one of the assistants unleashed harsh black winds made of dark magic. Ugh! I can't see a thing. It was as if they had just landed in the middle of a black dust storm. Thankfully, the students were unharmed, but the same couldn't be said about their magic circles. Exposed to the black winds, the magic circles gradually cracked and then completely shattered. What sounded like cracking glass came from all directions. When the wind finally settled down, none of the students in Class A managed to keep their magic circle intact. This is harder than it looks. I thought at least one of us could hold it. Some students exchanged disappointed looks. Is the third BDMAT something about wind or flight? Right. Some students were so slow with the information that they were completely lost. Hearing that, Rick chuckled and elbowed Simon in the arm. Pay attention. Jane stepped forward again. There is no need to be disappointed. You all failed, so you are all starting on the same footing. Now, I will explain the 3 elements of the magic circle bond. All students, including Simon, strained their ears to hear her explanation. The structure. The bonding formula. The ecosystem. She explained that the circle would fall apart if any of these 3 elements were lacking. I want you to think about how your circle was destroyed. She explained, drawing the spell herself on a mobile board. If your circle broke open from the outside, it is likely that your structural strength was poor. The structure is the best protection for the circle. A few students looked embarrassed as they realized that was how their spell failed. If the elements were pushed out of place, causing the spell to collapse, then it was a bonding issue. The quickest way to fix that is to add a bonding formula to the circle. But to do that, you will have to sacrifice something, whether it is damage, power, or casting speed. It was like how Group 7 managed to design Jet Black Torpedo to be cast underwater, but only after making it uselessly weak. There will also be times when only certain formulas malfunction while everything else stays fine, in which case you should question whether the connections between the formulas are working properly. A circle with a healthy ecosystem, as we call it, will never fall apart. To summarize Jane's lecture, casting a stable spell was like following a thoroughly planned story from start to finish, leaving no loose ends. She divided her students into 3 categories depending on how their magic circle failed. After the students corrected their deficiencies, the assistant conjured the black wind again, and 6 students succeeded. The ones who failed were still missing one of the 3 elements after shoring up whichever element was the weakest. The next round of teachings happened, and the assistant teacher created the wind again. This time, a whopping 25 students succeeded. And after one last set of lessons and one more try. I did it. All of Class A, including Simon, succeeded. From failures to successes, every single one of them stood strong. Her class was magical. The students exchanged looks of recognition. This is what class is all about. I don't know about other classes, but we're lucky to have her as our advisor. After the exercise, they returned to the lecture room where she also talked more in depth about the theory of all 3 elements. In particular, her explanation about modifying formulas was a great reference for Simon. Blood Golem and Jet Black Torpedo need a little more work. As he listened, he could feel his mind exploding with ideas on how to cut down on the 30-minute casting time. He couldn't wait to get out of the lecture room and start tweaking his magic circle, and he wanted to prepare a magic circle for the ocean, as well. And just like that. Thank you for the class. Jane's action-packed morning class was over. She and her teaching assistants grabbed their briefcases and left the room with the swiftness of the wind while the students chatted amongst each other and packed up. That was awesome. I knew Professor Jane should have taught mechanics of Jet Black. Search *the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, said Maylin, excited. She was still reeling from the experience. Rick, who was stuffing his textbooks into his backpack, chuckled. Oh, that again? Are you disrespecting Professor Eric right now? I'll tell him everything. When did I say that? Maylin snapped, swinging her textbook at Rick, who quickly ducked and dodged. Ah, not again. Don't fight, pleaded Camabarez. Simon just continued packing up, now used to seeing them fight. Cammy, do you happen to know what our next class is? Yes. It's poisonous alchemy. Maylin looked disgusted when she heard that. Wow, the first and second class are polar opposites, I see. Yeah. Just as they were about to leave the lecture room. Everyone, I'm sorry, but can I have your attention for a second? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A girl stepped to the front of the lecture room, drawing everyone's attention with her booming voice. It was a girl with a neatly braided ponytail, Claudia Menzies. the top poisonous alchemy aspirant in Class A. Her shout stopped students on their way out of the classroom, wondering what was going on. As you all know, the next class is poisonous alchemy. She looked visibly nervous. As her friends behind her cheered her on, she nodded with a forced smile and continued. The new professor, Professor Belaya, is forcing students to take extremely painful and barbaric classes by poisoning the students. Simon's eyes widened as he listened. Wait, what did she just say? The other students also gasped in surprise. They'd all been talking about Professor Belaya behind her back, but they'd never complained about her in front of everyone like this before. Honestly, I don't think it's even a class. Claudia's voice grew louder as if she was determined. It was better with Professor Lang. At least we got to learn something then. But the only thing I've learned in Professor Belaya's class is that eating poison makes you sick. You throw up, you get nauseous, your skin breaks out into hives, and it even affects your performance in the next class. We all know that, right? The students gulped. It was a statement that most of them could relate to, even if it was a little too much. She slammed her palm down hard on the desk. Some students have had pre-existing conditions worsen. Some students had their grades reduced from being locked up in the ward. I think. This isn't. Wait. A voice interrupted her. A heavy silence engulfed the classroom. Who? The boy in the back of the room, a towering figure, stood up. Are you to stop the bastards from going to the classroom? It was Hector. Claudia's face stiffened at the unexpected resistance from Class A's big shot. Even the Hector faction, who had wholeheartedly agreed with her speech, flipped like a light switch and added. That's right. Who are you to meddle with a professor? It's ridiculous. I didn't like her from the start. A harsh atmosphere formed around Hector. Claudia's bottom lip trembled with fear, but she forced a smile. I am sorry, Hector. I just wanted to. So what the fuck is your point? Luckily, he was going to at least listen rather than take away her right to speak. He even sat back down to give her the floor again. Emboldened by that fact, Claudia said with a grave seriousness. I'm going to boycott her class. The entire classroom instantly burst into fervent whispers at the shocking announcement. Students boycotting a Kizan professor's class, a place which absolutely must not be disturbed. It was something no one had imagined. Just so you know, I didn't decide to do this on my own. Claudia spoke up, her voice rising as the classroom fell silent. We are going to boycott the poisonous alchemy class starting today, and we've decided to join forces with all the other classes. A massive boycott coordinated with other classes. Things were quickly escalating. Of course, we're not trying to force Professor Belaya to retire, and we're willing to stop the boycott even right now if she stops poisoning students with her eccentric classes and corrects them to teach based on textbooks. Until then, we'll boycott classes, staging protests in front of the poisonous alchemy building. Claudia's friends moved quickly, placing papers and quill pens in front of the students. A girl walked up to Simon, giving him a set and saying, "Thank you." Simon scanned over the papers. It was a petition with a long list of complaints for what Belaya was doing, including her dress code, her attitude, and her verbal abuse of students. Claudia emphasized. It is a fight to regain what little rights we have as students. If you agree, please sign the paper. The power of each and every one of you will really help. That was when Hector pushed back his chair and stood tall. I can't bear to listen to this bullshit anymore. He turned and left the lecture hall, his faction following after him. Claudia watched with a mix of fury and fear, but as soon as Hector left the room, she spoke even louder. Please. I believe we should stop Professor Belaya's eccentricity with our own power. Hector's quick exit actually helped Claudia's cause. The students who were afraid of Hector's retaliation now began to sign the paper, no longer having to fear him watching. Getting sucked in by the atmosphere, more students picked up their quills. I'll sign, but I can't boycott the classes, said a male student as he held out his paper to Claudia. I don't want to catch the ire of a Kizan professor. Oh, of course, I understand. Thanks for signing, but let me know if you change your mind. By the looks of it, more than 30% of the students in Class A had signed. Simon was reading the papers and thinking about it when suddenly there was a commotion next to him. Cindy Vivace and Claudia were arguing. I'm not doing it. Cindy bluntly refused, and Claudia gave her a look of betrayal. Cindy. I trusted you so much. How could you do this to me? I even showed you my poisonous alchemy notes before. Doesn't really sound appealing to me. Cindy stood up, dragging her chair. You've been obedient with her classes. Why are you doing this now? What do you mean by now? It's obviously because. Let's be honest. Cindy grabbed her blazer from her chair and hung it over her shoulders. You called it a class boycott, but aren't you just inciting the poison pathetics in each class? Poison pathetics was a slang term used by some Kizan students to belittle the poisonous alchemy students. Claudia's expression hardened. And the poison pathetics bastards dropped in ranking after the recent second BDMAT. They've been making a big deal about it this whole mission eval period. That all the other professors are taking care of their majoring students, and their professor is just spewing up poison regardless of the BDMAT. Hey! That has nothing to do with it. Aren't you being too Since I started this rant, let me finish it. Cindy shrugged. I'm not taking poisonous alchemy anyway, so it doesn't matter. But if what you're saying is true, then I hope Professor Belaya will continue keeping the poison pathetics back. Kizan is supposed to be an ultra-competitive arena, right? I mean, if their misfortune increases my chances of surviving, then, oh well. She looked back at Class A. Y'all should think like a Kizan, too. Let's go. Cindy and her group left the room. Claudia glared at Cindy with the fury of 1,000 suns. Our friendship is over forever, Cindy. Cindy turned around and smirked. How could our friendship end when we didn't have one to begin with? While some students agreed that Belaya's poisonous alchemy class was too painful, others, like Cindy Vivace, tried to keep the poisonous alchemy students in trouble. Frustration was understandable, but Claudia was fueled by spite and went around the class diligently to try to persuade as many as she could to her cause. And this time, Simon. She stepped up to Simone's desk. Please. This is about getting us students at least some of our rights back, and it would be so helpful if you, the S.A.1, would join the boycott. Simon stared at the papers, then slowly closed his eyes to think. After a moment, he had made his decision. Chapter 254 I'm sorry, Claudia. The poison consuming in the classes themselves was hard and painful. But Simon had seen Belaya's skills at Langerstein and sympathized with the values she spoke of in class. He didn't think it was necessary to reject the class just because it was painful. I want to keep believing in Professor Belaya. Claudia's expression showed deep disappointment after she had waited for Simon's answer. Why? What part of that horrible professor can you trust so much? That's... Before Simon could respond, Claudia boiled over with frustration. I thought you were one of the good ones. Will you really turn your back on the students' rights like this? Are you such a fool that you would die if a professor told you to die? The current Kizan system is solidly wrong. If we fail, the professor's demands will only get worse in the future. You're jumping to conclusions, Claudia. This time, it was Simon who interrupted her. I respect what you think, but... Rising to his feet, he added. What you're saying is an emotional spiel, not a reasoned argument. Leaving those words, Simon turned and left. Rick followed, tossing a blank, and signed document in her direction. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The weak-hearted Camabaras bowed her head in apology and followed them. Hey! Don't leave me. Mei Lin, the last to pack, started to follow the three, but Claudia grabbed her arm. Mei Lin. You're not like them, are you? You'll sign, right? Are you crazy? Get off me. Mei Lin shook her hand free. When Claudia pulled back, pain and shock clear on her face, Malin sighed. Why are you going this far? Refusing a class is unprecedented in the history of Kizan, and I think you guys are going a little overboard. Maybe cool your heads a bit. Claudia's lips curled inward in frustration. What difference does it make if I cool my head now? In truth, Claudia had no choice but to keep her rebellion going. The movement had already begun, and even if she stopped now, rumors would spread that she protested against a Kizan professor. She had already burnt bridges with the professor in her majoring subject. If she failed, her necromancer life was bound to go downhill fast. Sorry, I'm not signing yet. Malin turned to leave the classroom. Malin, whispered Claudia, spite worming its way into her tongue. Are your grades that important? Malin stopped immediately. I get it, gotta look good for the professors, right? You kiss their asses and act cute so you get good attitude points and grades. That's the secret to being forever second place in the... Hey. That was when Malin turned around. The moment Claudia met the Ice Queen's gaze, her voice, so full of courage, faltered. Claudia could feel the entire classroom chilling as frost formed on the ceiling. She felt frozen, unable to do anything. Don't cross the line. Momentarily overwhelmed, Claudia felt the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. But perhaps her pride had been wounded by such intense fear. She redoubled her fury and lashed out. Did I say something wrong? Shall I spill the reason why? Spat out Malin, curling her fingers inward until her nails dug into her palms. You poison pathetics are against the current poisonous alchemy classes? If Professor Belaya makes the students poison resistant, you guys will have a hard time in the future, whether it's in a dual evaluation or the BDMAT. Isn't that right? Hearing such an accusation, Claudia felt her exasperation welling up deep in her chest. Malin. Jet black flowed out from her whole body. Her braided hair came undone and whipped around like tendrils, and then coalesced into a myriad of venomous snakes. Calm down, Claudia. Fighting with dark magic in a classroom is heavily prohibited. Claudia's friends rushed over and grabbed her arms, stopping her. Let me go. She brought this on herself. Malin watched in amusement at the idiotic display in front of her, and she was about to wear up some ice when someone suddenly covered her mouth from behind. Ahaha. Sorry. It was Jamie Victoria, the temporary class president. Malin flailed her arms. Oop. Malin must have gotten a little upset. But you know she has a soft heart, right? Anyway, we'll get out of here first. Bye. A deep silence fell over the room as Jamie dragged Malin out of the room. Everyone was checking to see how Claudia was about to react. As she calmed down, Claudia's vipers returned to hair. She covered her face in both embarrassment and tearful frustration, and her friends patted her on the back to comfort her. Meanwhile, you're crazy. Crazy. Meanwhile, Jamie, who had grabbed Malin and dragged her forcibly out of the lecture room, was giving her spankings like professors would in the past. Hey! Why are you hitting me? Malin blushed and pushed Jamie away. She rubbed her temples and sighed. Come on, Claude's must have been on edge, having thrown away a lot of her security at Kizan. You guys both said too much. Class A all promised to join forces when we met each other at the first BDMAT. Are you really going to sever all ties with Claude's for the rest of your time at Kizan? I won't. Shouted Malin. And Claudia. That dishabag provoked me first, saying that I got my grades by kissing professors' asses. That's enough, Malin, you're pretty, so let it go. Malin squirmed in annoyance as Jamie hugged her tightly. Don't stick to me. I can feel your sweat. Make up with Claude's later on, okay? I don't want to. Asterisk. Claudia's boycott had caused quite a stir in Kizan. Later in the cafeteria, every student was talking about her. It is a little much, force-feeding students poisons. I can't believe they're skipping classes. It's like they're challenging Kizan itself. I'm against it. It feels like they're being too nitpicky with the new professor. They wouldn't be comfortable doing something like this about Professor Jane or Bahil. I'm supporting the movement. I'm sick of throwing up. Simon, trying to enjoy his bread in the middle of the cacophony of conversations and arguments about the recent events, felt guilt well up from inside for abandoning his classmate. Should I do it? Join the boycott? Lunch went by quickly, as the four were lost in their thoughts. After leaving the cafeteria, the four of them headed to the poisonous alchemy building to attend Belial's class. Guys! Look! Rick pointed to the entrance of the poison lab. Wow! I know they said they were going to do it, but they're actually doing it. This is getting crazy. A group of students were protesting in front of the poisonous alchemy building, all of them holding various signs. Stop poisoning students. We want to live. The boycotting students were denouncing Belial's class. Their signs also said, "Students are people, and I don't want to be poisoned." That's awkward. Every time a student entered the building for class, the protesters glared at them as if looks could kill and shouted even louder. Professor Belial's class is tyrannical. Kizan professors shouldn't abuse their authority. When the four of Group 7 arrived at the building, the students at the entrance spoke especially loud as if they had been waiting. Rick remained expressionless, while Camabaras grabbed Simon by the edge of his sleeve out of fright. Simon stood beside Camabaras so they couldn't see her from the other side. Students are people, too. We're not lab rats. Among them was Claudia, waving a large red sign and shouting as enthusiastically as anyone. When Maylin spotted her, she snorted and walked away. Claudia's searing gaze fixed on Maylin's back. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Then, as soon as they entered the building and could no longer see the crowd, Camabaras and Rick breathed a sigh of relief together. That was horrifying. Camabaras hunched over like a frightened rabbit. Rick stammered. Did you see the way they were glaring at us? It was like they were willing to send me to the hospital if it meant I didn't step inside. Simon had a feeling this protest wouldn't die down anytime soon. Maylin, are you okay? Fretted Camabaras, approaching Maylin. What? You had a fight with Claudia back in the classroom. I've decided I don't care about her anymore. Let's go upstairs. The four of them entered the lecture room on the 3rd floor. It was only 5 minutes before class, but the room was still quite sparse. The few students already in the room were chatting animatedly about the issue. Rick looked around at the empty seats and said, I've been a Kizan for a long time, but I ain't never seen nothing like this. Ha. Ha ha ha, you sound like a 3rd year. Rick and Camabaras checked on Maylin's expression as they tried to lighten the mood, but she still remained as stone-faced as when she walked in the building. She silently pulled out her textbook and opened her notes. Moments later, a minute before class began, Belial's teaching assistants entered the room and stood against the wall behind where the professor would teach. The grim faces on the assistant teachers spoke volumes about how much they had been struggling. Simon even felt a little sorry for them. It's always the people caught in the middle who suffer the hardest. Belial wasn't the kind of teacher who cared about what others thought of her, and she carried her own firm views on education. Students were not allowed to speak up in front of the professor for fear of being penalized for complaining, so they took out their frustrations and resentment on the relatively harmless assistant teachers. Having to manage both Belial and the students, it was clear how much the assistant teachers must have suffered. It wasn't long before Belial entered the lecture room, her hands shoved into her coat pockets as she walked with her usual confident gait. She didn't seem to care that a protest was happening just down the hall. The protesters could still be vaguely heard outside. Slamming the classroom door behind her, Belial sat sprawled out in her usual chair and snapped her fingers. The chief assistant teacher stepped forward and began calling for attendance. Oh, wow. I've never seen the chief assistant teacher's face so pale. The chief assistant teacher was probably more distressed than anyone else in the room. She had repeatedly asked Belaya to reduce the amount of poison in each dose or to cut down to 2 sets of poison in a class, but she refused every time. Eventually, the situation reached this point. She felt responsible for not being able to do more. Colbanile. Here. Rick Hayward. Here. The chief assistant teacher who was taking attendance frowned. She hesitated, her eyes darting to the outside window before calling out. Claudia Menzies. A heavy silence fell over the room, and of course, there was no answer. Feeling sorry for the chief assistant teacher as she awkwardly waited for a response, Jamie, the class president, raised her hand. Claudia's not here, assistant teacher. Okay, then next. And so it went, with the assistant teacher calling out names and Jamie shouting, "Not here," over and over. The mood in the class quickly sank. After hearing "not here," for the final name on the list, the chief assistant teacher screwed her eyes shut momentarily and closed the attendance book. Professor, I've finished checking the attendance." "Yeah, got it." Belaya, who was scratching her ears without a care in the world, flicked her fingers. An unidentifiable substance exploded in the air like a firecracker. Absent? Protesting classes? What a bunch of bullshit. You've got to be kidding me. She casually flipped up to her feet and strode to the front. The chief assistant teacher stepped back and stood beside the other assistants, the ones next to her giving a supportive glance. "After today's class, tell your friends out there," Belaya declared, flashing her jagged shark-like teeth. "I don't care how much of a shit show you want to put on. I'm not going to let you change my ways." Chapter 255. The poisonous alchemy class had begun. A pang of empathy hit every student who met the exhausted eyes of the assistant teachers as they passed around the lesson's materials, the poisons. Surrounded by silence, Simon tossed the first lump of antibodies into his mouth. "Tastes like hair today. They say that humans are creatures of adaptation. Having done this for a few weeks now, their bodies had all gotten used to it. Now, they could tell when the drug had fully entered their blood without having to rely on the rough time estimates." Simon just chewed lightly before gulping down the powdery mass. He felt his body rejecting the foreign substance far less than it used to. At this point, he just wanted the pain to pass quickly. Ugh, hi. As Simon felt the poison spread, he lifted his quill. Belaya had the students fill out a checklist of simple questions about the poison they just ate. Questions like what does the poison tasted like, what symptoms it caused, what kind of poison it seemed to be, and what poisons it resembled from the ones in the textbooks. Finally, she asked the students to define the poison they had just swallowed in one word. Simon wrote here and there. His thoughts were too foggy, so he just scribbled away without bothering to peer through the fog to find his more illuminating thoughts. By now, few students vomited after eating the poison, and the pain became far easier to manage. Someone joked that they felt like they were becoming a monster for getting used to this, and Simon laughed in bitter agreement. Finishing the first dose quickly, Simon moved on to the next. "This one tastes like fingernails." Of course, he'd never intentionally eaten hair or fingernails before, but something about it just clicked in his head. Looking to the side, Rick was writing fruits for the taste, Maylin was going for lipsticks, and Kamabura's named colors. By the start of the third dose, Maylin had pulled a pre-prepared paper bag over her head in a familiar gesture, and snot dribbled from Cammie's nose by the time she finished with the second. As for Rick, the moment he swallowed the third dose, he stood up and said he was done. In Group 7, Rick was the most resilient to the poisons. But not long after, Simon felt the pain and nausea from the third dose subside, and he raised his hand to call over an assistant teacher so he could report that he was fine. After turning in his checklist, he turned to leave for the next room where students were learning theory. "Wait," called out Belaya as she waved Simon over. She was sprawled out in the back row of seats instead of her designated place at the front. Of course, they were all too busy dealing with the poisons to realize she had moved. As Simon approached, she yawned lazily and tapped her fist on her shoulder. I'm sorry, but please give me a massage. A nearby assistant teacher winced at that and offered to do it instead. It's fine. Simon smiled, standing behind her as he massaged her shoulder. Belia stiffened momentarily, straightening up, but soon she melted completely at Simon's touch. It was oddly quiet. Simon ended up laughing, comparing Belia to how a cat would be helpless after being grabbed by the neck. Phew, you're good. Belia sounded genuinely surprised. Did you take separate massaging classes or something? No, I just used to massage my mom's shoulders all the time, so I'm used to it. Oh ho ho. You're a dutiful son, huh? After massaging her shoulder in silence for some time, Simon whispered. Professor Hong will be worried. Belia snorted. The bastard who cut off all ties with me after I was kicked out of the grasslands? Professor Hong Feng has been planting wildlife known for its antitoxins all over Roke Island and feeding her students a steady diet of drinks made from them, I think. Simon added in a very small voice. She's doing that for you, Professor Belia. She was silent for a moment. Simon was standing behind her, so he couldn't see her expression. Then, suddenly, Belia reached out and grabbed Simon's cheek. Professor? You're going too far with what you say. What do you think you know, trying to interfere in grown-ups' affairs? She laughed mischievously and pulled harder on Simon's cheek. Oh ouch. Simon resisted as he squirmed in his seat, the pain bringing tears to his eyes. Bastard. She let go of her hand, revealing her sharp teeth as if in warning. Simon stroked his cheek and glared at her with resentment. How are you preparing for the next BDMAT? Simon blinked at the sudden question. Yeah. I'm working hard. Come see me if you get stuck. She patted Simon on the shoulder. Your big sis will help you out once, no matter what it is. Exclamation point. He wasn't sure what he just got, but he realized that, for a shoulder massage, he got a lot. He was definitely going to keep this one in mind later. Thank you. Professor. How strict? Just call me Big Sis when it's only the two of us talking. Yes, Professor. Kaya ha ha ha. You're too inflexible, asshole. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Even though Belia said she would help, he couldn't just ask her to come up with a plan for an underwater battle. For now, he thought it would be best to finalize how he would fight in the sea, his techniques, and his general style, and then ask for advice on what he needed to improve. As he continued to attend classes, his worries about managing to finalize everything deepened. The professors hadn't taught them anything about dark magic for the sea, obviously because that would be basically giving away the answer. The most they could do was offer occasional hints and help, like when Professor Jane gave a lecture on circle bonding or how Professor Bahil taught them a formula for a non-ejection curse. The professors seemed to be saying that they'd have to figure out how to fight in the sea on their own. Class after class passed by, and the BDMAT sometime probably next week drew closer and closer. Everyone was outlining plans for how they would fight in the ocean, but Simon couldn't come up with anything beyond how to breathe. Are there any undead that can be used in the sea? Yes. Simon stopped by the mutant club room for the first time in a while. He casually brought up the subject while working on the Overlord with Benya. Benya, who was carefully wiping clean the Overlord's tentacles with a rag, pondered, then said. A nether whale. I don't think I can control such a high-ranking undead yet, and there's no way to get one. Simon, realizing that he needed to add some context, explained the theme of the third BDMAT, and Benya nodded in understanding. So you're looking for an undead to fight alongside you at sea? Finished cleaning the Overlord's leg, she grunted as she stood back up. She walked over to a bookshelf, her skirt carelessly swishing around her, and she shuffled through the books. To be blunt, you do realize that undead themselves are unfit for use at sea, right? Yes, of course I know that. But it's also true that, for the grand plan of world domination, we cannot ignore the ocean. Simon experienced this many times, but he still took an extra second to filter what the geeky undead engineer was saying. We can at least make undead out of sea monsters. How about this? She pulled out a book and flipped it open to an illustrated page. It was an undead made of a large whalebone. Cool. Do you think I can get one of those? If you're lucky, I guess? The premise seemed shaky. Seeing Simon's hesitation, Benya put down her book and said, I guess it's better to go and see one with your eyes instead of looking over a picture again and again, comrade. What? Are you free this weekend? I'll take you somewhere fun. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The weekend came quickly, as the weekdays had been swallowed up by the mission evaluations. When Benya told him to meet her in Rochest, he assumed the somewhere fun she mentioned would be somewhere on Roke Island. But when he arrived at the meeting point, he was greeted by a teleportation magic circle prepared by Vanilla. First Serene and now this? I guess rich people are different, huh? They had authorized the teleportation with Kizan, so there would be no problems. Benya had a lot of undead business of her own, and Kizan was accommodating in that regard. Simon nervously stepped on the magic circle. His body felt weightless for a moment before he landed on a different place. Welcome to the harbor city of Ballet, my comrade. Simon opened his eyes to see a vast, endless sea. Countless fishing boats were pouring in and out of the harbor. He had never seen a harbor this large before. To have good undead, we must first get good ingredients. Benya pointed toward a large fish market that was mostly obscured by a swarm of people crowded around it. The fish market of Ballet Harbor is the largest in the Dresden Kingdom. Shall we go conquer it and see if they have anything good? Yes. The two walked briskly into the fish market where they were greeted by the distinctive stench of salt water and fish. Simon's eyes darted around as he took in the brand new sights. Fish everywhere. He was overwhelmed by the number and size of the stalls. It seemed like every fish in the continent was on display here. Behind the colorful stalls, fishermen and merchants shouted with booming voices that the fish were good today. He felt like he was amid a fierce battle, with fishermen and merchants calling out over each other about them having the best quality fish. And it wasn't just fish. There were sea monster corpses, too. Buried in ice, a fish with teeth too long to be a fish was still twitching like it was alive. A sign above it read, Welcome. How fortunate for you to find my place here. The Gerontos are good today. Do you want a taste? The roughly bearded vendor whipped out a fish knife and quickly sliced open the Gerontos' flesh, filleted into sashimi, and placed a piece on a cutting board. Poor fish, it's still alive. What was happening in this fish market was enough to even frighten a necromancer, someone who handled corpses on a daily basis. Go ahead, try it. And no thank you. Simon backed away with his hands raised in front of him, but Benya swooped in and grabbed a slice of the raw meat, popped it into her mouth. Benya nodded as she chewed. Delicious. How long ago did you catch it? It just came in last night. It's fresh. Against Simon's disapproval, Benya pointed to the more mundane board of sashimi next to him, this board also from the flesh of a monster. Isn't this your first time eating monster sashimi? Try it. Simon squeezed his eyes shut and took a taste. The sashimi slid into his mouth, and he chewed on the thick flesh. Exclamation point. It was thick and slightly acidic. But the acid cut cleanly through the heavy levels of fat. It was closer to red meat than fish in that regard, and it went down quite smoothly. Growing up in the mountains, he rarely had the chance to taste sashimi, but this was the most delicious sashimi he had ever eaten. It's known that the meat of land monsters is not good, but interestingly enough, most of the fish monsters have high-quality flesh. That's the first I've heard of it. Benya turned to look back at the vendor. We're necromancers. Do you have any stuff we can use as undead? Oh, your young looks hid that fact well. You two are necromancers, huh? And no, I'm out of today's supply because I used all of them for meat. Then we'll come back later. Of course, of course. Feel free to stop by any time. With that, the two walked deeper into the fish market. Benya explained. Balat is right in the middle of the home of necromancers, Kizan, and the royal city of Langerstein. Because of its location, there are many sea monsters along with the fish, making it a popular place for necromancers to gather ingredients. Search * the novel, ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ah, that's the first I've heard of it. Somehow, he had a feeling that he would come here often for ingredients. And so the two made their way to the depths of the fish market. There, they came upon an alleyway decorated with the cartilage of a deadly shark monster. Just looking at it sent a chill down Simon's spine. Most of the people in the fish market didn't even look that way. When they had something to do nearby, they quickened their steps and stared intently in the opposite direction of the place. Hee hee. That was just the normal fish market. Now, we're entering the real world of necromancers. Are you ready? Simon nervously gulped before nodding. I'm ready. New undead. Determined to find a way to fight underwater here, Simon walked inside. Chapter 256. As Simon walked in, he realized that what he had seen so far was nothing. The fish market that exclusively sold to necromancers. The stalls were filled with only monster corpses. They were all dripping with blood from harpoon wounds, the wet blood perhaps used as a sign that they were a recent catch. The floor was caked in red. Some monsters were strung up upside down, and some needed their mouths tied shut. It was a paradise of gore and brutality. There was no shouting for attention like there was in the main market, just people in overalls working in silence. And the customers here were all necromancers. An elderly woman swept monster organs into a bag she had brought with her and walked away with a smile on her face. The undead materials you see at a regular necromancer shop only look so pristine because they've been processed. Here, they're all raw and unprocessed. Clarified Benya, briskly pacing back and forth. I'll admit that this place is a bit of a mixed bag amongst necromancers, but there are some hidden treasures to be found, especially for the type of undead you need, comrade. Normally, ocean skeletons would be in the specialty category of shops, and you'd have to pay a fortune for them. But you can get them here for 1/10 of the price. Simon looked at her with admiration. As expected, senior, you're an expert. Nah, I'm still a student. It's just that I'm just more interested in this area than others. Ah. Let's go that way. Every step took a bit of extra effort to separate it from the sticky red beneath them, forcing Simon to be aware of just how much blood he was surrounded by. Even if these were monsters that ate humans, them being slaughtered was still uncomfortable to think about. If I become a professional necromancer, will I visit places like this often? Probably not. Benya shook her head. You know how a lot of people like to eat meat but want to turn a blind eye to the killing of livestock? It's similar to that. Necromancers like neat things. We're here for a very specific reason, so we're just stopping by. She added with a shrug. Still, visiting a place like this every so often is good training for world domination. Why, you're right. As the conversation came to an end, Simon wandered around, soaking in the atmosphere like he was studying a new culture. Looking about with the desire to learn, he came across a plethora of new sights. Taking the role of a tour guide, Benya asked, "Do you know how they categorize the undead that come into this kind of market?" Not really. According to Benya, corpses that can be considered for sale as special undead are immediately enchanted with various glyphs for storage and loaded onto boats or wagons for transportation. The corpses that can become zombies or ghouls are moved to special warehouses designed to bring them to the perfect level of decay. The remaining ones that can become skeletons are immediately skinned, and bones are taken for the market. The remaining byproducts are sold for research to necromancers, as catalysts for spells, or as materials for artifacts. Normal livestock and beasts can be turned into undead, but they are weak. It's mostly monsters that become undead. Monsters are absolutely evil, harm people, and have yet to be conquered by mankind. This is one of the reasons why local lords encourage the development of necromancers. The more necromancers there are, the fewer monsters there will be. I've never thought about necromancers like that. Of course, to come here, you have to be culturally accepting. Simon figured that people like Reedy and others from the Holy Federation would collapse in disgust. While distracted by the amusing imagery, he was forced back into reality as a merchant struck two knives together. In front of him was a crowd of wrinkled, old necromancers. It is now 1 p.m. I shall begin dismantling this cyclops. The merchant plunged his knife into the monster's abdomen and pulled the blade crossways to form a clean cut. The stomach gaped open as the knife broke through with the ease of cutting paper, and hot steam billowed out. Ooh-hoo! The necromancer smiled innocently at the sight, like children opening a Christmas present. They rushed forward and took what they needed. Their hands were smudged with blood, but their eyes shone with curiosity as they busily swept the contents into bags. They weighed the items on a scale, paid, and left, satisfied with their bargain. That's all ingredients for potions, chimeras, hemomancy supplies, poisons, and more, explained Benya. Cyclops parts need additional processing to be useful, but I guess the buyers wanted homemade. In fact, while necromancy as a practice has existed for centuries, necromancer shops and undead factories were a relatively new trend. There were people not too long ago who reasonably didn't trust what they could get from mass-produced workshops, so they had to make things themselves. Simon gazed around, taking in the sights he had never seen before. Let's get to work, shall we? I told you what you need to find, right? Right. Pelorans, wolves, rhodocetus, and gambins. Among the underwater monsters, they were the ones that could be skeletonized. The two walked on, searching the area carefully. Ah, Senior, look! A massive creature made of what looked like whale bones was on display. It was beautifully balanced, and it was positioned so it was easy to see the jagged teeth and, most importantly, the long vertebrae that ran from its head to its fins like train tracks. That's a poloran, a level 5 monster. I'd be dead if I met one of those in the ocean. The two approached and examined the poloran. This side of the shop seemed to be dedicated to skeletons, with mostly bones on display. Just then, a man in a metal mask, he seemed to be the shop's owner, walked over expressionlessly. Today's poloran is in good shape. It's been skimmed, bleached, and dried, and the skeleton is in excellent condition. Benya bent down and examined the bones carefully. You really took good care of them. Of course. I'm an expert. Slowly, she ran her fingers down the vertebrae and then paused once she got below the ribs. You're missing bone 174, aren't you? The expressionless man flinched for the first time. You must have made a mistake when you removed the entrails from the bones. First of all, there's no number 207. If you connect 206 and 208 without 207, the movement of the all-important fins becomes rigid and stiff when used as an undead. She winked at the man. You got caught, mister. An expert, huh? I'll give it to you at half price. I won't buy it even if you give it to me for 30%. She waved her hand. You can just ignore me, but removing the guts only with a knife is difficult, as the bones and guts of poloran are firmly attached. Damage to the bone is inevitable. So, dig a deep pit, bury the poloran in the ground, and use the decay glyph. After a couple of days, the muscles and guts will rot away, and you can take the bones no problem. The man looked over at Benya, genuinely surprised. Realizing that she was quite young, he said. You must be from Kizan. That's right. So the elites really are different. Thank you for your advice. I'll take note. Yes, I wish you well. Benya took Simon and left to go elsewhere. Search *thennovelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. ? When she turned back to make sure Simon was following, she was immediately met with his sparkling eyes full of respect. Ahaha. What's up? You're making me nervous. Simon realized that, although they were both second years, Benya was on another level compared to Andre. The wall of senior had never felt so high. Do you think I can become like you if I study summoning more? You don't have to be like me. She shook her head. The field of creating undead is incredibly vast, and it's going to be hard to conquer. I've been doing it my whole life, and I love it, so that's why I'm doing it. But you don't need to memorize all these small details. You need to think about how you're going to fight your enemies with undead and win. And she smirked and pointed a thumb at herself. You leave the boring stuff to us. Simon was impressed. This was exactly the kind of connection he needed to make So succeed as a necromancer. It was good that he'd met her at school and not in society. Shall we continue to conquer the fish market, then? Yes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Meanwhile, the harbor of Ballet, normally a mess with many boats whizzing past, was now in a frenzy. Okay, after 3. 1, 2, 3, pull. 20 grown men were working together. They were unloading something from a dinghy, multiple enchanted nets wrapped around this one thing to distribute the force and stop the ropes from snapping. Finally, the item on the small boat rolled off onto the dock, and people rushed over. What in the world is it? I heard something about a baby nether whale. A nether whale? What came down from the small boat was a dead baby whale. It was a Deimos, to be precise. It was the only monster capable of creating a special type of undead, a nether whale. An adult Deimos was a level 8 monster, and they were even known as the rulers of the sea. There's a wound on its belly. It was probably attacked by other monsters. It's a shame it's still a baby. Of course it's a baby. It wouldn't be dead if it was an adult. A 5-meter-long baby Deimos. It was very small compared to the adult, but it was such a rare monster that only one was caught every 10 years. The adults were even rarer, with barely a couple being caught in the last century. Now, stand back. Don't touch it. A man who appeared to be the captain of the ship who brought in the whale hopped down from the boat and motioned for the crowd to back off. It's going to be auctioned off at the fish market in 2 hours, so you'll get a good look at it then. With the wave of a hand, the captain ordered his crew to move quickly when. Excuse me. An unidentified man in a robe walked briskly toward him. He said to the captain. Are you in charge? I suppose I am. I'd like to purchase that item. The captain frowned. Didn't you hear what I said? I'm putting it up for auction. I want to buy it right now. You don't understand. I'll match your price or better. No, I'm saying. The captain immediately shut his mouth. He felt a chill run down his spine as he caught sight of the 2 hideous eyes glowing in the darkness of the hood. That's not a normal person. What is he hiding beneath that robe? There was no need to stir up trouble, so the captain pushed through the fear and said. How about this? He quoted the robed man twice the price he'd originally thought he'd get at the auction. Now, if you can't afford it, just get out of my. I'll pay you double that right now. The man pulled a box of gold coins out of subspace and set it down in front of him. Ridiculous. How rich is this person? The captain's hand shook as he counted the coins. 4 times of what he had in his mind. A sum he'd never get even if he auctioned it off and had a jackpot customer. All right. Let's do it. No backing out later. The deal was sealed. The successful buyer approached the Deimos corpse. How are you going to move this thing? No matter how big of a subspace you have, it wouldn't be easy to get it inside. I'll just take the parts one need. You can keep the rest. The man formed a magic circle in his palm and placed his hand on the Deimos. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's hard to find summons that I like. Simon and Benya continued to wander around the market, but they were having trouble. The Pelorans, wolves, Rhodocetus, gambins, and other fish monsters that could be turned into skeletons were in high demand, as their bones were important alchemical and magical ingredients. The issue was, they needed a full set of bones to create a skeleton, and most of the important bone parts of each creature had been taken by other necromancers. But the ones that remained intact were often problematic to work with, There just aren't any in the proper condition. Just when Simon was thinking that he should try something else. People were rushing to the docks, and Simon and Benya naturally went to follow. "It's a Deimos," exclaimed Benya, looking at the monster's corpse. "That's crazy. This is the first time I've ever seen one in the market." "What is that?" "It's the only monster that can create the high-rank undead netherwhale. The adult is a level 8 monster and they're considered the apex predators of the sea." A netherwhale? Simon's eyes widened as he looked at the dead whale corpse, only about 5 meters long. "Kinda small for a netherwhale, huh?" He was, of course, thinking of the netherwhale he'd ridden coming to Kizan. "That's because it's still a baby." There was a hole in its heart. Apparently, another necromancer had already purchased and taken the most important and valuable parts, like the heart and other organs. You won't be able to make even a small netherwhale without those organs. The customers quickly glanced at what was left for the netherwhale and went elsewhere. The value dropped significantly since they couldn't make it into an undead, and only the outer byproducts remained. "Okay, we'll start the auction in 10 minutes. The auctioneer was saying that to lighten the mood when Simon looked at Belaya. "Senior? What's up? Why don't we buy the remains of the Deimos and—" His eyes filled with determination. "Turn it into a skeleton instead of a netherwhale?" Chapter 257 Inch a baby Deimos, the core of the famous netherwhale, starting at 100 gold. The auctioneer's shout was followed by boos and jeers from the quickly gathered crowd. "Why didn't you say it's defective? It's missing the most important part, the heart. Who's going to pay 100 gold for something that can't even be used as a netherwhale?" Yeah. Amidst the angry shouts, someone held up a hand. 100 gold. Contrary to what the jeering were saying, another hand shot straight up. 110. 120. Simon was still waiting for Benya's answer as the prices rose steeply. The question was whether he could use a Deimos as a skeleton. She closed her eyes, seriously contemplating. Well, it would be unprecedented. Ignoring the perfectly successful formula for a netherwhale, you want to make a skeleton out of its bones? Well, it can't be helped. They took the most important part, the heart. Of course, if it was an intact baby Deimos, the price would have gone up to tens of thousands of gold in an instant. By the way. She opened her eyes slowly. A skeleton version of a Deimos. I think it's worth a shot. That's more than enough. Simon prepared to join the auction. What do you think it's worth? At least 2,000 gold, I suppose? Her reply was instant. If you're going to buy it, I can pay about half of that on the condition that you give the rest of the byproducts, everything but the bones, to us, vanilla. Really? Sure. Then let's do it. All right. But does a student like you even have 1,000 gold to spend? Simon nodded. He had received 2,000 gold from Princess Molly during the recent mission evaluation. 290. 300. It was already up to 300 gold. The auctioneer interrupted. Okay, from now on, we're going to increase the bidding by 50 gold. If anyone wants to buy it for 350 gold, you may. 1,000 gold. The crowd became so quiet that even a pin dropping to the ground would be heard by everyone. Simon raised his arm and entered the auction. Who was that? Sar the Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Did I hear him right? Is he the kid of a duke or something? He looks rich. You don't have to waste time when you realize the bid will go to 2,000 gold. You better get right into the game, force the rabble out, and race to 2,000. Of course, another hand came up. Ahem. 1,050. 1,300. 1,350. 1,600. The man who called 1,350 gold stiffened as Simon quickly defended. Fervent whispers filled the crowd as everyone else watched on in confused awe. Looks like the owner was decided from the beginning. He looks persistent. He's going to keep racing higher and higher. Why don't you try challenging him? What if I call 1,650 and then he gives up? As the crowd grew louder, Simon felt the world go quieter as he stared at his only rival. The man looked a little flustered, and Simon looked extremely calm. Simon saw the man's will crumble. 1,600 gold. Anyone else? The auctioneer looked slightly bewildered. He'd expected the price to go up, but the heat had cooled too quickly. He gave a few comments to try to draw more customers in, but he eventually declared. Sold. For 1,600 gold. Nice. Simon felt a grin going up to his ears. He'd expected the other party to fight back more, but apparently, they had other things to buy besides the Deimos. 800 gold when split with vanilla. That was a lot of money saved. He still had 1,200 gold in his pocket. Soon, the flock of people who had gathered at the auction dispersed, leaving only Simon and Benya. Benya was calling someone with her communication crystal ball. Our people will be here soon to move the goods to the warehouse, said Benya. We'll dismantle the corpse in the warehouse, do some minor processing, and then carve the magic circle into the bones so it can be summoned as a skeleton. I'll do it for free for you, comrade. Thank you, senior, said Simon, letting out an inward squeal of joy. You're the next generation of the club, so I should do at least this much. In return, please take care of the first years who'll come under you in the future, alright? Yes, I will. Of course, there were several warehouses and businesses run by Vanilla in Ballad Harbor, so Benya left, saying she'd go check up on them. Meanwhile, the auctioneer would keep the items safe until Vanilla took possession. I have some spare time. Feeling better, Simon decided to explore the market more on his own. He still had a lot of money left, and everything caught his fancy once he realized he still had the money to buy things apart from the skeleton. He decided to go deeper into the market. Ah. So this was here all along. He found a stall selling an intact set of poloran bones. It was in good condition and had the right number of bones. You always end up finding things like this only after you purchase something else. He considered buying them as a plan B in case the Deimos skeleton didn't work out, but that seemed like splurging. After almost making an impulse buy, he stopped and kept walking. He saw tons of sea monsters in ice cases. Giant octopi, sea crocodiles, that fish with excessively long teeth that Benya tried, and more. At first, he was repulsed by the sights, but when he realized they were being preserved as corpses and that the movements weren't them being kept alive, he found himself enjoying the experience. There was more to see than he expected. The more he learned, the more interesting it all became. Simon truly realized that he was becoming a necromancer, and a strange feeling welled up in his chest at that knowledge. Ah, this is so fun. Also, having walked for a long while, he looked around at the streets. Where am I? By the time he noticed he was lost, not a soul could be seen. It seemed like he went too deep. Simon calmly looked around, then turned into an alleyway that seemed to go back the way he came. Exclamation point. The moment he stepped in, the stench of blood flooded his nose. His sense of smell had somewhat numbed since he got here, but the foul odor was so terrible that it blew right through that numbness. My head's getting dizzy. The fish market, having to sell goods to customers, had certain sanitary standards that stopped things from getting too bad. But the further he walked, the worse this new stench became. That's where it's coming from. He came to a place that appeared to be a warehouse. Its old door was left open. It looked dangerous, so he made up his mind to just pass on by. But just as he was about to obey his sense of reason, his intuition took over and urged him on. It told him that there must be something going on in there, that he would be haunted by curiosity for nights to come if he didn't find out what this place was. After all, the only thing he had to do was look through the already open door and then get out. It was weird. Driven by a strong, unknown sensation, Simon walked as if possessed. His nose felt like it was going to fall off, but his feet did not care and continued into the warehouse. And in that warehouse? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon began to gag, dropping to a knee as his legs fell out from under him. Inside was a mountain of animal hearts. There was a magic circle on the floor, and although it seemed that most of the hearts had been removed a long while ago, they were still beating. What the hell is going on? Why are all the hearts? No matter how crazy necromancers were, this place was not normal. Footsteps came from outside the warehouse. Simon snapped out of his stunned state as his own heart began to beat faster with fear. That's a good heart you got yourself there. Yeah. It was a coincidence that we saw a baby netherwhale on the way here. Two men's voices. The footsteps grew closer and closer to the entrance. Simon quickly moved to hide. After a moment, he heard the men's footsteps stop. Why's the door open? Oh, I didn't bother to close it when I went to get you. Anyway, it's got that recognition hindering spell cast on it, so we won't be seen. I don't mind being seen, just be more careful in the future. Huh. I doubt anyone would come all the way here. Soon, two cloaked figures entered the warehouse. Simon was attached to the ceiling by the entrance using jet black. His heart raced at the thought that, if they turned around and looked up, he'd instantly be spotted. If he was caught, he would never be able to get away with saying, "Sorry, I took a wrong turn." The only good thing was that the smell of blood was so strong and the warehouse was so dark that even a necromancer would struggle to sense him. Let me check the condition of the goods one last time. The man, who appeared to be a subordinate, carefully opened the box. Inside the glass case was a heart. Simon roughly realized what it was from the information he'd heard. They're the ones who bought the netherwhale and took the heart. Just then, the man in the warehouse took off his hood. His brown hair spilled out, revealing shiny glasses with brown frames. Recognizing him, Simon almost screamed. Professor Walter? Why was he here? It's in good shape, said Walter, pushing up his glasses. What about the plan? On track. We'll make sure we don't miss the deadline. The two began to talk about details that Simon lacked context to understand. He was terrified, but he listened intently. Let me explain, Sir Judas. Judas. There it was again. That name. It was written in Walter's favorite fountain pen. Until now, Simon had noticed that Professor Walter always carried that fountain pen in his breast pocket, no matter where he went or what clothes he wore. When he first met him in Longustin, he told Simon that he had inherited the fountain pen from someone else. But sure enough, his subordinate here now called him Judas. Professor Walter lied. But for now, the name didn't matter. Judas. Judas. That name kept on bugging him. He was sure he'd seen it somewhere else, but his memory was too fuzzy. Just then, he heard a step outside, and another person, this time a woman, entered the room. Sir Judas. Count Karen has arrived. I'll be there right away. Walter pressed his hood down and started walking. The new woman and Walter left the warehouse, closing the door behind them this time. Now, it was just Simon and Walter's subordinate in the warehouse. Simon assessed the situation using the light of the solitary, flickering mana bulb that seemed like it could go out at any moment. The man sat on a crate overturned into a chair, fiddling with the magic circle that managed the hearts. What should I do? Using the Legion power or bringing out Prince would do the trick, but he didn't want to alert Walter to the fact that someone had come to the warehouse. By increasing the jet black in his feet, Simon pushed himself up on shaky legs. Then, he lay flat on his back against the ceiling and brought his arms in front of him. His target was the largest heart. Above it, he remotely drew a new magic circle. This is tough. It was hard enough to maintain the circuit that stuck him to the roof, but now he had to remotely draw a magic circle on top of that. In an instant, his forehead filled with sweat. Beads of it rolled down his skin and splat down on the floor. For him, every drip felt as loud as a lightning strike, but fortunately, the man hadn't noticed. The man was simply humming as he worked on his magic circle. I need to make sure I don't leave too much sweat, either. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became, and the sweat drenched his hair. He shouldn't sweat too much, he shouldn't ignore the spell that's sticking him to the ceiling, and he needed to draw a magic circle from a distance. Concentrate, concentrate. Simon drew a faulty magic circle. It had no effect on its own. It was a magic circle with a formula that was guaranteed to fail. When the circle was activated, it would break itself. He didn't think he'd ever make something like this on purpose, but today was the day. Now. Simon activated the spell. A loud sound, like fingernails scratching on a blackboard, reverberated throughout the warehouse. It showed no sign of fading. What? What's going on? The man, once utterly focused on fixing up the circle keeping the hearts beating, jumped to his feet in surprise, and the heart Simon had drawn on the circle gurgled and began to bleed. Did I make a mistake? In a panic, he fumbled with the formula, afraid that he might damage the other hearts. The moment was now. Using the chaos, Simon nimbly descended from the ceiling and moved to the doorway. When he pushed the door open, a loud creak filled the room, so he expected to be noticed. But the noise from the faulty circle was so intense that the man didn't show a single sign of noticing. He seemed too preoccupied with fixing the circle. Simon darted out the door and slammed it shut behind him. Then he ran. Pant. 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 Sweat was pouring down his face, the taste of iron filled his mouth, and his heart was pounding like it was about to explode. Simon wanted to leave this place immediately. Oh, comrade. After running for what seemed like forever, he finally saw the auction house where he bought the nether whale. In front of it, he found Benya, who was looking for him. I was worried when you didn't show up. Where have you been? When he saw Benya's face, he calmed down, tears welling up in his eyes. Simon grabbed his hood and pulled it over his head to hide his face. He was still gasping for air. Let's go, Senior. Let's go to that vanilla warehouse you said you'd bring the netherwell to. Right now. Alright. It'll take a while by carriage from here. Is that okay? Simon caught his breath and nodded. Yeah. All he could think about was getting out of here. Chapter 258. Simon and Benya rode in the carriage to the warehouse. Sliding open the window to let in a little air, Simon felt the slight tremor in his hand that formed ever since seeing the mound of beating hearts now strangely begin to fade. Was it such a horrible sight that his brain was trying to repress the very memory? Or maybe the sight really wasn't a big deal after all and he was simply moving on. All that remained in his thoughts now was a single question. What was Walter, or rather, Judas, doing with so many hearts? As he pondered on this, he soon arrived at the warehouse. Well, calling it a warehouse hardly did it justice. It was more like a large, well-equipped factory. When they brought the Deimos in, a commotion kicked up around them. It's here. So that's what nether whales are made of, huh? The employees who had gathered were all surprised. Let us through, please. The moment the voice left the speaker's lips, the employees jumped back in unison to form a clear path and bowed their heads. Benya Vanilla, who had changed into her work clothes, approached, carrying an array of specialized knives. Now, I'm going to extract the bones. Her hair professionally tied back in a tight bun, she pulled out a moderately large knife and started her first incision into the corpse. Surprised, Simon said. You're doing this yourself? Of course. She adjusted her grip on the knife and made a series of marks across the side of the motionless corpse. Then, she looked at the cuts and, using the information gleaned from them, pulled out a new knife and placed the tip of it right above the spine. Conquering the baby Deimos begins now. Simon's jaw dropped as he speechlessly watched it all unfold. There was no hesitation in her cuts. Flesh tore open with every perfectly angled swish of the blade. It was a skill that required an intimate understanding of the muscles and a clear sense of where the bones were, despite her likely never having worked on this kind of monster before. Thick chunks of flesh fell to the floor as the work progressed, revealing pure white bone beneath. Blood spattered all over her overalls and her face, but not once did Simon feel she looked unseemly. No, if anything it was the opposite. The grotesque turned into the sublime as Benya focused only on butchering the meat in front of her as blood soaked her to the skin. And after close to 2 hours. That's it. The Deimos's skeleton was revealed, not a sliver missing from the perfectly white bone. Simon and the rest of the staff broke into applause almost out of instinct. It was a bit of a struggle because it's still a baby and has a lot of soft bones, but I'm glad to see its frame is still in place. Thank you. You did such a great job. He handed her a towel, and she gruffly wiped it across her face before shoving it back into his chest. She looked exhausted, but there was a proud smile on her face. Then let's get right to work on making your bones stronger. It was time to put Vanilla's high-tech equipment to work. The bones were submerged in a greenish liquid, painted with intense chemicals, and placed in a cooling chamber. Each step was built on centuries of experience carried across generations of necromancers. During the waiting time, Simon was able to ask Benya a number of questions. I'm learning a lot. I'm glad to be part of this club, even if it means a prince in Dresden now hates my guts. He felt like this made up for all the trouble he'd been through with Andre. As he asked more questions, Simon furtively brought up the subject. By the way, Senior, are there other necromancers who focus on collecting hearts? Hearts? What's with the sudden change of topic? Simon altered a bit from the scene he had seen earlier. I saw a bunch of monster hearts piled up on a cart. Far more than I would ever think was necessary. After a moment's thought, she determined. Well, I'm not so sure if there would be a situation that required that many, but hearts are more of a hemomancy material than summoning, so I don't know much about them. It could be an ingredient for supersized dark spells, too. As Simon pondered, a magic circle on the freezer began beeping. It's done. Simon and Benya rushed over, opened the freezer, and started pulling out the skeleton. Looking inside, the Deimos's bones had visibly hardened. While normal bones were brittle and dry, the Deimos's bones were smooth and glossy after the processing. It was like touching porcelain. As a test, Benya took one of the bones and smashed it against a plank of wood. It shattered the plank without showing any signs of strain. Simon asked in admiration. Can you give other skeletons this level of toughness? It depends on the type of monster and the condition of its bones. We, Vanilla, tend to adjust the strength of the bones to suit the purpose, but this Deimos was still a baby and had a lot of spongy bones, so I hardened them up. Otherwise the whole thing would be ruined after a single fight. The preparations were finally complete. It was time to get to the most important part, drawing the magic circle to turn it into a summon. They're here! Shouted Benya, turning to look at one of the many doors. Following her gaze, Simon saw 3 men walking toward them from the doorway. A sudden wave of nervousness surged through him. Who are they? The aura each man exuded was unnerving. This is the first time you're asking for help from us, young lady, said a man with a short beard and biceps as big as Simon's head. An old, faded scar could be seen across his cheek and his voice carried years of experience. I know you must be busy, so thank you for coming at such short notice. She extended her arm, introducing the 3 to Simon. Comrade, these people are the undead artisans who will be drawing your summoning circle. This is Sir Diego, Sir Marco, and Sir Rodrian, and they will be helping us. Simon looked at Benya in awe. Undead artisans. She was really fine with bringing in big shots like them for free? And this is my member from the club, Simon Polantia. He's a first year at Kizan. Pleasure to meet you. Simon formally greeted them. The bearded man who called himself Diego stepped forward and held out his hand. I'm Diego, a necromancer under the Vanilla Group. Nice to meet you. His voice was somehow cold, but Simon didn't hesitate to shake his hand. It's my honor. He greeted the other two as well. They then exchanged a quick hello with Benya before removing their jackets and getting to work. Comrade, this undead will be specialized only for you, so I will need you to lend a hand. Yes, I'll do my best. The skeletons purchased from the shops only needed a few finishing touches by the summoner on the already installed magic circle, but that was only possible because they were so mass-produced. When it was an entirely new model of skeleton, there weren't as many known formulas that could be relied on, so the only option was trial and error. That's why Benya brought in the artisan necromancers to do it. Hey! While Benya and the artisans were talking, Diego quietly approached Simon. Yes. Did you call me? The young lady might hear us. Whispering only. Ah, yes. A fierceness flashed across Diego's eyes. I'll be watching you, so do it right. If you hold us back while we're working, I won't let you get away with it. Diego tapped Simon on the shoulder and walked away, audibly muttering something under his breath. It pisses me off that I'm stuck helping the kiddies with my years of experience instead of doing something actually worthwhile. Simon sheepishly scratched the side of his head. Then he heard Pierre's bloodthirsty voice. Does that bastard want to die? It's fine. I'm the one who asked for help, and it's not like I don't understand how he feels. He wouldn't be happy either if his boss's granddaughter called him away while he was doing something he actually cared about. For their sake, Simon was determined to finish the job quickly. A few moments later, the three artisan necromancers took their places in front of the Deimos. The image of them exchanging jokes and laughing with Benya like doting uncles was completely gone, and their faces were serious and focused. They closed their eyes and muttered to themselves to think aloud as they executed their routines. Whoa, professionals really are different. What are you doing? Come here in front. Yes, sir. Soon, the work began in earnest. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Diego, the leader, drew a magic circle on the skull. He brought his right arm straight up, and the circle expanded and rose into the air. The circle was nearly 2 meters wide. Inside, it was empty. Before the enchantment collapsed, Diego brought out more jet black and drew the outline of a rune in the center. Remember. He grunted. When the work begins, there will be no such thing as friends, young ladies, or juniors. I will treat you as a necromancer, as an equal, and there will be no favoritism. Keep your head on straight. Understood. Hands on the runes. Simon placed his hand on the outline of the runes. Diego ordered. Jet black. Simon released his jet black and funneled it into the sketch, and the other two artisans quickly picked it up and began to form more runes. It was an unbelievable sight. Controlling someone else's jet black to draw runes on yet another person's magic circle. How was this even possible? Lay the chain. What? Diego chided. Don't you know what a chain is? A circuit for the jet black to pass through? A circuit. Do I have to spell everything out for you? I'm sorry. Simon nervously drew a jet black circuit. The other two craftsmen drew their formulas around his circuit. Who told you to draw the chain in a curve? Can't you lay it out more neatly? Sorry, I'll fix it right away. Mr. Simon, the jet black is leaking on this part. You'll need to redo it. Got it. My friend, you're nervous. I can see your jet black shaking. As soon as the work began, the artisans began to frantically hustle him, and while the other two were at least trying to be friendly, Diego was having none of it. Remake it again. You're disgracing all of Kizan. Sorry. If you can only do this much, quit this shit right now. I'll do it again. Diego was extremely strict, and Simon worked himself until his forehead beaded with sweat. It felt like he was being scolded almost every minute. What is this transformation formula? Who made it? I did. Whatever. Marco, you cover it. Okay. Marco erased Simon's formula and started from scratch. Simon could only watch from the back. I'm telling you this again. Get a grip. Fire burned in Diego's eyes. Every time you make a mistake, another person suffers. You're not helping. You're a disturbance. I know. I'm sorry. Apply a circling in the corner. For the first time, he was asked to do something he knew. It was a technique he'd learned when he was summoning his first skeleton archer. Simon immediately created a spinning stream of jet black in his palm and nailed it to the spot. Circling done. Next. I won't show you twice, so watch closely. Diego formed a simple magic circle and gently rolled liquid jet black over it, which slowly took shape and hardened to have a clearer corner. It's called beveling. Do it. Yes. Simon's eyes widened, and he rolled the liquidized jet black from side to side over the magic circle. Diego looked the other way momentarily, then looked back at him. Hey, can't you even do that, Ree? His words trailed off and he gave Simon a confused look. I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong? No, continue. To think that he succeeded in beveling, a skill known for its complexity. Didn't the young lady say he's a first year? Diego tilted his head in confusion and curiosity before turning back to his work. Lay the chain sideways. Got it. There will be a binding formula in that spot. It's cramped. I'm sorry, I'll do it again. Simon. Hold the formula here again, please. All right. Despite being squeezed between three artisans, Simon diligently focused on his task. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Does this guy? Diego looked at him in surprise. Not get intimidated? New graduates of necromancer schools, especially apprentices who had just been hired and were working on a magic circle like this for the first time, were often teary-eyed by the end of their first day. The seniors tend to keep a tight rein on them, as circle-making carries a huge risk of explosion. Many people quit after a month or two. But Simon wasn't like those newcomers. He hadn't even graduated from necromancer school yet, but he wasn't shy or intimidated in the field. He wasn't afraid of being scolded, and he wasn't afraid to ask questions and admit his ignorance. Even when he made a big mistake, he dealt with it and worked through it. You're not putting the chain on straight. Sorry. Simon quickly apologized, then persistently continued with his task. He's a freak. On the contrary. This is so fun. Simon was actually enjoying it. Why didn't I find out that there was such an interesting field like this only now? The pleasure of learning. The joy of a challenge. There was no time to be intimidated by his seniors. Working with these artisans was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Spending time on emotion would be a waste. He would rather use the headspace being sad to instead learn one more thing. He wanted them to teach him more. To teach him something new, something harder, something more complicated. Feeling exhilarated, Simon didn't hesitate and laid down a row of jet black circuits. Phew, pretty tough. Good, good. Summoning magic circles is all about momentum to begin with, my friend. The other two seniors were in fact happy to see Simon's boldness. And their joy only made Simon even more energized. Hey, watch me. Diego showed him a new technique using jet black. It's called a flop. Can you do it? Yes. Simon failed once but immediately succeeded in the next try. Sar the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Diego, who was about to get mad, felt the corners of his mouth twitch upward. Who the hell is this bastard? Teach him one thing and he figures out 10. He makes one mistake and he fixes 20 more. Even in front of artisans, he's not intimidated. I'm done. Did I make any mistakes? No. Diego was a professional necromancer. Of course it wasn't very pleasant to be called here when he was busy. But. Well done. Keep it up. No necromancer didn't like a good worker. Simon, I need some help here. Yes. Hours passed, and now the artisans were even relying on him. They'd draw the runes in a straight line, and Simon helped by pinching in the parts poking out using droplets of jet black. Hey, the beveling on my line. Who did all this? I did. Oh, thank you, Simon. You saved me a lot of time. Hey, buddy. Help me with the beveling on the right. I already did that. Whoa, you're right. You're an ace. An ace? It had been 2 hours since the magic circle procedure began. After just 2 hours, the artisans now recognized Simon as a force to be reckoned with. Now, watch me, my friend. Rodrian ruffled Simon's hair, then conjured up jet black on his fingertips before pressing it against the magic circle. What we're making is the brains of the undead. There's no other logic to it. What we're making is what the undead is all about. Do you understand, my friend? Yes, I understand. Once we get this thing working by pressing this. Rodrian pressed a spot on the magic circle, and the bones of the skeleton's tail fin crackled and moved. See? This is the connection to the nerves in the tail fin. Got it. But it's moving so unnaturally now. Rodrian gently spun the circling on the magic circle with his fingertips to tighten it. The fluttering grew a little wider. See? Try to balance the circling by spinning it. If it's too loose, the movement will be exaggerated and unnatural, and if it's too tight, the skeleton will be stiff and brittle. Got it. Work was progressing well. The magic circle was nearing completion. It was then that Diego, who had just finished coordinating the head movements after a solid few minutes of wordless concentration, tried moving the tail fin. His eyes widened when he saw how the fin moved. It shifted gently, like a creature with flesh and muscles instead of bones. It was like the Deimos was actually swimming in the ocean. I've never seen such smooth movements in the attunement stage before. Diego urgently raised his head. Hey! Hey! Hold on. Who tuned the tail? Simon held up his arm, looking a little nervous. I did. Is there anything I should fix? Electricity coursed through Diego's veins as he stared down at Simon. A huge shudder ran through his body, and his mind raced. Kuhaha. This bastard, honestly. Wahahahahaha. Diego howled with laughter as he slapped Simon on the back of the head. You insane asshole. It's fucking great, Simon. Diego called him by name for the first time. Simon's face lit up. He smiled broadly and bowed his head. Thank you. It's all thanks to your teachings, seniors. He was humble enough to give credit to his seniors. Simon's performance lifted the mood of the workshop. All 3 artisans shed their sense of authority and began to create the magic circle with their mouths wide open, laughing. They haven't had so much fun at work in years. Benya, who had watched in silence as Simon was scolded and then praised, smiled with satisfaction. Honestly. They'd never believe her if she told them at HQ. Diego, known for being cranky to any new recruit, put his arm around Simon's shoulders as he pulled him close to teach him something new. The man's wrinkled face was beaming with excitement. He's a great kid. Chapter 259. Thank you for your hard work. Well done. It took the 3 artisans 4 hours, but they finally succeeded in carving the magic circle into the Deimos skeleton. They congratulated each other without a trace of fatigue. Good work, everyone. Benya, who had been waiting for them, came over to encourage them. Of course, young lady. It was fun for us too. It's not every day you get to touch a Deimos. Diego looked back at Simon with a soft smile. Now, don't you think it's time for the owner to start it up? Yeah. Simon closed his eyes and connected to the Deimos's mind. The skeleton, reformed and reinforced with jet black, shifted for a moment before returning to the stillness of the dead. As expected, high-level monsters are different. It's resisting my control more than even the Overlord did. But Simon was confident in his control of undead, and through repetition, he forced his strong will into the skeleton. Wake up. The Deimos's bones, as dormant as fossils, began to pulse with dark blue energy. Then, it began to twitch. Within a matter of seconds, the bones were moving with the fluidity of flesh, the ribs were even expanding and contracting as if the corpse was breathing, and the Deimos was pushing forward with the power and vigor of a large fish just pulled from the sea. "Oh!" exclaimed Benya and the artisans, as well as the numerous warehouse workers who were watching on. "I really did it." No one's excitement could match Simon's. He had been involved in everything, from sourcing the materials to carving the final magic circle. This was the first undead he had put so much effort into from the very beginning. "Watch out, it'll knock everything over." However, it was a bit too powerful at this stage. There was no water in the room, but the Deimos was flicking its way off the ground and around the room, knocking things off shelves and spilling buckets of dangerous chemicals. Search *thenovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That's enough. It was causing a mess. Simon, sweating profusely from exhaustion and panic, approached the wild beast. Just as he went to touch it physically in an attempt to solidify the mental connection, it leaped up and smacked Simon across the cheek with its tail. As Simon collapsed, Benya and the artisans burst into raucous laughter. The first time you wake up an undead, it's usually quite startled and moves rather different to how you'd expect. We tend to call it necrofever. Now that Dago mentioned it, Simon recalled the first time he'd built a skeleton archer, and more specifically when its skull bit his arm. "Maybe you could have told me a little sooner?" "Sorry, we didn't even think to mention it." At this rate, it seemed like the Deimos would spend the rest of the day wandering around and making a mess of the warehouse. When Simon approached again, the artisan stopped him. "Let it be so it loses its strength. It'll calm down in a few hours." He couldn't wait for that, and he couldn't let himself be more of a nuisance to the people of Vanilla. Simon mentally gave the Deimos an absolute order. "Stop." Immediately, the uncontrollable flopping around ceased. But Simon couldn't let his guard down yet. He opened his arms in a gesture of peace and began to inch closer. As he got within arm's reach of the skeleton, he slowly moved his right hand across and placed it on the bony forehead. Then, Simon stroked it gently as if caressing a baby, and the Deimos gradually calmed down. The instinctual expanding and contracting of its ribs ceased as it realized it no longer had to breathe, and instead of resisting its new master's touch, it let Simon connect deeper into its thoughts. Gathering his courage, Simon moved closer. He knelt down, embraced the Deimos, and stroked its torso. Exclamations of admiration came from the entire factory. "He's good. Kids from Kizan are just built different." When the Deimos had visibly calmed down, Diego approached. "While we're at it, let's try that skill as well. You remember how to do it, right?" "Yes, I'll try it right away." Simon sat up and closed his eyes. He could clearly feel the Deimos's thoughts and the presence of the circle, powered by jet black. He activated one of the circle's runes, then gave another absolute order. "Tidal cannon." The skeleton's mouth dropped open as Simon spoke. Within it, the jet black gathered into a circle, sucking in everything around it like a vortex. Simon pointed to an empty space. "There." Wind shot out of its mouth with the force of a ship's cannon, and just from standing near it Simon found it difficult to stop his coat from blasting away. However, the wind dispersed halfway before hitting the wall and the air returned to normal. Phew! The staff let out a gasp as they watched. When a monster dies and becomes an undead, it loses any skills or powers it had in life, said Diego. But, Simon, you did a good job restoring as many of its skills as possible. You even managed to retrieve the most important one, the tidal cannon. I'm sure you'll feel its power when you use it in the water. Picturing how that'd work underwater, Simon imagined the Deimos cutting through the water, blasting away his opponents with the force of an artillery barrage. The thought alone was exhilarating. I'm not afraid of underwater combat anymore. Of course, although he hadn't even tested it underwater yet, Simon felt a surge of confidence. He looked back and said, "It's all thanks to you, seniors. Thank you so much." The artisans beamed with satisfaction. We had a lot to learn, too. You made it easy for us, Sir Simon. That's when Diego coughed loudly, glanced sideways, and whispered under his breath. I'm sorry about before. What? You know, for being too sensitive. The two juniors next to him burst out laughing. It's fine. I really don't mind. Bastard. Diego walked over and put his arm around Simon's shoulders. If you ever need a job, you can always come here. You're always welcome. Oh, come on, man, just quit being a kizzen and come here. We make a lot of money. If it's Sir Simon, we'll welcome you with open arms. Suddenly, the group of bearded men were almost surrounding him, inviting him to work with them. Frozen in the moment, Simon urgently glanced at Benya for her to save him. What's gotten into you lot? That's no way to treat a kid. Interrupted Benya as she pulled Simon out. You were so mean after I gave you some bonus work and a helping hand. Diego laughed cheerfully. That's one thing, and this is another. You're already taking care of your henchmen? If you take Sir Simon into management, I'll resign. His talents as an engineer would be wasted behind a desk. Simon looked at the three in confusion. They were already talking as if Simon was going to work in vanilla. Well, I personally think. Benya put a hand on Simon's shoulder. He's too big a fish for us to conquer and keep. Diego laughed. Huh. If he's too big for the vanilla to keep, then what? Is he going to Kizan HQ or the Ivory Tower or something? Simon merely scratched the side of his head. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After returning to Kizan from the fish market, Simon wrote a letter. He began by asking how Anna and Richard were doing and then wrote about what he had been doing before adding a small note at the bottom. And right below that, he wrote what he wanted to say to Reedy. He cut to the chase with a simple hello, leaving out the rest of the story just in case the letter gets intercepted. When he had rummaged through his memory, wondering why the name Judas stuck out to him, he realized that he had seen something similar on the Holy Train. To be more precise, he seemed to remember it on the documents they found after taking down the Bishop of Heavenly Blood who came to hijack the Holy Train. Putting down his quill, Simon stretched his arms and looked up at the ceiling. I wonder how Reedy is doing in Ethnol. Is she still a top student? Has Ran, her baby dragon, grown lots? He wanted to ask a million things, but he held back. Simon stuffed the letter into an envelope, sealed it with practiced perfection, and dropped it in his dorm's mailbox. He spent the rest of the weekend practicing to control the Daimos, going alone to a deserted beach so he could avoid standing out and exposing his tactic to the rest of the competition. The next morning, a new week had begun, and it was the first class. Jane's announcement jolted the students out of their weekend slumber. The third BDMAT exam is scheduled for the end of this week. Everyone knew it was coming up soon, but now it had become a reality. And a rather difficult one at that. By now, the whole class knew that the theme was the sea, but fighting in the sea itself was quite a challenge. I have to wait all the way until the end of the week. On the other hand, Simon, who had successfully obtained a new summon from the ballot fish market, was confident. Of course, he wasn't looking forward to the test, but rather being able to put the Daimos skeleton to work. And one more important announcement, said Jane, flipping to the next page of her document. There will be a dual evaluation prior to the BDMAT test. There were sighs from all over the room. The BDMAT was bad enough, but a dual evaluation, too? Wow, I know Kizan is known for their rigorous schedule, but this is too much. Just training to get used to the sea is tough enough. Everyone seemed to be at a loss, but Malin simply scoffed. Just use what you've already practiced. You guys are overreacting. Simon nodded in agreement. Yeah. Let's just do our usual. As expected from the upper squad. Your level of confidence is just different, said Rick, playfully. Simon and Malin were currently on the upper squad, and they were both undefeated. Rick and Camabarez, on the other hand, had slipped a few times and were in the middle of the pack. Cammy will move up this time, right? Since you improved so much over the vacation, said Maylin, a twinkle in her eye. Camabarez laughed and gave an uncertain smile. I'm not sure yet, but, actually, the middle squad is fine by me. I don't really want to fight Simon and Maylin. Wait. What's that supposed to mean? The middle squad includes me, Grandmaster Rick Hayward, you know? I'd fight ridiculous Rick any day of the week. Foo. You know I'm not the type to go easy on girls, right? Declared Rick, playfully throwing a jab that ended halfway to Cammy's face. Cammy returned the favor with a clumsy but adorable fist bump. Immediately, Maylin's face lit up and she exclaimed, "Aw," before bringing Camabarez into a tight hug, causing the poor girl to squeal in surprise. Jane, who had been letting the students chatter away as she took the next set of papers, spoke up again. Ahem. A hush instantly fell over the room. This evening, you will see your opponents on the bulletin board outside your dormitories. I want those in the lowest squads to focus more on their dual evaluations, and I want the rest of you to go all in on your mats and do well. That would be all. Thank you. Jane dismissed the class early today. Everyone was laughing and gathering their things, when... Hey, guys, do you have a minute? Claudia Menzies and her friends came up to the stage. Y'all are sick bastards, muttered Maylin in pity. Claudia and Maylin made eye contact, but they looked away before either one could say anything. We've been boycotting classes all week, but as you all know, Professor Belaya insisted on keeping her insane and barbaric classes going. The moment the word boycotting left Claudia's mouth, Hector and his faction stood up and left the room. Once she finished her sentence, Claudia remained silent for a moment as she watched to see if Hector would do anything else, but she spoke up with doubled confidence as soon as he was gone. This is not only a disregard of student opinion, but a declaration of war on human rights. If you get to your next class, Professor Belaya will poison you again. She quite likely will poison you throughout the whole semester. What makes it worse is that the poison we're eating isn't even properly sourced. Who knows what side effects there could be? Choosing to let her abuse your bodies could lead to lifelong issues that make all of your struggles at Kizan useless. I swear, that class is insane. As she continued her speech, the door to the lecture room opened, and students from other classes burst in. They were all part of the movement boycotting Belaya's class. I'll beg you again, and again, and again, said Claudia. For the sake of our student rights, we need you to join us in boycotting Professor Belaya's class. Chapter 260. Thankfully, the students who stormed into Class A's lecture room didn't start any kind of violent protest. As Claudia appealed for students to join the boycott and sign the petition, the rest of the students from other classes gathered around the exit of the room and the walls as they stared at other students. Of course, that alone was intimidating enough for a couple of students to sign. Guys. No longer able to bear the sight of this, Jamie, the class president, stepped in. Can you all please leave? You're making my fellow classmates rather uncomfortable. However, the protesters simply kept staring, pretending not to hear her. Don't mind them. Maylin stood up. They're not worth paying attention to. What are they going to do? She strode out of the lecture room, pushing past anyone in her way without giving them so much as a glance. This quickly turned into a chain reaction as many more students in class determined it was safe to leave. I'm begging you, please. Claudia pleaded, her voice strained with desperation. We can all admit that Professor Belaya's class is grotesque, even for Kizan's standards. So why aren't any of you trying to change it? I want you to join us and take action. As Simon felt a slight hesitation come over the room, he glanced over at Rick and gave him a small nod. Rick returned the nod and began talking to Cammy. Let's go, Cammy. Don't you want to grab the lunch special before they run out? Oh, yes. The special. Rick continued the conversation and made sure that they could both walk out without her getting swept up in the mood and pressured into signing something she didn't want to. just as Simon was about to leave the classroom after grabbing his things. Simon! Claudia hopped down from the stage and grabbed Simon by the cuff. Have you changed your mind? Currently, about 30% of Class A in some way supported the boycott. As far as Claudia was concerned, she had to recruit one of 3 key people if she wanted to get majority support. Hector, Jamie, or Simon. Hector, of course, wasn't someone who'd be persuaded by a plea for mercy. Jamie was close with everyone and was recognized as the class president. Claudia was determined to get her signature, whatever it took. And Simon? He was one of the students who represented the school beyond this class, and he was closely connected to all the members of Group 7. Getting a hold of Rick Silvertongue alone was worth the effort. Although Maylin was the group leader, she knew that Simon was the core of their group. So, the other 3 would follow if she could convince him. We have to stop this vicious circle, begged Claudia. This isn't just about me. It's about protecting the human rights of Kizan students. If we fall here, Kizan will never change. You're smart enough to understand that. Simon was a little taken aback. He wasn't that close with her, but the parts of Claudia he did know barely matched the woman grabbing him by the arm with a voice strained by hours of fierce speeches. Just a week ago, she was one of the most average girls in the class, except for the fact that she was the best at poisonous alchemy. But within a week, she was like no other. Claudia now firmly believed that the fate of the entire Kizan student population rests on her shoulders, and she orchestrated an incredibly risky ploy to do what she sees as necessary. She had changed so drastically that one might wonder if she'd fallen under Serene's mind control. A sense of belonging really is a scary force. When speaking as an individual, you're held far less accountable, so you're free to speak up but change your mind afterward. But when a group of like-minded people come together and make a public statement, the weight of that statement grows exponentially. Maybe it even grows enough to fire a Kizan professor. However, of course, with great power comes great responsibility. I'm sorry, Claudia. Knowing that no matter what reason he gave, Claudia wouldn't listen, he turned away without giving any reason. Why in the world aren't you helping us? But she didn't let go of Simon's sleeve. You guys all know it. Poisoning students is wrong. So demanding to fix that is right and just. That's why we took action. Why aren't any of you helping us? As Simon held his silence, she stammered. Are grades so important to you that we are? Claudia. Yeah? If you could turn back time. Simon said with perfect calmness. You wouldn't really want to do this, would you? Everything went cold as Claudia felt the walls she put up begin to crumble. Time seemed to slow around her and all she could hear was the same few words echoing through her mind. That simple question. It shook her. Because she couldn't deny it right away. In her moment of shock and panic, she could feel the eyes of the hundreds of students she had talked into risking everything for what was right. She could feel their gazes burning through her skin as everything began to unravel. Until... No. Time sped back up and the burning sensation of everyone in the room staring at her went away. But she could still feel the chill that had wormed its way down her spine. Regardless, she spat. If I turned back time 100 times over, I would wave my banner of student freedoms every single time, even if it killed me. You are all just cowards. You bow your heads and let the professors walk all over you. You're cowards, you know that? Simon gave her one last glance of pity before he turned away. Before she knew it, her grip on Simon's sleeve had lost its strength. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It was the end of their afternoon poisonous alchemy class, as well as the end of classes for the day. For a change of scenery, Simon went into the shared bathhouse in the boys' dorms along with Rick. This feels so nice. This is what it means to live. The day had been quite unsettling, so being able to sit and soak in a hot bath was hugely refreshing. He stayed in the water for longer than he planned, but he eventually managed to pull himself out and dry himself off in the changing room with a soft, clean towel. As he was putting on the comfy clothes he had brought with him, Rick, who was waiting for him in the room, said with a big smile. Wow. That was really something. What was? I came back from the bathroom, and you see, I took a purple dump. The two giggled as they talked about the weird side effects they'd faced from Belia's classes. Let's go up. Is Kajan back already? He was already asleep. The moment Simon walked out of the public bathhouse, feeling refreshed. It was bedlam. Students were sprinting down the hallway like a pack of raging buffaloes. What, is it lunchtime or something? Rick looked at his arm as if checking the time. Even as they spoke, doors were being flung open, and students were trudging downstairs completely barefoot. There were shouts and screams coming from everywhere. Phew, it's like an apocalypse or something. Rick chuckled. Why the hell are we buying zombies at Rochest? We could just grab one right here. Simon, who'd been watching the students heading down, looked Rick in the eye. Got any idea on what's actually going on? I don't know. Maybe the dorm is providing some snacks after, haha. Rick clapped his hands. That's right. Professor Jane mentioned that the dual evaluation opponents will be announced today. Right. The two joined the zombie horde and ran to the ground floor. But they had to stop short. From where he stood at the stairwell going down from the third floor, Simon could see that the line of traffic went all the way to the ground floor, which was also packed with students. Rick tooted in disapproval. It's always the bad ones who exaggerate these things. It's not like you can get your squad rank up if you can confirm your opponent a second earlier. But look at us, we're in line, too. Rick tooted again, this time wagging his finger with a smug grin. Nope. We're gonna use a different method. Question mark. Rick led Simon to the window. He then proceeded to pull a rope out of his subspace and skillfully tie it to a nearby column. Finally, he wrapped the rope firmly around himself and began abseiling out the window. We'll be in trouble if janitors catch us, so please clean things up when you're done, Simon. With that, Rick hopped down to the ground floor in a flash. I'm always the one who's cleaning up after him. Simon let out a soft sigh and took a skeleton out. He then climbed down the rope and ordered the skeleton to cut the rope off the column. Pulling the remains of the rope down to the ground, Simon raised his arm above his head and called for it to restore at that location, allowing him to quickly move the skeleton down from the third floor and into his subspace. We're like bread and butter. Rick smiled in satisfaction. After safely making it to the ground floor, they quickly crossed the garden. By the way, where are we going? We'll be scooting over to the side, to the dormitory's night duty room. They passed the packed front area of the dormitory and sneaked into a quiet corridor where not a soul could be seen. Rick brought his voice down to a whisper and said, This is a secret, but there's a dual eval list on the bulletin board in the night duty room as well. Seems like they get the official announcements first. But can students just waltz into the night duty room? There won't be a problem if you have business. So from here on out, it all depends on the acting skills. After saying he'd demonstrate it first, Rick pushed open the door to the night duty room. He grabbed his stomach and screamed at the top of his lungs. Oh my! My stomach! My intestines are about to burst. He stumbled into the night duty room while clearly exaggerating everything. Professor Belia, what in the world have you been feeding us? The pain. As Rick shouted out, he very obviously winked at Simon to come in. The second-hand embarrassment I get from being with him is unmatched. But Simon followed him regardless, feeling the burn in his cheeks as he entered. Oh dear, what's going on? The on-duty manager could be heard beyond the curtain. She was frantically searching for something with her back turned. Arg! My stomach. It aches. I think I need some kind of digestive or something. While Rick was busy with his enthusiastic performance, Simon quickly scanned the room for the bulletin board. I found HM? He found the board, but he also found some unwelcome faces. Who would have guessed? The shitheads are speaking out of their asses. Hector, squaring up to make himself as intimidating as possible, glared coldly at Rick while two boys on either side of him sneered. Then, Hector's gaze turned to Simon. As the two wordlessly stared each other down, one of the boys from Hector's faction said in a loud whisper, "Hector! I found your name over here." Hearing that, a grim smile tugged at the corners of Hector's mouth. "This time for sure, we'll find out who's better, Simon Polantia. Why don't you check who your opponent is first?" With a frown, Hector turned to look at what his faction member was pointing at. Simon also glanced to check. "Damn it." As his face turned purple with rage, Rick shouted while holding his stomach. "Aha! My belly! There are like few hundred in upper squad." The laughter from him expecting to be matched perfectly is making my stomach hurt even harder. Even the faction members covered their mouths in laughter. Ignoring that, Hector strode up to Simon. As Hector approached with murder in his eyes, Simon brought some jet black into his fingertips in case of a fight, but the only battle Hector fought was one of words. "We'll settle our duel in the third BDMAT." With those words, Hector strode past Simon. Simon scratched the side of his head. "For some reason, there are a lot of people targeting me in this test." "Wait for us, Hector." The faction members quickly followed after Hector. Just then, the voice of the on-duty manager rang out again from behind the curtain. "Ah, Hector. I found the antiseptic." But Hector had already slammed the door shut and left. A moment later, one of the two boys trailing behind Hector creaked open the door, poked his head in, and murmured, Apparently, he doesn't need it anymore." "Haha." Then he quickly closed the door and fled. Hector's temper is the same as always. Rick clicked his tongue. "I bet he'd try to challenge you to a fight even if he was dead. His will probably says to write 'Fight me, Simon Polantia' on his gravestone." "And what brings you two here?" asked the manager, poking her head out. Coming back to his senses, Rick grabbed his stomach and started acting again. "Arg hi. My stomach. Professor Belaya, I resent you." While Rick drew her attention, Simon quickly checked the list for the duel evaluation. He found and memorized Rick's opponent's name first, then found his own close by. "I just need to avoid Serene, Chattel, and Lorraine. I'd want to avoid fighting Malin, too." Internally begging not to fight any of them, Simon finally looked at the name of his opponent. Oh, no. An awkward smile formed on his face.